Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go. No Rockets, no Astros yesterday, so we are going to be talking just 3 hours of the Masters.
It's kind of like the Astros bullpen pitched well yesterday. It's kind of like that.
You kind of like that?
Well, it's kind of like they pitched well, yeah.
Well, yeah, when they don't play, they pitch really well.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't give up any runs.
No, none.
Yeah,
not so it feels. Run. I mean, it feels kind of good.
Well,
Scott was perfect yesterday. Yiner did not strike out.
Yiner didn't strike out.
Tell me if any of these are untrue.
No, no one added to their batting average. Not one person. Mm-hmm. Not one person up their average.
No, but they also didn't go down. Glass half full. It's a Friday.
That's you.
You're half empty. I'm half full. Yeah. I couldn't go to sleep. For some reason, I couldn't go to sleep until after midnight. I sat in my bed. Well, I was working up here until about 10 p.m. Mason's got a stomach. I don't know. His stomach's been bothering him for a week now. So we had to go to the doctor. So my work I was supposed to do, he's lost like 24 pounds.
Mason? He didn't have 24 pounds to lose.
Well, he lost it in a week. And so so I had to, we had to go up to the doctors yesterday. Luckily, they were able to get him in so he could take some tests. But so I got a little behind on some of the work. So I was up here until 10 something. You know how you get like hyped up after games or whatever the case may be?
You can't
go to sleep.
You were so hyped up about
but I was like doing
guard from Montana State.
Well, no, I wasn't even writing them up. I'm just putting where they're going to be drafted. I was working with some people on where's the guys going to be drafted. And so I just sat in my bed until I don't know. It was after midnight. I just stopped paying attention so I wouldn't focus on it. But for some reason, I have a lot of energy today. I feel good today. I feel good even without sleep. It's one of these weird things. So I'm ready to have I'm going to have a great show today.
You are going to have a great show.
Yeah, I'm going to have a really good show today.
I don't think Dell
Let the record reflect.
I don't know what he's doing.
Dell came in low energy today.
Don't feel like he's going to have a great show today. I feel like he doesn't care as much about this show today.
No, that's what I feel. That's probably accurate.
I feel like that every day, right? I mean,
have you speaking of the Rockets, and we'll get to Masters, we'll get to a lot of stuff. I do have some topics that I think are good topics today, but what with me having a good show and all. But have you looked at the West like this morning? Yeah, this is truly insane how jumbled 3 through 8 are.
No idea. 2 games left. Who's going to be?
No idea. No one can sit their guys.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have to play. I mean, maybe there's some tiebreakers, but even if there's tiebreakers, they're still shuffling.
I feel like the order that ESPN has it in is considering the tiebreakers right now because they're definitely slotting teams ahead of others for a reason.
Yeah, Nuggets over Clippers. But what we don't know is do the Warriors have it over the T-Wolves? Like they may have it over the Grizzlies, but not the T-Wolves. They got Warriors 6.
Tied, and the Warriors are at the top. So I'm figuring they know what they're doing.
Well, what I'm saying is there's a good chance that one of the teams doesn't have a tiebreaker over both teams. You know what I mean? Like they may have one over one and not one over the other. And do the Warriors have a tiebreaker over the Nuggets? Like there's a lot going on here. I'm going to go see if I can find
I'm just assuming that ESPN knows what it's doing by putting when teams are tied that they know who actually
I don't know if I would assume that ESPN knows what it's doing anymore. You see Perk talking right now? At least on my TV. You sure they know what they're doing?
Well, they've got Golden State in the 6th slot. I don't think they'd have Golden State in the 6th slot.
Well, yeah, it says does Golden State need to avoid play-in to make deep playoff runs? So they're not, they're not automatically in. 56% chance to finish as a top 6 seed is what it says in ESPN Analytics.
Well, again, they're in the 6th hole. Memphis is in the 7, and Minnesota's in the 8. So I'm just assuming that ESPN knows something that would slot
Once
them
again,
in
I'm
there.
going to invoke the name Big Perk.
Well, let's look at where the NBA has them slotted.
One of their hosts is going to run for president. Are we sure ESPN knows what they're doing? The other one's going to get sued, get his head sued off for being wildly flagrant. So,
Well,
are we sure?
I think NBA.com should know, right?
Yeah, NBA.com should know.
NBA.com should know right now.
I still think it's
have the Warriors in the 6 hole, the Grizzlies in the 7, and the T-Wolves in the 8.
But what I'm saying is that's fine right now. What I'm saying is I don't think anything's settled, obviously, even with tiebreakers, because
one loss in your
So it's really pretty irrelevant right now. Maybe there's somebody who has some tiebreakers over other teams, but my guess is it is a wild free for all. Certainly, what it looks like.
Well,
it's a big win over yesterday. T-Wolves got a big one over the Grizzlies to even that up between those two teams, 141 to 125. So it seems like a lot of games are coming down to
2-point third quarter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
So, Memphis plays the Nuggets tonight. So that's kind of a big deal.
It's wild how many teams, it appeared as though Houston's a 2 seed, and they have games against the Lakers. They have Lakers. They have Nuggets. They have it looked at one point like in the Clippers, the Golden State Warriors. This is a bunch of games. Somehow the schedule maker ended up putting everyone together who had playoff series late.
Yeah, the Warriors have the Blazers. The Clippers have the Kings. Rockets and Lakers. There's still a lot to be decided. Well, I'm sure the other teams are not happy that the Rockets are playing important games right now.
Right. Are you watching that the battle for relegation between the Suns and the Suns and the Blazers? I'm watching that because the Suns are on an 8-game losing streak, and we need them to drop below the Blazers so we pick up one more, get an 8 seed. Get the 8th draft slotting.
Right.
No. It would be the 9th. I'm sorry. It would be the 9th.
And then our odds are better to get that number 1 overall pick.
And even if you don't, the 9th pick is better than having a 10th pick.
Clippers still have the Warriors to play. Rockets in Denver will play on Sunday. The T-Wolves finish up with the Jazz, so that's nice for them. The Grizzlies finish up with Dallas. So there's a lot of basketball to be played, but we'll see who's playing hard. I know the Rockets aren't. I would imagine they're going to take the same tack that they took the other night. Only I would think that Alperen's going to get some time. I would think that Steven Adams, keep him sharp. I would think that Ahman's going to get a little bit of time. You can't just sit for a week and then feel like you're going to go into the playoffs. They got to continue to. They're not going to obviously play with the same intensity that they've been playing with, but you still got to stretch it. You still got to get out there and stretch it and go and play a little bit of basketball. You can't just sit on your butt for a week and a half till the playoffs start. I mean, I would think that we're going to see some of those guys out there tonight. And the other teams sure would like it to see the Rockets playing some guys because they want to try to catch the Lakers. As it stands right now, Denver and the Clippers would play the 4-5. Lakers and Golden State would play the 3-6. Rockets and either Grizz or T-Wolves would play, and then Oklahoma City, who knows? So it's either Memphis, Minnesota, Sacramento, or Dallas. And so we'll see if the Rockets can help somebody out. I'm sure other teams are like, hey, Rockets, how about a little effort? A little effort would be great. But they didn't do that the other night, and I doubt they're gonna. The Rockets don't give a rat's ass about the other teams. Hey, we made our bed. You guys make your own.
Yeah, I don't care about you.
No,
don't worry about us.
When do you worry about us? When did you worry about us when we were outside looking in last?
Anybody call and send sympathy cards when it was the Kevin Porter Jr. and Steven Silas era? Did you guys reach out at all back then?
Yeah.
Then don't start caring now. If you didn't care then, don't care now. No new friends.
Yeah, so let's go. We got tonight. That's not going to matter as much. Astros have the Angels in town, And the Angels are playing some just much better baseball.
Yep.
Trout is hitting a ton. Trout is, he's just back to being Trout. I think he hit a couple of bombs yesterday, and he's off and running. He is, or was it yesterday or the day before? Trout had a couple. Anyway, the dude can flat out hit, and so you got to worry about that. But the team is playing better. The Angels have been a doldrum for how long now, and they're finally playing a little bit better baseball, and just in time, because the Astros go home. You can't handle the Astros at home, okay? You cannot. That is a well-oiled machine. The Astros at home. Yeah, Angels 8-4, half a game behind the Rangers for first place. So Astros at 5-7, Mariners at 5-8, and the Athletics 5-8. So the Angels are playing some good baseball right now. Got to cool that stuff down, and they're coming to our place where the Astros never lose at home. Okay, so that's a fair warning to you, Angels, about what you're about to catch at the Daikin Park. Okay, man, they suck at home. Just terrible, just awful. How about the Padres were the first team to 10 wins? Before the Dodgers. I feel like the Dodgers haven't lost a game this year, but they just got beat in Washington 2 out of 3. But other than that, the Padres' first team to 10 wins. Paul Skeens looking human, right? There's a lot of stuff going on in baseball right now. The Mets are looking good. The Tigers and Scooble are okay, but we're starting to get into the baseball season, and we got the Angels tonight. That's going to be fun to see if we can cool that team off. Yeah, although it's almost impossible to cool an Angels team off.
I've got yeah. Well, I mean, they're playing real baseball, so they just had to get rid of Ohtani.
That's all they need.
This is a great site. It's called playoffstatus.com, and it's got all the percentages. Do you know, according to this site, here's what right now in green it says it means you own your own, you run, you are in control of your own destiny. In red it means you're not in control of your own destiny. You may need some help, but they've got percentage chances of every team in every slot, and it looks like this: Thunder 1, Rockets 2, Lakers 92% chance of a 3 seed, the 4 seed 43% chance Timberwolves. They've got the Nets and the Jazz next. The 5th seed
T-Wolves will move all the way up from 8 to 4.
But they don't control their own destiny. But they have the Nets and the Jazz, so they are likely to win both.
Yeah.
But they don't control their own destiny. So obviously they need help, and there's some tiebreakers associated. But it's 43% of the teams that have that are in control of their own destiny. The Nuggets are 23% at the 4 hole. The 5 hole, the odds-on favorite is the Clippers, 39%. The 6 hole, the odds-on favorite, well, it's 27%, so not super high, is the Nuggets.
No, but how about that? Nobody has a stranglehold on any of them.
No, Nuggets 27%. The next one would be Warriors in the 7th spot, and the next one would be the Grizzlies in the 8th spot. So Pretty interesting. That's just according to how these teams are expected to play over the next few games. But I don't know if that counts the Nuggets taking on a Rockets team. It doesn't take into account the Rockets maybe not having starters. It can't. That's not how you do numbers. So I would say the Nuggets. I still think the Nuggets will finish in the 4 seed. But
I would imagine they're taking into account that the Rockets aren't playing.
They can't. This is just this is a probability site. Every team has its own power rating. You just go off the power ratings. So your power rating now is not necessarily, you can't factor a power rating for when you have no idea what a roster is going to look like. So you just factor in what you have for the season. And for the season, Nuggets, it's interesting that the T-Wolves, where they are right now, could end up in a 4 hole. That just shows you how wild this Western Conference. I wouldn't know because my team, we're chilling. We're letting Reed Shepherd get minutes. So I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what that's like to be one of the poors.
Didn't you do this about your quarterback? Everybody else's quarterback poor. Didn't you do that already? Aren't you tired of doing that?
I wouldn't know what it's like to be one of the poors in a 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8 seed. Hey, one of you play-in teams, good luck with your play-in games. Wouldn't know what that's like. Wasn't in a play-in last year, not in a play-in this year. Tell me I'm wrong. When's the last time the Rockets have been in a play-in series? Never.
Wow.
Never been in a play-in
series.
series.
Doesn't he learn anything?
Never been in a play-in series. You mean my team that went to the playoffs with my quarterback?
Calling everybody else quarterback poor?
Poors. We need help. Anthony Edwards has no child support to pay. I wouldn't know that. Jalen's a good dad sitting there handling his business with his 22-year-old stepson. They're just chilling, playing one-on-one in the driveway. It's good to be a Rocket fan.
Do you think Jalen's stepson goes, I'm going to beat you, Dad?
I bet he doesn't. No. Bet he doesn't beat him.
I bet he doesn't.
You know how dads beat their sons?
That's of course, when JT was 22, I had no chance
against him. Right.
But Jalen's got a chance against his 22-year-old.
Jalen's never not playing in the driveway.
Right.
Well, you shut it down at a certain time. You're like, all right, I got to make sure this doesn't get out of control. But not when you're a star 2 guard in the league.
Oh, star. Did you hear that, Del? Star 2 guard.
I didn't say superstar, but I did say star.
Consistent star.
I did say star, and I did say somebody who's right now, if he wants to, he could rest because we're not poor like the Minnesota Timberwolves and Memphis Grizzlies.
We got to stop that thing. That backfired.
Golden State Warriors, poor.
That really backfired in the quarterback.
Oh, are they somehow not going to be in the second?
No. They'll be there, but your poor thing. Yeah. All right, let's break, and when we come back, somebody made headlines at the Masters yesterday. Not for what you think, not why you think. We will have that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now, I'm talking about HRP. I'm talking about your business. It's Friday, okay? You're going in. How about upsetting the apple cart on a Friday? How about going, you know what? We're going to look at everything that we're doing here. Let's take a look at what we're doing here. How are we doing payroll? How are we doing HR? How are we doing taxes? How are we doing? What's our 401k? What's our insurance package like? Let's take a look at it. Not only take a look at that, but let's take a look at the way our business is structured. Let's bring somebody in who's got a business acumen with technology that we don't have. It's just gonna make us better. Just gonna make us better. Okay. And that's what HRP does. You know what's great about HRP? Because you could sell a product, right? That whatever. Does it help you? Does it not help you? Whatever. The people at HRP love their product because they know that they're helping business, and they have a stake in that business. They want to see that business succeed, and they do it, and they help you, and they can make your business better. It's just what they do every day. So if you're and they have a vested interest, they really, really do. They really care. And they're going to come in there and they're going to help you make your business better. If you're feeling like your business isn't as good as it can be, hrp.net, 281-880-6525. Tell them you heard it right here.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Masters underway yesterday. Justin Rose started out great. He's 7 under. Well done. Scotty Scheffler is up there. Bryson DeChambeau is up there, although he bogeyed at the end there. So that hurt him. He's 3 under. A lot of good names, a lot of young names, a lot of different guys up there. But it's the first round. Although what John Schill brought yesterday was eye-opening. You have to be in the top 10 for the last 20 years.
Yeah,
last 20 years. This is a little something y'all can bet on. The last 20 years, the winner has come after the first round. He was in the top 10. That is crazy.
Justin Rose 7 and under.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on at Augusta.
We'll hear from Chris Vernon. I've got that sound, so we'll play that in a little bit.
Where is Colin Morikawa?
Well, he's not good. Colin Morikawa is, at this point in his life, not feeling great.
What is the deal? He won't talk. He said something like, if he sucks, he ain't talking. If he sucks, he ain't talking. What is he? He said something about lames and media, and he's walking. He's not talking. He said it in his score update. Is Colin Morikawa got some beef with the media or something?
Colin, Dell told you yesterday.
What
he said? Colin Morikawa came off a round, and he said, "No, I played well."
That was him.
You don't. Yeah, that was Morikawa.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. And if you for those who didn't hear, Colin Morikawa said, "You guys don't talk to us you only talk to us when we play well, not when we're bad. So I'm not talking to you guys."
Well, yeah, because I don't like talking when you're bad.
Yeah, right. So it's Justin Rose, Corey Connors, Scotty Scheffler, and Ludwig Åberg all at the top. Rose 7. The other 3 are 4 under. Bryson DeChambeau is at 3. Aaron Rai, my guy. Harris English, Jason Day, and Akshay Bhatia, all at 2 under. But the guy who made the news yesterday was an Arizona State amateur, Josele Basiler. He's from Spain, I believe. He's a foreigner. I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's going to be able to play out the entire week. But I'm not sure if he'll be. Well, hopefully he won't get deported before then. But he made news. Josele Ballester. And it was on 13. He made big news. Here is Josele Ballester talking about the big news that he made on the 13th hole yesterday.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13th tee.
Yes,
yeah.
Correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much. And then they clap for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. They saw me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
How do you think they're taking it?
A tradition unlike any others. Hi, friends. That's Josele Basiler. You heard previously. What exactly did he do? I was kind of missed it.
He peed in Race Creek.
That's what I thought. That's probably. Does he understand what he did? I can tell you, the guy who asked the question understood. Are you expecting some blowback? I don't know. I had to do it all over again. I pee in the creek as well. That guy doesn't have any idea where he's playing. He just thinks this is a nice golf course in Georgia.
Boy, this is nice.
Do you know, sir, you just peed at the Masters in front of people? Sebastian wouldn't even do that.
No. And everybody gave him a hand. They gave him a round of applause.
Oh man,
Well done,
we
sir.
are not a civilized people anymore.
No.
If the Masters can get peed on, then we're done.
Yeah,
You just whiz all over the Masters. I want to see Schauffele take a dump in the woods.
Schauffele's not dumping in the woods.
There's no woods there anyway. But
Jose Luis Ballester showed up and he goes, "Hey, this place is pretty nice. Have you played here before? Have you guys played here? It's pretty nice.
yeah,
It's pretty nice.
there's this place in Georgia that's awesome.
Awesome. You guys played there?
They do
It's
these
really
cheese sandwiches, kind of some redneck thing, a cheese
Pimento, I don't
sandwich
know
or
what that
whatever. But
means. Yeah. He's from Spain. He goes to Arizona State and actually wore his logo, the
Yeah.
Arizona State logo, backwards.
it's the upside down. So that's
upside down.
there's a company that I don't know how this became a thing, but they have all they do is it'll say like Dallas Cowboys and it's just upside down.
Yeah.
And it's somehow a whole thing where they sell hats.
It was
like
a
that.
Cowboys backup quarterback that did it.
Cooper
He
Rush.
started. It wasn't Cooper Rush. Who was before him?
Drew Henson.
No, it wasn't that far.
Did he start this
No,
trend?
it's been within the last 3 years. Because there's a clothing company that does that.
It's the Cowboys backup quarterback.
Who
telling you.
start? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was. I don't.
Drew
Is it
Bledsoe
Cowboys?
after
It
Tony
wasn't
Romo
Drew
took
Bledsoe.
his job.
These are years ago. It's years ago, Dell.
Who could it be? Which Cowboys backup was it? Quincy
It was
Carter?
Ben DiNucci.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, you're right. It was
It was
DiNucci.
Ben DiNucci.
Wait, it's his, I think it may be his thing.
It is.
I believe
his,
it is
He
his
started
thing.
the company.
He
started it.
I mean, this is what it's on par with like influencers. Like, what is he famous for? Just playing video games? Okay, what's Ben DiNucci? Ben, what's your business plan? All right, so you say Dallas Cowboys, and then we're gonna flip it upside down, and in the hat it'll say Dallas Cowboys, but it's gonna be upside down. Okay, but what's the? All right, but what's the? What?
Well, actually, he can't use the logos. He just puts Dallas.
You just flip it. Yeah, you just flip it
Uses
upside
their
down.
Colors.
We had Sun Devils upside down yesterday.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're just going to flip it upside down? Is there any kind of graphics you're going to put? Nope. Just upside down words.
Yeah, so
I'm looking at the interview with him. It wasn't. Oh yeah, it was upside down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's upside down.
So DiNucci, his brand is called True Brand. It's cool because there's a V instead of an A because the A is upside down, makes it a V. True Brand is his company, but there are also people who just flip traditional logos up. Like I've seen Yankee hats flipped upside down, and I'm not sure that's a new era Yankee thing or just someone who said, "Come at me, Yankees."
That's Red Sox fans wearing that.
Well,
no, it's not a sign of distress. No.
Well,
kinda like slime down.
DiNucci must have gotten agreements with college because he's got the Arizona State Sun Devil logo on it.
Yeah, no, that takes a license.
Yeah.
There's
he does it. It's on his, it says collegiate collection, official team collaboration. So yeah.
He's just not the only one to do it. There are others. I've seen that, particularly New York guys.
Oh, they got LSU too.
They'll have their hats and they'll have the upside down Yankees logo,
Isn't
upside
that
down Knicks
sacrilege?
logo. Apparently not anymore.
You're not supposed to mess with the Yankee logo, I thought.
No, it's been messed with.
Oh yeah. Well, if you can piss in Ray's Creek,
Yeah,
you can do
that's fair.
Now everything is open.
Everything's open for
Man, what do you think? What do you think Hootie's thinking about that? Pissing in Ray's Creek.
Is Hootie alive?
No, the guy that has been doing it, I can't never remember his name. He said his name yesterday.
What was Hootie's last name?
Hootie Johnson.
Oh yeah, Hootie Johnson. You're sure he's dead? I mean, wow.
Yeah,
we
no
have
one
really
knows,
bad
but
internet here. Yep, died 2017.
He's been dead
You're
for a
right.
while.
Yeah, but you don't leave that job unless you're dead. Okay?
Yeah, he was
'Cause
86 when he died.
You're at
so.
Augusta every day. You're
Yeah,
not
good
leaving that job till you die. All right, that's your job.
Yeah,
That's
once he started letting, once minorities and women started sneaking into once he let them slip through the gates, he had no reason to just keep doing it.
No, yeah,
I completely destroyed this great course. No reason to even keep doing this. Might as well start pissing in Ray's Creek now. Ain't even a reason to keep playing golf here. What with the tiger getting on here?
Did Hootie lose his will to live like when old couples, one of them dies and the other then the other dies because why am I alive? You know, that's what happened to Hootie. Oh, the minorities and women are infiltrating my course.
Boom. Immediately started declining in health.
As soon as Condoleezza joined, he was like, I might as well just die.
Here's my resignation, sir.
She had to
slammed it on somebody's desk.
She had to be the point of no return. She's a woman and she's a minority at the same time.
Yeah.
It was over for Hootie.
But wait, two birds.
I killed one Hootie.
Yeah. But Mr. Johnson, she is a conservative. I don't care. Look at her. And don't tell me any of those they, thems. Can you imagine Hootie with the pronouns?
With a pronoun?
I struggle with it. Imagine what Hootie Johnson's dealing with.
Hootie's like,
they what?
Them. Well, when I need all of them, I'll call them.
Yeah.
I don't need all of them right now.
My pronouns are you and y'all.
That's it. It ain't you. It's y'all. Yeah.
My pronouns are y'all and them.
and thems.
Because I know this. Tiger and them are ruining this course.
Hootie.
I can't believe they peed in Race Creek. What a disgrace.
I can't believe that Fuzzy got such vitriol just for talking about food. Fuzzy.
Y'all too hard on Fuzzy. Can't nobody take a joke here. I guarantee you Tiger's okay with it.
Tiger chuckled when I told him.
Look here. What Hootie said just a common joke. He didn't make no jokes about anything. Boy, I almost really, if this was a satellite show.
Oh, my God, could you ever?
Because what's going on in my mind with Hootie is like, reel it in.
You know what? Talk about Craig the Surf, because Craig the Surf will reel that
Sometimes
right
Craig
in.
has to reel it in. So, Craig actually has some really cool deals going right now. So, with all the tariff stuff that's going on, it's serious conversation here. I'm looking to get a car now. I want to get a car now. My wife's in a lease, and we want to get a car now. We're going to purchase. Finance rates are going to be set to be going up. Potentially, prices could be going up. This is a great time to buy, a phenomenal time to buy right now. And they want to make every deal. None of the vehicles that are in there on the lot or that are in transit can be touched by anything tariff related. You're going to be good to go. Take advantage of it now. Their trade-in value they're offering for pre-owned. The pre-owned market is going to be on fire. It is on fire right now. And Craig the Surf said, let your listeners know we're going to offer top value, top dollar for trade-in value. So if you have a vehicle to trade in, just know this. You're going to get top dollar, and you can take advantage of that as your down payment for a new vehicle. You're looking for a new pickup truck with 2.9% finance rate for the Silverado. They've got that going on for you right now. There's a lot of different specials going on right now. I'll give you an example of one that's currently going on in the month of April because they have different programs going on all the time. In April, they've got the Chevy Silverado, as I mentioned. They got the Turbo engine. And right now they have 0.9% APR financing on the Buick Encore GX Preferred and the Buick Envision going on right now. So you've got both vehicles come in with a purchase allowance of $2,000 or more plus no monthly payments for 90 days. They want to help you get a car right now. They make it easy. You can have a new car by this weekend. Go to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. It's in Angleton. They're waiting for you, or start the car buying experience online at Gulf Coast Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Sales, you said? Yeah, I don't have it.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Breaking news that could change the course of the NFL this year, Del. Breaking news. Joe Flacco signs a one-year deal with the Browns. Joe Flacco back to the Browns. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, I'd heard Shador's not there. Guy at 3, but this would now that should really. I mean, it's Kenny Pickett now and Joe Flacco. I mean, you got 2 backups there. So that really shouldn't stop you if you really want a quarterback. In my mock drafts, I've had Cleveland trading back in for Shador. They're not taking him at 2, but that's I mean, it is what it is. You just have to teams not just putting them in position, putting themselves in position not to have to reach on draft day. It's kind of normal. I'm telling you, it's it's going to really be an interesting draft. And I'm kind of tired of the Shador talk is because he's Deion Sanders' son. He's one of the big faces of the draft. It's kind of
it's always a quarterback.
Kind of it's quarterback. It's kind of a blah draft. Kind of sucks for Cam Ward. He doesn't get a lot of talk at all. It's almost like Shador Sanders is the guy in the draft, and Cam Ward's like, and also Cam Ward. You mean the first pick of the draft, Cam Ward? But because everyone knows where he's going, maybe that does it. What I was told last night that it has gotten, there was a lot of bluster early on in the process about Deion. Everything that you had heard was correct. Like Deion was saying, Shador wouldn't play here or there. I think Deion thought also he was going to bully other teams from, like, he was going to turn it into, he would be able to do whatever. He'd be able to help control. It's going to be 1, 2, or 3. All these teams need quarterbacks. So Sanders is going to go 1, 2, 3, and I'm going to push this narrative and we're going to control the process. And what he found out is that's not the case. NFL teams don't let you control the process. And so what I've heard is that teams that before everyone would have thought are off the grid, everyone's open now. Shador's different in meetings. I heard that he had a good meeting. Some of his stuff at the combine turned some people off. That was accurate. I had that confirmed. Just kind of, it's a little standoffish, nothing major. Just, I don't know. For whatever reason, there were some teams that were a little turned off by it. And some of these same teams have had him in during a 30 visit. And one team in particular said, oh, it's a lot different now. It's a lot different because there's a reality that, you're interviewing with the team. You're not just, the idea that you're interviewing the team. I heard that out there. Well, now it's the team is interviewing you. Yeah, and I think there's and that's always what it is for every player. Like, you don't get to skip that unless you're one of the greats in the draft. And there aren't a whole lot of those in this draft. I mean, Abdul Carter, Tyler Warren, they're not doing anything. And Will Campbell's not doing anything. Some of these guys I was told, like Will Campbell, there's a chance Kelvin Banks goes for it and not Will Campbell to the New England Patriots. The Patriots are hoping Shador Sanders goes 3 because then they don't have to draft. Then they can get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, which may be the best player in the draft. They may get the best player in the draft, fall to them at 4. What they're hoping Shador Sanders goes 3 to the Giants. If he doesn't, then New England is kind of a dead spot because they have a huge need at tackle, but there is no tackle that is worth that 4th pick. But they may still have to draft that.
Enough about Shador. So Mac McWilliams visited the Texans.
Who?
Mac McWilliams.
Oh yeah, I like Mac. He's a 5th rounder.
You like him?
Yeah.
You Central Florida corner.
5'10".
When does he figure to go?
5th.
He ran a 4.41.
Yeah, I ran fast. So here's the deal on him. I watched his UAB tape the year before. He got burned for like 3 or 4 touchdowns. He stunk. And then this year, and I watched that after I'd watched his UCF tape this year, and he was no. I watched it first. I was watching every touchdown he gave up, then every interception he had, and there's a process side. And he was like night and day. He was so much better at UCF this year. I liked him. I think he's sticky in coverage. Even though he runs a 4.41, he's not great at turning and sprinting with early acceleration. So he can give up some space down the field. He's 5'10", in the 180s. So he's more of a slot. He's more of a nickel, which makes some sense. And he'd be a backup. He'd be a backup nickel corner. He's about a 5th rounder, but I actually thought he had a good Senior Bowl. I kind of like him on tape. He's a sticky man corner guy. And I kind of like him. That's not bad. I didn't know he had a 32, huh?
Yeah. Yep. So there's that. DJ Bieniemy put out, he and someone else. ESPN Insider gives major hint to Texans draft plans. And DJ Bieniemy and also Matt Miller sees at least one of the Texans picks
see how
in the top
disrespectful
90.
he is with this, bringing up these ESPN guys. You see the level of disrespect.
He's playing in your face is what he's doing.
Yeah, that's what he's doing.
Playing right in your face.
Well, I want to see
playing
if
in my
you
face.
agree
He's
with
talking. He's speaking out of both sides of his neck.
I want to see if you agree with them.
And he's disrespecting my name.
Okay, ESPN's Matt Miller and DJ Bieniemy see at least one of the Texans picks in the top 90 going toward an offensive lineman.
That's interesting.
We're getting
That's
some
an interesting
insight here. You're getting insight here that you just don't get at NFL.com.
And honestly,
that's a hint at the draft plans that the Texans may, after retooling, they may take an offensive lineman.
Yeah,
they might take an offensive lineman.
That's the word on the streets.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see it in NFL.com.
Oh, I thought you said you weren't playing in his face. Now look at you.
He was always playing in my face.
I know. He said he wasn't.
He's always
look at him.
playing in my face. He's the most combative person I've ever met in my life.
Disrespectful.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
You brought the insight from those guys that the Texans, after an awful offensive line year and firing their O-line coach, may be interested in offensive linemen in the draft.
Picking up teams,
some of the worst pass protection in the league.
Guys who had horrible years and were benched. That's who they picked up.
Ed Ingram, Laken Tomlinson.
But okay, they might draft an offensive lineman.
And you ain't playing in your boy's face with that?
Yeah, he is. He's playing all up in my face. John needs to get out. John needs to stop playing in this, John.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yep. So offensive line looks
what
like
do you think about that insight? What do you think about that?
I mean, hey, if ESPN says it, it's true.
Okay. Matt Miller and DJ Bieniemy. Okay, saying
one of those two may have reached out to me about team needs.
I have not heard that at all on NFL.com. Okay, that's all.
I will say after 4 consecutive days of getting hungry right around 12:30, I'm going to provide some insight into my lunch plans today. Right around 12:30, I'm probably going to eat.
You're going to eat today?
Insight from ESPN's Olaleye.
Yeah. See, Dell is giving some insight.
On my lunch plans coming up.
You mean something that's inevitable?
Yes.
Like drafting an offensive lineman for the Texans?
Inevitably, I will eat because I will get hungry.
It's insiders. Insiders are giving you that information.
I am nothing if not an insider about my own lunch plans.
Listen, I got to trust you if you're talking about your own lunch plans.
Right.
Hey,
but wait a minute. Do you have 2 sources?
Me and my stomach, yes.
That's it.
Him and Mapes.
We have Mapes knows too. I've informed Mapes of my decision.
You have.
He's got a graphic. He's going to tweet at 12:30.
I think DJ Bieniemy does a good job. And I like Matt Miller.
They work hard.
I'm joking, but everyone knows offensive line. And as a matter of fact, I saw a draft odds on a site where they have every team's the position they're drafted in the first round, and obviously all they're working off of is mock drafts. But this site had offensive line like minus 250 for the Texans. So even they're like, yeah, that's what it's going to be. And the more I research this, the Texans very well may have their choice of offensive linemen. You know, another guy that came in that we've got to pay attention to is Gray Zabel. If Gray Zabel's not gone by 25, he could be a Texan because he's visited with the Texans also. I think they've had a couple visits with him, and he fits the mold. If it's not a Power 5 thing that you're worried about, I mean, this guy plays center and guard. So he's tough and he can protect the passer. So
he might break the mold.
Yeah.
The mold of,
we just want to go find
draft in Power 5.
Go find a good player. At the Senior Bowl, he went up against good defensive tackles and held his own.
Looked good.
So Gray Zabel from North Dakota State, Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, Tyler Booker from Alabama. Those are the three to keep your eye on. None of them are tackles. They have 4 tackles on the roster right now. Not that
Do they?
Trent,
Do they though?
Boy, digging around on Trent Brown, there is no love for him in the NFL. Everyone thinks he won't even make the roster.
Yeah, I mean,
like I heard it was unflattering. I'll just say that. Extremely unflattering about Trent Brown.
Okay, well, I'm going to be flattering about Texas Card House. All right, listen, I wish I was there in Houston today at noon. They got the senior event. I love that. I love that tournament. Bunch of old guys. You got to be 50. You got to be 50 years old to play. But come in there and, you think you can play a little bit? They've got some really, really good players there. And then at the end of and they keep points for you. And at the end of the year, if you make final tables and everything else, you get more points. And at the end of the year, the guy who's got the most points they're going to send to the World Series of Poker senior event, pay for him, give him some money, fly, everything. Okay, so that's pretty cool. So if you're somebody that wants to get to the World Series of Poker and do it, at a discount, well, compete for it, try to win it. That's great. And by the way, they've got this weekend at Westheimer. They got the Sunday tournament. It starts at 2:00. It's just $140 buy-in. You can add on $100 at the break. You don't have to, but it's $15,000 guaranteed. So that means it doesn't matter how many players they could. If they only get 10 players there, okay, at 140, that's $1,400. They don't cover that 15,000. They'll have more than that. Don't get me wrong. But here's the deal: it's a great deal. You got 15,000 guaranteed on a Sunday afternoon. That's great stuff. If you're looking for a great place to play, both locations are awesome, very clean, very nice. Wanted when you come in. So, no weapons, security guards there. It is the place to play poker now. Texas Card House is awesome. You got one in Austin as well. So you're looking for Texas. You're looking for a great poker game. Open 24 hours. There's always a game going. There's got games going on right now. Westheimer and Spring. You're looking for a game. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We are way behind. Nice job, Lance. Gotten us way, way, way behind. Let's just quickly. Oh, we got news. Breaking news, Del. What is it?
The no-fly zone continues to get paid. Jalen Petrie gets an extension from the Texans, 3 years, roughly $39 million, according to Ian Rappaport. So that has been a discussion point this offseason. Jalen Petrie was asked about it, I think, last week, about a potential new deal, and he gets it.
First, Jalen Green gets a deal. Now, Jalen Petrie.
You got to be furious.
John's in shambles.
No, I like it. I like it for both of them. Actually, neither of them are breaking the bank, and I'm fine with that. I'm fine with both contracts. Actually, I like Jalen's deal. I like Jalen's deal.
Jalen Petrie?
Jalen Green's deal a lot. Jalen Petrie, they like him. I mean, I would like to see him not miss as many tackles as he does, and I'm sorry for that. I apologize for wanting to tackle better. But he, he's a good football player, and he's a leader
player
on that defense. It sure would be nice him to stay healthy this year. That would be nice, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think he probably will.
Well, hope so. He flies around, man. There's a reason that he flies around and makes big plays, makes big hits. Misses because he's trying to make a big hit a lot in the backfield. That's one of the reasons he misses. He misses in the open field a lot because he's trying to make a big hit as opposed to making a solid tackle. So, I think if he does that, otherwise, he's a really good football player.
Yep. Yeah, and what they're wanting, they're basically trying to solidify their core for this window, which is about a 3-year window. And you look at the numbers, and it typically – now, you don't want to go more than 3 with most of these guys, but you'll notice that a lot of it coincides with when the rookie contract is up for C.J. Stroud. So that one actually will extend beyond. The 3-year extension will extend beyond a little bit, but it's not going to break the bank, as you said. And you still have a rookie deal with Kamari Lassiter's contract. So I like it. I like once again, I would rather see him as safety. I know you're the same way. I think that may happen sooner rather than later, but it just depends on D'Amico may always want run support physicality as one of his priorities from nickel. And if that's going to be the case, but I don't know. They brought in Mac McWilliams, and he's not that. Like, he's not one of these tough guy, run downhill, smack you in the face guy. He's more of a cover corner who plays nickel. So
yeah, but
who
bringing
knows?
Guys in doesn't mean anything.
No, it doesn't. Well, if you're going to bring him in top 30, you have interest in him. Like Mac McWilliams, They have interest. It's a day 3 pick. You know what they might be looking at? They might be looking at Jalen Petrie being a safety here in the near future.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
That'd be nice.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, he doesn't stay any one place for very long. That's just the reality. Kind of a gun for hire. Wears out his welcome.
Jimmy and Chauncey are both safeties, period.
Yes. Chauncey can play in the slot, though. He can cover some. Bullock is a pure deep safety.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy Ward is not long for this team. I think he's got 1 year left, and that's it.
We got a lot of safeties now.
Good. We had no safeties before. And plus, they're always injured, so. Do you have a lot of safeties? Eric Murray was hurt last year. Jimmy Ward was hurt last year. They had a bunch of injuries. For 2 years in a row, they've had a lot of injuries.
No, Jalen was hurt last year.
Yeah. So, that's Jalen Petrie getting his deal. They just continue to solidify the core, and that's good. Now, to do that, you're going to have rookies who are playing on rookie deals. So this needs to be a good draft this year. This needs to be a draft where you find probably at least 2 future starters. I think that's fair. 2 out of the first 3 picks.
Okay. If we eliminate one position, I think safety should be it.
I don't think there's a safety being drafted.
Good.
I don't think, unless there's a safety corner hybrid, but
we're like safety U.
Yeah, but they got to have corner. Corner has to be drafted for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Corner. O-line in order. O-line. Corner. I'm seeing a lot of running backs and for the Texans.
I think D line is one too.
D line
for sure,
and then wide receiver.
Yeah, yep. Those are the big four. Four. Running back probably is because there's a sense that Joe Mixon may not have the same year this year. He's getting to that point of his career where it could slow down a little bit. So you want to be ready with that. Damian Pierce is not he's not very dynamic.
Yep. He plays hard too. Nick Haley, though, is going to call the good plays this year. You forgot.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about that.
Yep. He's going to call the good plays, not the crappy plays.
I hope Nick Haley has a full year of calling the good plays.
Yeah.
Let's not repeat
half a year.
Yeah, well, that's what
year of good plays, half a year of bad.
That's what the other guy did, and then he had like half a year good plays last year, 2 seasons ago, and then like a quarter of the year calling good plays.
Here are some of the players the Texans.
We'll talk about those players on the other side.
We come back. I'll tell you that the players
on the other side.
The Texans are looking at, because some of them are second rounders.
Okay,
so they're not down the road. They're guys who are second round targets potentially.
What about Robin Orlando? Where does Robin fit in the draft? Well, that's a pretty good name, I think. I could see Robin Orlando being a wide receiver, right? Robin Orlando with the
corner,
catch.
South Florida, or safety, South Florida.
I like Robin Orlando with the catch in the corner of the end zone. Okay, that's what I think. But Robin Orlando is instead of playing a wide receiver in the NFL, she's decided that she's going to be with Houston Powder Coaters, and she prefers that, if you want to know the truth, because she gets to help people. She gets to help not only businesses, people, everybody. You're helping everybody. So here's the deal: Houston Powder Coaters is expanded to concrete. Okay, you want to get your garage. You want to do your garage. You want it stamped. It's beautiful. I mean, painted and stamped, and they can do all kinds of great artwork for you. If you want yours to stand out, make it a little bit different, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. If you want to save your patio furniture, they're here for you. If you want to save car parts or boat parts, anything metal that you want to save, you want it to look great, you want it to look new again, and trust me, it will look new again. It is awesome. There is a company that has these waffle irons that when they manufacture them and they send them all to Houston Powder Coaters, and Houston Powder Coater, they coat them. They powder coat them, and then they put them on market for there. You got a business that you need stuff, and we want it to be great and powder coated. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. All of these things are happening every single day. It's the #1 powder coating company in the city. Free pickup and delivery. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
You're back in the Veritex community.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, hour number 2. Headlines, well, not much from yesterday unless you're a Masters fan, and I'm a Masters fan. Justin Rose played great. Scottie Scheffler was really, I mean, you got some big names at the top of the leaderboard, so that's good stuff. Justin Rose always plays great.
Who are your any big surprises for you?
Any big surprises for me? Well, Lucas didn't play well, but I'm kind of dumb. I was a kind of a dumb pick because Lucas hits the ball right to left, and this is a left to right course.
I already knew that. That's why I disregarded that when you said that.
Yeah,
Lucas Glover. That's stupid.
Lucas is really good. He's playing great, but this course just doesn't suit him. Well, it was a little surprising that Nick Dunlap shot 90. He is the third player in Masters history under the age of 50 to shoot 90 or higher in a round. Charlie Kunkel and Frank Suchek in 1956 and 1954 were under 50, and they shot 95 and 90.
That's the last time it happened?
Yeah.
Ooh.
A player under 50 shot 90.
Wow. That
doesn't
doesn't sound like that's very good.
Well, how about Freddie Couples shooting one under at 65 years old?
That's incredible. That's the story of the first round to me.
Yeah, he is the second oldest player to shoot under par in any Masters round. 2 years ago, he became the oldest player ever to make the cut at the Masters at 63. So that's pretty cool. Freddie can still play. He said, man, I can still get today a hell of a round. I'm exhausted. I can play golf. I can play around here. If the weather's like this and not hard, I can. As long as I don't do crazy things, I can shoot 73 or 74 or 75. And that's not embarrassing myself at all. No, that's not embarrassing, Fred. That's awesome. Way to go. Freddie.
One of the coolest golfers that's ever played.
Ever. Freddie.
Boom Couples.
He loved sitcoms. He laid on the couch, eat Cheetos, and watch sitcoms.
He is unbothered. He would in today's day and age, you'd be like, I don't know that he cares about golf because he's just like, oh, that's great. Well, I wish Freddie would throw a club and show more emotion. No, that's not his style. He's good. He's under control. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Your boy John Rahm's not playing well.
No, John Rahm is not playing well. No, Koepka's 2 over. It's so there's some big names out there, but hey, that's the first round. You never know where you're going to come from.
However, as was mentioned yesterday, over the last 20 years, the winner has come from the top 10 after the first round. So names like Justin Rose, Charlie Connors, Steven Scheffler,
Corey Connors,
Lori Oberg.
Ludwig Oberg.
All those guys. Bryson.
Corey Connors, Scottie Scheffler.
Aaron Rye, who you can't stop saying bad things about.
Aaron Rye wears 2 gloves.
Oh, no, this is round 2, yeah. Harry English.
Well, no, he was at the top.
Jason Day.
Yeah.
Arnold Bhatia.
Akshay Bhatia. Right.
Where's my guy? Minwoo Lee. There he is, tied for 11th. Just right there in striking. There I am again, about to pick another winner.
Yeah. No. You never know. Right. You never know. But Min Woo could do it.
We were joking about Bubba Watson. He was 1 under.
Yeah, Bubba can play.
I thought Bubba Watson was cooked.
Why do you think he's cooked?
Because you told me yesterday he was.
Well, no, he's not going to win it, but he's still. And by the way, lefties win here. Phil's got 3. Mike Weir, Bubba Watson. Lefties play well here.
Justin Rose at age 44 shot.
This course suits lefties just fine.
Yeah, does Justin have the kind of game, Justin Rose, to hang on to it?
He's a little bit older. I'm not sure that he's got the stamina for 4 rounds to play like this, but we'll see. I mean, the younger guys, the DeChambeaus and the Schefflers, and they're overpowering the course. I'm not sure Justin is hitting it. And he just played fantastic. He was just fabulous. He was just unbelievable. So I don't know. He's got this in him. We'll see. I mean, listen, 7 under, he could shoot even par today, and he'll still be up in the top 4.
So I guess the weather was really good yesterday, huh?
Perfect.
Yeah,
and all week long it's supposed to be. There's going to be low scores out there.
So
but you know what? But the Masters leaderboard. Well, what's going on at Augusta is what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on at Augusta? So, at the best leaderboard in the game is not. I mean, who can give you a better leaderboard, Chris Vernon or Jim Nantz?
Chris Vernon.
I mean,
from Grind City Sports at Memphis.
That's right, Chris Vernon. For those of you who never seen Chris Vernon, he's wearing sunglasses, a green jacket. He's got all these medals on, and he's got chains.
Yeah.
And he's got all of these animals.
Stuffed animals. This has been going on now for like 8 years.
Not stuffed animals, but actually people.
Oh, yeah, people dressed like furries.
Yeah.
And they're dressed up, and they're dancing, and he's got a putter in his hands, and he has – what's the Memphis music called, Del? It's not trap. I don't know what the music is, but it's – and actually the song is not by a Memphis artist that he uses. But he gives a Masters update, and his producer, it's been going on for like 8 years, and his producer, he only does it, I think, on day 1. And his producer will ad-lib in different things and tell him what the scores are. And it's literally he's asking his producer, well, hey, what's the score? It's in the middle of the round. It's in the afternoon is when they do this. Mm-hmm. And here's Chris Vernon's version of it in 2025.
The 2025 Masters.
Well, Dal, you got to put
this last
2 minutes
minute.
in.
The Masters
it's
is
2
right
minutes
spring.
in. It's 2 minutes in before he starts the actual his update. So yeah, he does a really long intro about how
it's getting longer and longer.
Yeah, it is. It's way too long. So that's about 2 minutes in. He goes, now let's go.
That
beat.
Yeah, it's the 2025 Masters. Don't keep your wings split. Pop, 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 pop. Jim Nantz, pimentos and cheese, dogwoods and azaleas. The 2025 Masters. You better duck.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
What's going on at Augusta? What's going on at Augusta? What's going on at Augusta? That's what's going on at Augusta. Scotty Shepard 3 under. Scotty Shepard 3 under. Tyrell Hatton 3 under. Tyrell Hatton 3 under. Justin Rose is 3 under. Justin Rose is 3 under. Joaquin Neiman 2 under. And that's what's going on at Augusta. Scott Van Pelt in the booth. Scott Van Pelt is the truth. SPF 50 so that head won't burn. SPF 50 so that head won't burn. Scott Van Pelt in the booth. Scott Van Pelt in the booth. Scotty Shepard 3 under. And that's what's going on at Augusta. Scotty Shepard 3 under.
That's the best update there is. The best update that there is.
I don't know what this means.
What'd he say?
Legs everywhere, but the sun. I don't know. I couldn't understand when I watched it the first time. I didn't know what he was talking about. Legs everywhere with the ball don't drag. I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, here it is. There's Colin Morikawa.
Morikawa uses power. Morikawa loses power. If he lose, he ain't talking. If he lose, he go walking. No quotes but jokes. No
No quotes for dopes.
If he lose, he ain't talking.
If he lose, he ain't talking.
If he lose, he gon' walk.
All right.
All right.
If he lose, he
There it
ain't
is.
talking. It's really a lot
Yeah.
of it is visual too. You have to see it.
Yeah.
It's gotten
Well, he's
more
got
and
a
more extravagant
frog.
every year.
He's got a frog. He's got a dog. He's got a bear. He's got a. I mean, there's all kinds of these animals dressed. People dressed up in animal costumes. Yeah, it's fun. That's the gotta. It's obligatory. You got to play at least a little bit of Chris Vernon after the first round. All right, we got to take a break here. There's some other news going on here, draft news, and we'll see what Lance thinks about their spot after a little bit of controversy here. But right now, you woke up this morning and you went, oh my goodness, my hairline is receding. Wow, oh my goodness, I'm starting to worry. I'm worrying. One of the things that's bad for you is the worry about your hairline, okay? That makes it worse. It does. Okay, the bald spot is growing. Oh my goodness, I'm worried about it. Now your hair is starting to fall off because you're worrying. Okay, here's the deal. Do it now. Don't wait until it's all out and then go, well, I want to go see Doc Linville now. No, you do it now. You do it now before you've shaved your head already. It's over for you. You're done. Okay, you can't regrow that because it's too much to do. Go to see Doc Linville as it's starting. Get the PRP to stimulate the growth, or he can actually replace. Now, it may not be too late. Let Doc decide. 975hair.com. He's helping more guys. He's one of the biggest. He's one of the best. I think the process is the best. I loved it. Neografting is the best way to go about this thing. Do not get the cutting and pasting. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
That's what's going on.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone,
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Lance, what are you making of the Isaiah Bond stuff?
That he's not
What's
getting
the
drafted.
word on the street of where how this is affecting
That he's not
him?
getting drafted.
He's not getting drafted.
First
he
of all,
posted a $25,000 bail. He says he's innocent.
Well, tell people what the story is.
Well, so he was accused of I don't want to say it wrong. What he was accused. Sexual assault warrant. He had a sexual assault warrant. He turned himself in into the Frisco Police Department. He says it's completely false. He's in full cooperation with the authorities and will remain a willing and active participant in the investigation. So this is the kind of thing NFL. Where was he before this?
That's the problem. Like, he has borderline first, early second round talent.
Wow.
Most people
He'll
thought,
get drafted.
well, now he was not going to get drafted there. I had slotted him in the third. So here's the problem. Alabama doesn't like him and Texas doesn't like him. So this is coming directly from every team I've talked to. One person told me that he is universally disliked by everyone they came in contact with. So anybody that talked about anybody that had, and this isn't coming from me. This is coming from people in the league, and there's nobody who had a positive. They all said he's going to fall. Nobody likes him. Nobody likes him. I don't know anything about him. I know he's super talented. I know that I thought that he has Jalen Waddle type characteristics and potential talent. I didn't think Texas used him very well. I know he had an ankle issue, but Quinn just really didn't look at him even when he was healthy. But Quinn also might not have looked at him maybe because he didn't like him. You know, maybe there's some of that too. Maybe he didn't love Isaiah Bond either, and he really liked Matthew Golden. Human interaction is a big deal too. So, but now, so you have a guy so teams are hearing from two different college teams that he played for that they didn't care for him, and now you have to deal with this. Might as well push him off the board, maybe 5th, 6th, 7th round because of the talent. But I think he's going to fall. Kyron Lacey did not run well. I don't think the LSU wide receiver, who at one point was considered to be a first or second round talent, I don't think he gets drafted now.
Too.
Yeah,
he's
I don't
exactly.
The juice doesn't work to squeeze, and then you don't work at, like, if he ran a 4.3, he's getting drafted. He ran like a 4.6. He ain't getting drafted.
An attitude the whole time.
Yep.
He's had an attitude, bro.
Yeah, so he's another one.
He's a good player. I didn't even think he was their best wide receiver. I don't know. Well, his attitude was. Where's he going? What do you think?
I don't think he gets drafted.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He didn't run well.
Yeah,
like I said, the juice
talent.
isn't worth. If you got an attitude and you're slow, for what? Why are they going to draft you? For what?
Wow.
Like for what? So if he gets drafted, it'll be late. It'll be late day 3 if he gets drafted. But if you're considered a problem and you don't have a lot of physical ability and explosive traits, they don't mess with you. No one wants problems. Kelvin Sampson already tried to tell you, we don't recruit problems. No one wants problems. Now, if you can really go, we'll deal with your problems.
Those are wide receivers, and wide receivers are problems.
Yeah, wide receivers across the board, and you're a problem coming in and you can't even run, and you're dealing with driving stuff that may have cost somebody their life. No thanks. No thanks.
Yeah.
I'm going to mention, so I've got a list of some of the top 30 visits that have been in for the Texans. I'm going to run down, but first let's get this phone call in from Keith.
Hey guys, big NFL news today. Ravens legend Joe Flacco is back in Cleveland. Made a playoff start for the Browns a couple of years ago. Who's going to win that job? Is it Pickett or Flacco? Are they drafting the quarterback? And when does Aaron Rodgers sign with Pittsburgh?
Aaron, what a surprise. Aaron's becoming a diva that's making it hard on a team. What a shock. I guess he really learned his lesson.
Shador visited the Steelers. He said we didn't even mention Aaron Rodgers. I think that might be a possibility if he's around. Maybe the Steelers take Shador. But yeah, we mentioned Joe Flacco a little bit earlier. I think he changes the entire course of the NFL. Not just kidding. It doesn't matter. He probably Kenny Pickett or Joe Flacco. Wow, what a choice! What a choice. The Browns have got to do something about the position. They've got to do something. That's
don't draft a guy you don't believe in. That doesn't make any sense.
No.
You want to have 3 more years of average to below, well, not even average to below average? I wouldn't.
Right.
I'd rather wait until these next few quarterback drafts are way better drafts.
Yeah, but Deshaun is coming back after this year.
I know, and he said he's like, he's ready to prove people wrong too.
Right. Yeah. So you got that. I'm sorry, you got that solved already because Deshaun's going to prove everybody wrong. So that's on me. I just contradicted myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thanks, Keith, for the Joe Flacco update. We had that a little bit earlier in the show, Keith. So maybe
who's going to win the job?
All 3 hours.
Pickett.
It'll be flat. Who's going to win the job between Kenny Pickett?
That's
and Joe
the question
Flacco?
he asked.
Pickett.
Oh my gosh! Like who's gonna win the job for the Astros in right field? I mean,
well,
who cares?
Keith does.
Who's gonna win the second base job? Dubon or Rogers?
Well, actually, that's that. We do actually care about that.
Jake or Chaz?
Don't we actually care?
One?
Wait, don't we actually care who's in the lineup every day?
Jake or actually, Jake isn't playing badly. Actually, Jake's doing okay. I'm going to go Flacco beats out Kenny Pickett. Okay. He was comeback player of the year
in 2023.
Just 2 years ago.
And what happened last year?
Comeback player of the year brought him to the playoffs where the Texans exposed him. But you're not going to beat the Texans in the playoffs.
Not at home in the wild card round. You're not.
Not normally.
No, you're not.
Unless you're the Chiefs.
No, you're not.
Or the Colts that one time.
All right. So let me.
Chiefs or Colts, but they're not the Chiefs or the Colts.
That's right.
I promised this a little while back. Let me go through some of these top 30 visits. I don't have all 30 of them. Some of them are going to be a little quiet. And well, actually a lot. Most teams don't take all 30 anyway, so it doesn't matter. Here's who I have. When I look at this, they're looking at top 3 round picks. Kyle Williams. Probably a 2nd round wide receiver, maybe 3rd from Washington State. Very fast. Steve Smith told me he's as tough. He said he is the way I was and the way I was as a football player. He goes, that's the same way Kyle Williams is. Very, very tough, no nonsense guy. D'Amico kind of guy. Can really run. Wide receiver. TJ Sanders, defensive tackle. He's going to be a 2nd round pick. Could be. He's not big. He's like 305. Fits their mold, obviously. Matthew Golden was a visit. I don't see him as a serious contender at 25. I think he'll be gone. Josh Connerly, probably 1st, could be a 2nd. He's a left tackle who may have to start off playing guard. He hasn't started very long in college, but he is a potential Texan. I had to think about him a little bit at pick number 25. Isaiah Bond going off the board. Elijah Arroyo, tight end, Miami, another 2nd round pick. You've got Charles Grant, who's an offensive tackle from William & Mary, super athletic, really fast, really long arms, needs to get a lot stronger, needs to add more weight on his body. I think he's basically a redshirt player the first year because physically he has to get built up. Could be a zone scheme guard. I think the Texans must be looking at him as a future left tackle, but he's a 3rd round pick. Alfred Collins, University of Texas, has gained a lot of weight over the process. A lot heavier than he had been. He's in the 330s now. He played at 305 just a couple years ago, and he was quicker and I thought maybe better. He didn't test well at the combine. I thought he might slip into the 3rd, but I've been told he'll still go in the 2nd. But big guy too, so it could be a 2nd rounder. Quinshon Judkins, 2 running backs. Quinshon Judkins, who's a 2nd, won't be there for the Texans by the end of the 2nd, I don't think. So he's an interesting one. And then Caleb Johnson, who is maybe 2nd, could be 3rd, who's a zone scheme back out of Iowa. So they have 2 running backs. Both of them are day 2 picks. Most of these guys I'm giving you are day 2 picks. Tyler Booker is probably a 1st round guard, but could fall into the 2nd. I think Tyler Booker might be the leader in the clubhouse. If all the guys are on the board, he is swarm as swarm gets. Tough, physical, and the team leader and badass in the Alabama locker room. This is a guy that fits. It's Alabama. It's the Power 5. He plays guard. He's big. He's physical. He's tough. He's a leader. Everything that D'Amico wants in his offensive line room is Tyler Booker. Jaden Blue, wide receiver, Texas, probably a 3rd rounder. He's got the Jahmyr Gibbs bump. He's extremely fast. Ran into 4.2s at his pro day.
You said wide receiver.
You guys have all watched. I'm sorry, running back, but he's a receiving running back. Like, the reason he's getting pushed up is his ability to cause havoc out of the backfield as a pass catcher. Chase Lunt, 4th round offensive tackle, could be a guard. He didn't do anything for me. Savon Ravel, East Carolina, long, fast, playmaking cornerback, could sneak into the 1st round, maybe second. Yeah, maybe second. Could sneak into the 1st. Outside shot that he'd be the 25th pick, but I mean, if he did that, then you're moving Kamar Lassiter down to the
Tyler Booker's there and Savon is there. There's no way they take the East Carolina guy.
No, I don't. Well, I don't think they take corner over offensive line. Olu Oladejo is a kind of a
Dell's
tough
people.
Yeah, a tough guy from your people, Dell.
Why is he my people?
Olaleye.
Those are different names.
Oh, your name is Olaleye?
No, it's not actually. It's different from my name and different from his name as well. Yeah,
it's a lot like it. If someone was named Grabato, I would
just
say,
because you got your Italian thing when anyone's name who ends with a vowel, that's one of yours. That ain't how all of us operate. Like Scaramucci, one of my people. That's not how I think.
Peeps.
I don't think that way.
Peeps.
Like I'm like
that
Adebayo, one of my people. Others, I won't, just because I pick and choose. I'm very selective.
Oh, well, this guy's an Olaleye.
He's not. I'm not an Olaleye, and he isn't either. And by the way, he isn't either.
Oladejo, and he'll be a maybe late second, probably or third, but he's an edge player. So that one kind of got me a little bit. Alan Walker, inside linebacker, HBCU, ran a 4.89 40. I can't imagine. He's a PFA. There's no way he gets drafted. And then Gray Zabel. They've had a couple meetings with him, and Gray Zabel is very much in consideration, I think, at 25. He can play center. He can play guard. He's a former tackle. He's a good pass protector, shorter arms to play. He can't play tackle, but physical, good in pass pro, had a phenomenal Senior Bowl. So most of these guys, John, look, first, second, fourth, second, third, first, second, third, second, first, second. Like, they're looking at guys. They're bringing in guys. Some teams bring in guys that they just want to curry their favor for, when they become PFAs. They're basically trying to come in and use it as a recruiting process to get the PFAs ready for when they don't get drafted. The Texans are looking at real guys in the first 3 rounds is what they're looking at in their top 30 visits. They're not doing a lot of recon for, post-draft, trying to bring guys in or trying to get medicals on day 3 players who they didn't have medicals on, who didn't go to the combine. They're looking at a bunch of combine guys. So they're trying to find real guys is what they're using their top 30s for. Different teams will use different things.
I want them to get real guys. That's what I want. That's great. That is great. That's a good strategy. Get real guys.
Well, it's your top 30. Are you going to bring guys in? Some people will hide their interests, so they won't bring a player in top 30. I want to see if the Texans brought in Will Anderson for a top 30 visit. Well, it's interesting because if we look at
they would have, because they had the second overall pick. Why wouldn't they bring in? I mean, I don't think.
Well, sometimes you don't bring it. You just don't bring it. Last year of their top 30s, you have Javon Bullard, Kalen Bullock was a top 30, and he ended up being drafted by the team. Let's see, a bunch of running backs got brought in.
Well,
Jamal Hill was drafted by the Texans, and he was a top 30 visit. So they draft. They don't try to hide anything. They have all the positions of need in here. I'm looking at what they did last year, and they're all positions they needed.
We've also seen them draft guys that they didn't even. The guy was shocked because they didn't even talk to him.
Not the last 2 years, is it?
Yeah, they had a guy. Who was it? Maybe it was 3 years ago that he said, "Yeah, I had no idea. I never."
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that happens all the time too.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, in general, some teams, like the Texans, aren't afraid to hide stuff.
Will Anderson did visit.
Yeah, they're looking at guys. Yeah, that's interesting. They use their top 30
second overall. It would be it would be you had to bring in Will Anderson. You had the second overall pick. So
who went first that draft was Bryce Young. Now it was up for grab. Like we weren't sure who the first pick was going to be for a little while, but it was kind of between the quarterbacks. So Will Anderson, no one can scoop in front of you if you're a two. You're in a two.
We gotta go, and Art brings up a good point. Lance does love really packing in information at the end of the segment. I was trying to figure out who you're like.
I do that.
You're like the kid at the end of a class where the professor goes, but before we wrap it up, anyone got any questions? And Lance is like, I do.
The person who asks questions in meetings that are about to wrap up.
Yeah, and he keeps us here for an extra 6 minutes.
Hey, everyone, keep your mouth shut. At the end of the meeting, no one asks questions.
Well, that's
and
you.
You're that guy.
You're the one asking the question
all the time.
Yeah, but we don't really have break times.
Well, kind of we do.
Well,
now it's time for one.
But you know what? And it's time to talk about women now. That's all you do. Oh, this guy and that guy, this guy. What about the women that are out there playing, busting their butt, trying to be the greatest, trying to win a major? That's at the Chevron Championship. Teeing it up for a brighter future. How about Chevron, putting their name on this thing, and, oh, by the way, donating proceeds to Woodlands teachers. Oh, we don't like teachers? Yeah, we love teachers. So let's go. The teachers are the backbone of the community, and they're doing something about it. Some of the proceeds of charity go into that. It's coming up April 24th through the 27th, all right? Right out there at the Woodlands, the club at Carlton Woods, the Chevron Championship at the Nicholas Course. Just beautiful, beautiful facility. I love it. I really do think that the Woodlands are best. That's our best facility, the Fazio and the Nicholas, and they playing it at the Nicholas, and it's proven. I mean, we got a major. We got the first major of the year here, right here, and you can see it right there. Go to thechevronchampionship.com. You can get into the tents behind. They got beautiful tents and with all kinds of accommodations, food and drink, and it's just wonderful. Great place to entertain or to bring clients, and also they got great golf. Great golf. So you're looking for the best way to get your daughter out there and let her see competition at the highest level. You see it too. thechevronchampionship.com. Mama? Wendy? When? we not have any? Dell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros tonight at home against the Angels, Rockets in LA against the Lakers. So we got those two games to keep an eye on. I'm not so sure the Rockets game is all that important. They're already locked in. It's important to the Lakers because they want to be the 3 seed playing the 6 seed. Right now, they would be playing Golden State. I'm not sure they want to play Golden State, but that's neither here nor there for us. Who cares? But that's who the Rockets would play in the second round after they win their first round game. Minnesota's playing pretty well right now. They might play Golden State. I mean, it's crazy. They could play the Clippers. I doubt it'd be the Nuggets that they would play, but that's it's still a possibility. It's crazy right now as we come down to the last 2 games of the NBA season tonight and Sunday for most every team. So here we go. And the
Wait a minute.
need to.
Do you think the good doctor who just called in wants to hear you talk about basketball?
The good doctor's here?
He just called in. You think he's here to listen to you talk about basketball?
Well, I'm sure the good doctor loves some good basketball.
Never heard him bring up basketball.
Well, let's see if the good doctor.
They peed in Ray's. Did you see what happened in Ray's Creek?
Well,
listen, I don't know if that's a scuttlebutt down there. I don't know what y'all guys are talking about right now. But whatever you're doing, I'm calling radio stations from across the world to make sure, especially anyone, that's south of, I guess, I don't count Oklahoma. Anything south of that, we're going to make sure that everyone starts calling their senators and the congressmen to get rid of that guy that peed in Ray's Creek. This is an absolute outrage. And if you haven't heard about it, which I'm sure you have, you guys got to be watching this Masters. This is going to be the most outrageous Masters what they ever had. A man actually put pee inside of Ray's Creek. This is tantamount to terrorism. And I'm absolutely flabbergasted at the absolute unmitigated gall of how foreigners are taking advantage of our country now. This is why the portions have got to take place. We got to get this guy out of there. Trump needs to fly a plane in there today, and let's get them all out. Justin Rose, too. He's all right. We'll let Justin Rose stay. But the guy what peed there. What's next? Now we're going to have somebody at Azaleas going to put a dookie out in the fairway of Azalea. Is that what we're doing? Amen corner. Somebody's putting a dookie. Somebody's going to make some sweet romance on a golden fur on that hole. What are we doing with? I don't understand what's going on now in this country. It's all gone to hell in a handbasket. Hello?
That's the foreigners coming in here, Dr. Cogslaughter. They come in here
and
they think they can ruin our country.
I put the wall up. We should have put the wall up. I knew it. Because now they're peeing in Ray's Creek.
Mm-hmm. Well,
we need to put a wall up around the Masters is what we need to do. If we put a wall up around the Masters, we're going to keep all of them out.
Well, they do have a wall around the Masters. I don't know if you heard, but they do. You can't
Nothing
see
but
any.
Lucas Glover winning the championship, the title. No more Chaufflets and Cheflets. None of that stuff. It's just going to be regular people who wear regular clothes and eat regular food. I'm tired of all this Micamamo and all this other stuff going on here.
Well, Lucas is 6 over. I'm not sure he's going to be winning the Masters.
Well, not him necessarily, but people like him.
Well, what about a Hiroshi Tai? He's there.
No, next.
Or a Colin Morikawa?
Next.
Well, he's
American. Like I said, regular food.
How about an Akshay Bhatia?
No, next. Most of them, I don't even like the leaderboard. It's a disgrace just to even look at the leaderboard anymore.
Well, Corey
Remember when they had persimmon drivers and the leaderboard looked exactly the way it was supposed to? Remember that? When the persimmon drivers and you knew you was going to get somebody with some pomade in their hair and a nice, wearing a regular sweater, a regular belt, regular shoes. We weren't doing any of this upside-down hat nonsense or peeing in Ray's Creek. This is an absolute outrage and a disgrace. This country has absolutely fallen off because that's the last thing we had was Ray's Creek.
That's it
was the last untouched vestige of history. This is Southern history. I know y'all don't count Texas. Y'all ain't real South. This is real South. Y'all ain't real South. You don't understand how big that is for Ray's Creek to get pissed in.
Well, you think he's the first person that's ever peed in Ray's Creek? This is what you think?
It's absolutely. They need snipers. They need that. What they're going to have to build is guard towers up there with snipers bullets. Just put it just right down there. Snipers. Just taking out anyone that tries to poo or pee or do sexual intercourse stuff on this course. Absolutely not. This isn't Phoenix. The hell's going on here? See what you've done, Phoenix? You make people think they can do any old thing just because you grow beard and you try to have orgies on your course, people running around jumping in the sand trap. If it was my course, I'd have snipers up there and take them all out.
I just don't know that the punishment fits the crime, but okay.
Oh, it fits the crime, okay? It fits the crime. This crime ain't never been committed ever. Peeing in Ray's Creek.
Yeah, it was.
I remember when they were good, like Chichi Rodriguez. He was a good one.
He was one of the good
ones. He never
ones?
peed on nothing.
What? How do he didn't pee?
Chichi never peed on nothing. He was a golf hustler. That's fine. I respect that. But Chichi was a good one doing good things. Remember that? He was real funny. He'd make jokes. He wore a nice hat and all that. He was respectful.
Right. No. It's almost
Bernhard Langer. He was a good one. Bernhard Langer never caused problems for nobody. Kept his willy in his pants.
It's
Nick
almost
Faldo.
like
I like Nick Faldo just fine too. He ain't never hurt. He ain't never touched anyone. Just peed inside of toilets like a regular person. And did you hear that fella said he'd do it again? He said, well, yeah, people saw me peeing. I just pulled out my Johnson and just started whizzing all over Ray's Creek. Do it again if I had the chance. If they don't come and get him around the throat with a telephone cord, just strangle him to death, then I don't know what they're doing over there anymore.
Well,
I'm madder than a monkey on a Sunday. This is crazy to me.
It's a little urine. It blends in. I'm pretty sure it's dissipated now, and no one can even
So
tell.
you want somebody peeing all over your front yard?
No,
is that what you're doing now? You want somebody whizzing all over your kitchen counter?
You're asking the wrong guy, because I don't mind where I'll pee wherever.
Goodbye.
Man, God, Doc was riled up, Del. He said Chi-Chi's one of the good ones. He's a good one. Wow.
I caught the back end. I left the control room and I heard Chichi Rodriguez. I don't know where that came from, but
Chi-Chi didn't pee on people
because he's one of the good ones.
He's one of the good ones.
One of the good foreigners, one of the good golfers. What do you mean?
Bernhard Langer, Chi-Chi, Nick Faldo.
Okay. What about Greg Norman?
Oh no, we don't like. I don't think he likes Greg Norman. He kind of broke up the tour. So
okay. So there, but he never peed.
And he's Australian. He'll pee anywhere.
But even Greg Norman's never peed. Where that Spaniard is that the guy? Is that where he's from? Spain.
He's a Spaniard. Yeah.
Even Greg Norman didn't pee where the Spaniard peed.
No, but the course is not open to the public. I'm pretty sure that at some point, one of the members. It's been just white men for almost ever. I'm pretty sure that at some point, one of the members had to pee. They don't have those porta potties out there on the non-tournaments. So I'm pretty sure somebody's peed in Ray's Creek before.
While you're doing that,
who would pee at the Masters? Don't you? Even you treat it with respect.
Yeah. No.
Well, and you're as disrespectful as it gets.
That's
true. I am, and I wouldn't do that. Even I wouldn't do that.
So, John, you had a rant about the Aggies and the lack of appeal of what are those guys called yell leaders at the football games. So, Aggie baseball having a disappointing year, but they're on television. They were just on television for something they did last night. One of their guys had a Masters jacket on, a green one, having an interview during the game with the broadcast crew. But he also was shirtless and had the catapult thing that looks like a bra. If you don't know what it is, it looks like a sports bra. So the visual was him in the catapult top, a green Masters jacket on, and his regular baseball pants and spikes, and he had a golf club on. I don't know how it came about. I guess it's just their celebration. You think would the Masters be offended by that particular look? Because it just looks like he's wearing a bra under a Masters jacket.
Well, I'm sure he's not going to be getting an invite as a patron anytime soon.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah. See, but you can do anything you want, but you're not one of us, okay?
As long as you keep that riffraff and nonsense away from the course.
He's a scallywag, and we don't need him around. And did you see, speaking of which, Bucky McMillan, the new A&M basketball coach, he said Texas A&M is a cult, and it's a good thing. It's a good cult. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a cult in a good way, right?
Let's name the good cults.
Go on. Start.
They said it's almost like a cult in a good way, though. Like, it's like if you're in, you're in.
He's not.
And that's
he's
like
not
their
last
way of saying, hey, if you're in, you're in. And that's like they're saying, like, howdy, you're a believer. I'm a believer.
No.
Like, we're on the same page, right? We believe in this place.
A believer, a cult, but a good cult in a good way.
But a good cult.
He doesn't. They
Not
hate
the kind
being
that
called a
drinks
cult.
Kool-Aid.
They hate being called a cult.
Well,
this guy will not last for
They'll
long.
learn him.
He better win 28 games next year.
He better learn quick.
Because you think that but a good cult, guys.
But the good cult.
Did he call us the C word?
Is this the first good cult? Where are the other ones? Bucky, name another cult that's you think is
name a good cult.
This is the simple way you make sure he doesn't ever do this again. Bucky, name us a good cult. Go on.
The Aggies.
Nah, name another one.
Quentin Nelson.
Name another one.
Quentin Nelson.
What? I said cult, not colt.
Oh, okay.
Cult.
Name another good cult, and if he can't name one, then he
Manning.
knows. Then he knows he made a mistake.
Cult.
Wow.
Dell is saying it like a cult. But it's
Cult.
Yeah, I can't think of good cults. Good cults I can think of, but not a cult.
Yeah, that's awful hard.
It is, but it's a cult, but a good one. Like howdy, weird stuff like that.
Give me another one.
This guy really screwed up
If
right
you
off the
can't
bat.
give me another one,
Duval.
No,
that's a
Liam
terrible
Cohen.
cult.
Yeah, like this kid, he immediately calls him a cult. I can't think of anything worse. Look, we're behind Texas, yeah, and we're a cult, but a good cult, and we don't mind being behind Texas. Okay, we're kind of like their little brother. What? What did this new basketball coach just say?
Now?
We're a cult and we're behind Texas. If that guy doesn't get pee in his front yard, I don't know what you Aggies are doing. Go get him.
Set a standard. You can't let him get away with that.
You can't let him get away.
Besides, he's just a basketball coach anyway. It's not that
This
important.
isn't Jimbo. You're not going to owe him as much money.
Yeah.
It's a good cult.
No such thing.
Not the bad kind.
I mean, that sex cult bordered on being a good cult, except for all the servitude and slavery thing.
It really didn't.
You think about a cult where you get to have sex. Isn't that great? Except for them forcing the women to do it. And
you mean they only have sex with Keith?
Yeah. Keith Raniere.
You didn't have sex. You mean Keith got all your girls?
Yeah.
Heaven's Gate cult? Is that what that one was?
No, it's that.
Wasn't Raheel in a good
like that? I don't know
sex
what it's
cult?
called.
What's that?
Wasn't Raheel in a good sex cult?
No, that was the one he was invited to, but really they were just there for his wife. But
Keith
Raniere.
That was there's two different cults I'm getting mixed up. The Heaven's Gate cult.
That's a different one.
And then you have the other cult, which basically, to our point, no good cults.
Yeah, where the actress was doing the recruiting for the sex cult.
You have Jim Jones.
You keep
then
going.
you have the one where they burned each other, where they all got
it's a bad one.
Burned up by the government running in on Waco. There's another cult.
That wasn't a great one. That's not a
That
great
is the point. There are no great ones.
Yeah. All right, you know what's great? Employee pricing, because you get what the employees get. That's what's happening right now at Chastain Ford. No dealer add-ons, no markups ever. Ford is doing this, and Chastain is passing it along to its people. But here's the deal: is The other Ford dealerships, I'm not sure are doing it. First of all, but what they're doing after they give you employee pricing is they want to add on. Okay, let's put the nitrogen in the tires. Let's tint the windows. Let's get the leather seats. Let's get the sunroof. And you're like, wow, what happened to that employee pricing? It's all gone. Well, no BS at Chastain Ford. They ain't doing that. They ain't adding on. They're not. No. What they tell you the price is, that's the price. No markups, no hidden fees, just honest pricing on America's best-selling trucks. ChastainFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. You want employee pricing. You know what? Employees get the best deal. If you work there, you deserve it, right? You get the best deal. It's like if you work at a burger place, oh, I get to eat for half price. Or they let me eat for free. Well, they ain't giving you these trucks at Chastain Ford, but they're going to give you the price that the employees pay for it. And that's awesome. ChastainFord.com. You're looking for a great way to get into that Ford SUV or truck right now. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. Did you combine?
Allstate Windows and Siding is you need to make that call today, frankly, and get started on having your windows assessed and your siding. If you got vinyl siding, if you got wood that's dilapidated, why are you paying to repair the wood? Why are you paying to have the house repainted again? Get it done the right way with a complete siding job from Allstate Windows and Siding. They also have brand new windows, double pane, double strength windows made right here in Texas for our weather. We know that our weather is a little different. It's pretty severe in both directions, and hot, dry, wet, whatever you can think of, hurricane winds. We've got everything. We've got absolutely everything. But what these windows do is they're sealed properly. They're custom fit to your windows. They are sealed properly, and they're going to lower your energy bills. They're really good when it comes to energy efficiency, can improve your energy efficiency up to 60%. All you have to do is make that phone call to Allstate Windows and Siding, 832-204-1936. Have one of their workers come out there. They'll give you an estimate. They measure all the windows. They'll give you an estimate. You can get 30% off of each window when you get a minimum job of 10 windows done. And it's not just the 10 windows you get done or the 30% off. They're going to give you an additional discount when you say you heard about it on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So new windows, new siding, available from a company that's got great customer service and great customer reviews and very transparent pricing, 12 months, no payments, no interest. It's allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Call 832-204-1936.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
We found a good cult.
Bucky McMillan, according to Jason, clean it up, guys. He didn't say it. Yeah, he did. It's in the press conference. There is a link. The story was out there, and there is a link to his press conference. And, yeah, he did say it, Jason. And it's okay. It's okay. It's a good cult, remember? It's a good cult, not the bad kind of cult. I know that Garrett's there now, and you're an Aggie now, okay? How about Chance McClain of all Aggies? I mean, he was so – y'all don't know behind the scenes. He used to say the ugliest things, and then his daughter went there, and he's an Aggie now all of a sudden.
That's generally how it works.
Yeah.
You think one thing, and then someone somehow changes.
That happens in the state.
Yeah.
That happens in the state. Where people, first of all, it's getting harder and harder to get into either one of those schools, but it happens a lot in this state. I've noticed where a family member may be one direction and their kid ends up going a different. I got a good friend of mine, longtime friend, who was an Aggie. He and his wife both Aggies. Their daughter's at Texas. He has no problem with it. I can tell you that my wife, when it was all said and done, my son was considering A&M. He had a $5,000 scholarship there, but he got basically pretty close to a full ride at Alabama.
Your wife would have been okay with him going to A&M.
No. And she's been saying that. She said, thank God he was never an Aggie.
Yeah.
She's really gone off the deep end.
Wow.
I'm not going to have any kids that end up Longhorns, but I got Sebastian telling somebody right in front of me that he really likes A&M and he can see himself being an Aggie.
Well, she already doesn't like him for stuff, so I mean.
He's her little baby boy, so he can get in massive trouble. I get some of the worst messages about him. Some of the worst text messages.
From her?
Oh, God. And then he'll be in the bedroom, laying down by her, and she's like, this is my little baby. He's a scallywag.
How old is he?
What are you doing? 16. He's a scallywag, but she's like her little, he'll just be laying there watching TV, and she's got her arm around his face, and I'm just like, this is a con. What are you doing?
He's a matchstick man.
Yeah, he's a grifter. He's not a serious person.
He's a grifter.
Reagan says, I'm the leader of the Aggie cult. Now, where is that sex party?
Well,
no, you're mixing up your cults.
Two different cults altogether. Maybe Jason's pushing back on this. Bucky McMillan said he was told it was like a cult.
Yes, that's what he's probably pushing back on. He did not call it a cult. He said, I was told it was a cult,
but in a good way.
way.
Yeah, he was told that it was like that from people.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe that's the issue. Either way, he used the word cult in his press conference.
And you, Jason, that's what. I mean, it's not. Aggies are the best. Okay, except Yanni. Aggies are the best, and they're great people. I love a bunch of Aggies, but it's a little cult like
I'm gonna stick with odd. It's odd to me, but I didn't grow up in it, so maybe that's just what it is. You grow up in it. It's not a big deal.
It's different, but I appreciate it a little bit more now that I'm older because I just say, well, I think it's cool that they have traditions and they follow. Some of them writing the score of a football game on a little chalkboard and showing it to the dead dogs in a cemetery or whatever. I think I've got that right.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that one's like, okay.
So after a game that they win, they go up to the dead reveillees and show them the score.
Aggies, if you can't walk on the grass. I know that you're not supposed to walk on the grass. I think it has to do though with the servicemen, Aggies who have served. It commemorates that. So there's a reason for it. There's a reason for everything they do. But some of them are a little different. You have to admit. Now, I think it's cool when they do the saw varsity horns off. I know a lot of people make fun of that. That's a whole stadium swaying back and forth. Like if you can't respect that as a college football fan,
you get 100,000 people to do that at once.
100,000 people. Everyone stands the whole game. They're as loud as any place that I've ever been in from a college stadium all game long, no matter what happens. Like I've got a lot of respect. I got a lot of respect for the Aggies.
At Reveille gravesite, a miniature scoreboard allows past Reveille mascots to watch the games. The original grave sites were obstructed by the stadium, so the special scoreboard was installed to honor the tradition.
See, that's not a good one. That's a bad one. You want to do the saw varsity horns off? That's good. That looks. It's very impressive. You have kids there for a recruiting visit. Very impressive. The dog thing. Don't let recruits see that. Don't let them see the scoreboard for dead dogs. That one's just not hitting the same.
And do something about the yell leaders. I mean,
yeah, I got to tell you, that one is still problematic to this day for me. The yell leader, when you see, y'all have to admit, and there's a lot of Aggies who will tell you this to your face. We don't like this at all.
Yeah.
We like the school. We like a lot of the traditions, the dropping the, senior ring and the beer, and you have to chug the pitcher of beer and all that stuff. They love all that. There's a lot of them that don't love the yell leaders. They respected it maybe when they came in, but now they don't. Like I can tell you, a lot of Aggies hated when Barstool found the video of yell practice and put it out there for the world. I have some Aggie friends who are like, we prayed that stuff would never get out. And then it did.
But enough people have to be all in on that it remains. Yes, maybe your Aggie friends are out on that, but people like it. They show up to that stuff. So
yeah,
it
stands, there's a lot of people who buy in and you don't ever leave. You just buy in. You don't question anything
all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're all in all the time,
Colt, is that what you're gonna say?
Yeah, maybe.
Like don't lead the witness.
Aggies do not like this conversation we're having.
No.
And we're the station for the Aggies.
That's why we like talking about them. Aggie baseball, Aggie football.
Is anybody else talking about the Aggies today? No.
Jason says, I agree. It is a cult. 100%. Trust, there is nothing I hate more than Aggies. The only thing worse is paying your son to be an Aggie. There's a lot of Longhorns whose kids go to Texas A&M. There's no question. Like I said, there are some Aggies whose kids go to Texas. Now, it's a little more rare to see Longhorns go to Oklahoma. I don't know a lot of parents, except Oklahoma, I think, is throwing some money out there. I think they're throwing a little money out there.
I'm pretty sure Texas pays in-state for Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Arkansas, our intern Skylar was talking about a lot of her friends from high school ended up at Arkansas. Arkansas, Alabama, Ole Miss are the three SEC schools that I know of. Yeah. Where they love to bring them some Texas students in.
Yeah, well, Arkansas is harmless, though. They never win anything. So that's harmless to go there.
I mean, they make a little noise here and there, but yeah.
Yeah, but there's no the Arkansas Southwest Conference days are so long ago that there's no rivalry at all with Arkansas anymore.
Well,
Oklahoma,
Southwest Conference,
A&M.
they're all SEC teams now, John. What are you talking about?
Well, I know, but you still don't have a rivalry against them. I mean, there's no rivalry.
No. Not A&M and now there was a Texas-Arkansas rivalry going on pretty good for a while.
Back in the day. It was back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
These
Tom Pender's days.
These kids don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that.
And what do you call the Hogs, John? What do you call them again?
Stupid pigs.
There it is.
Yeah.
Stupid pigs.
Yeah. That's what. Well,
that's an LSU thing, by the way.
Because
everybody,
when they lose games, they're supposed to win to help you, and they just lose.
What game did Arkansas lose that was supposed to help you? What
that would help LSU win the West.
And they didn't get it done for you.
And they didn't get it done. Stupid pig.
Wait a minute. Didn't we start this show talking about how the Rockets? Hey, we ain't got to do stuff for you. We handle our business. But in this case, the stupid pigs need to help you out.
Yeah, but the other teams are going, hey, Rockets, pick it up.
Well,
hey, let's go, Rockets, stupid Rockets. Yeah, that's what they're saying.
Well, maybe if you hadn't lost 3 games early in the year, you wouldn't have to depend on the Rockets. Don't worry about it. As you said, don't worry about it. Minnesota and Memphis, we're better than you.
It depends on which side of that coin you're on.
Yeah,
that's
but
all.
You guys are in the poor people's bracket.
Oh, well,
the play-in.
Even when Arkansas is playing in a bowl game and they're losing, it's SEC. Hey, stupid pigs, pick it up.
Man,
okay?
stupid pigs is disrespectful.
It's one of the more disrespectful
It's the most disrespectful that he can be.
For them, call Hogs, you call them stupid pigs. The Razorbacks, you stupid pigs.
Stupid Colt.
Well, if they're embarrassing the SEC, then that's right.
I'm sorry. Before we go to a break, we have a question for me that says Hall of Fame question for Lance.
Okay.
And I'm assuming it means Texas Radio Hall of Fame.
Go ahead, Elliot.
Good morning, guys. It was just a question for both of y'all, but I saw last night that Dwight Howard is going to get inducted, and maybe I'm living on another planet, but I just thought that was kind of mind-blowing. I think he's a Hall of Very Good, but I would never guess he'd be a Hall of Famer. Am I totally missing the boat on this, or
Nope.
y'all
You're totally
agreeing with me?
totally accurate.
Yeah.
Totally accurate. Did he had all the ability in the world, tremendous physical gifts, tremendous explosiveness. And I think he played to his ability a few years, but fell short of it many years.
Let me give you some of the accomplishments. You'll see.
Okay.
He's not just an 8-time All-Star. He's a 5-time All-NBA first teamer, which means he was the best player at his position for 5 seasons in a row, by the way. He's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. And of course, he's got the all rookie, all that stuff. So when you have those 8 things you've done, it's pretty hard to keep you out. If you're
but I heard a lot more about his explosiveness than I wanted to. If you want to know the truth,
You're going to personal stuff, but
off the floor.
But I don't know. Like to his point, I don't right now that his career is over. Sometimes you forget the good stuff. Like you really do, because the second half of his career, and I mean the second half of his career, he and James didn't end up getting along great. James didn't get along great with anybody, but it was, he kind of was a problem in LA with the Lakers. There were some issues there. He was on the teams when they started to go downward. He was injured a lot. He couldn't get right the knee, and that's not his fault, but I don't know. I don't sit here feeling like he was one of the best that's ever played NBA basketball. And I know he had some great years.
It was because he played for so long.
But he was an incredible athlete. I don't think his game ever got much better.
He played from 04 to 2022. That's a long span to not be at the top of your game and for people to be able to see it. But the first 6-7 years of his career,
right,
he was the
last
first 6 or 7.
Let's say that the second to last year of his Rockets tenure, from his rookie year in 04 to maybe 2015, he was a really, really good player. And then you got another 8 years where it's nothing. So we saw a lot of that, obviously. But the Orlando years, that's where those Defensive Player of the Years came from, where most of the All-NBA stuff came from. Very early, he bloomed, and maybe you say you shouldn't be done as a growing in growth by the time you're 26, but that's kind of what it was. He was probably never better than he was at 24, 25. And you think you get into your prime and get better. That probably never happened for him.
I think you're right. I think 13 and 14 when he averaged 18.3 points a game and 12.2 rebounds a game with Houston. That was really the last time that he was a plus player to me. After that, from a statistical standpoint, he was just okay. 41 games, 71 games, 74 games, 81 games. That's not bad by today's standards, I guess. He's played a long time. He was very physically gifted, maybe the most physically, athletically gifted.
Listen,
he wasn't skilled, but I don't know.
Look at all the big men, though.
By age 28,
the big men in NBA history,
right?
They won. Wilt, and he won one, but whatever, he won. Kareem, Shaq, all the greats. But Bill Russell, he got to the NBA Finals one time.
As a star.
One time.
He does have a title as a second or third big man on that Lakers team from the bubble. But as a star player,
right,
he got one time.
Honestly, does that?
He was
he
had
the resume for
he
him.
was a top 5 MVP vote for 4 straight years. But he was 22, 23, 24, 25. My problem with it is what John's saying. Comparable to other centers. Now Olajuwon and those guys were already out. So that was not a great era of big men when he was playing, but he doesn't really, even to this day, I don't know. He just doesn't.
He got in 12 minutes a game in that Miami.
I'm just telling you what's on the resume, John. So they're going to consider that as part of his resume. He does have
no,
a
it
championship.
sounds, yeah,
It's
it
just
adds
gonna be
to a
part of
resume.
it. Yeah, that's all.
It adds to a resume, but
but that's his resume. You gotta kind of fluff it.
Well, I mean, if you are the 5 times in a row the best player at your position, that's pretty good. And most of Dwight Howard's slander will come from, like we said, the back half. But for the first 8 years of his career, he was one of the best players in basketball. And you can talk about where he didn't develop any post moves. He just was a pick and roll.
No accolades after the age of 28. None. I got a problem with that.
Zero.
Literally
MVPs.
the second half of his career, there's nothing. Other than he finished
MVPs.
9th in 6 Man of the Year voting one year.
Well, he did when he was second in MVP, 4th in MVP,
Not 28 is the year when I mentioned that. I mentioned that 4 straight years where he was top 5 in MVP.
Yeah.
Once you get past that, once you get past the age of 28, where he was 8th, where he was an all-star.
Right.
His second team All-NBA with the Rockets at age 28. After that, no accolades.
And by the way, a lot of centers are playing and playing great into their 30s. I mean, Kareem is winning championships at what?
Yeah, 28. You should not. Now he went straight from high school to the pros.
He played a decade before of that, which is long. Kareem was obviously a Iron Man. He's one of the most unique players of all time. So I don't like. He's one of the best ever. So comparing him to Kareem, he's never going to look good there. I get it, but when you stack up all the things he did early, 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, 5-time All-NBA first team, that's going to make some resumes of guys who are in pale in comparison.
All right, we got to break it here.
Did Alonzo Mourning, is he an MVP? Is he a Hall of Famer?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But we got to go to break.
I don't know. Is he? We got a break right now. We got to talk about Ownwell. We got to talk about your property taxes. We got to talk about you fighting those. And if you don't, it just is. I'm telling you, it's gonna really kill you. Because if you're gonna hold on to this house, if you're gonna be there, and the property taxes, you don't fight them, because if you don't, it compounds. Because the next year is going to go up again. Oh, well, that's okay. No, it's not okay.
Mourning's in the Hall of Fame.
86% of the time, the government is wrong. 86. That's a lot, man. That means you are paying more than you should. 86% of the time, Ownwell wins. Okay, and an average of $1,100. You want that $1,100 in your pocket? Here's the deal: you don't pay them unless you win, and you only pay us percentage. And their percentage is smaller than these other companies that are doing this too. 5-star reviews, hundreds of thousands of happy customers, local tax experts, cutting edge technology, best in class customer support. takes 3 minutes to sign up. The deadline to protest is May 15th. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're running out of time this week. We got a big weekend coming up here. We got Astros and Angels all weekend long. We got Rockets finishing up their season with the Lakers and in Denver. And then we start the playoffs, man. How fun is the playoffs? How much fun is this going to be? Please, please, please advance, Rockets. Let's go.
I know this is really exciting.
We haven't had.
I want the
Rockets
city
in the
to get
playoffs.
behind them, man. Y'all jumped up for the Astros and lots of T-shirts, and everyone was the biggest Astro fan ever as soon as they started winning. How about the Rockets get some of that?
Yeah. I'm not a big red guy though. I think
Color
the Astros
scheme
colors,
wise.
I think the Astros colors really helped them sell shirts in the city.
Yeah.
The blue and orange. Yeah.
Yeah. No. Well, when they went back to orange, took a long time.
Right. I didn't think that brick was. I didn't think that was sellable. What they're doing
That
now,
sucked.
the way this is much better.
That whole
this is
era,
much
I
better.
didn't like it.
And so I don't know that red is a great. So I like a lot of Rockets, but they put out a lot of black stuff. You know, I got a Rockets black jacket that's really cool. So I'm going to be wearing that, and I'm going to wear it. I'm hoping that they play here. Either the Lakers or the Clippers or both. That would be so much fun. And then I'll be our correspondent from here. Go to the games and drink. Probably not go to the locker room or stuff like that, but I'll be there for it. But not work or something like that. No. Who's here? Who's on the line? Chad. Let's get Chad in here. Hey, Chad.
Hey, guys. Yeah, John, that's a perfect segue. It is a big weekend in Houston sports. It's the return of Houston's favorite sports-adjacent festival-like event. That's right. Talking about the sequel, Pokemon 2 Athletic Boogaloo.
What is it? What did you say?
I didn't understand it.
Pokemon.
I heard Electric Boogaloo.
Pokemon 2, Athletic Boogaloo. Houston's favorite sports-like festival adjacent events.
Have you ever been to whatever he's talking about, Lance?
I don't know. What's it called again?
Pokemon.
Pokemon. What's
You remember Pokemon, Swept the City, My Dad Made You Have Me On to promote my event downtown?
Oh. This is a cow?
Chad Dow, sure.
No, it's not. He said, yeah, sure.
No, Chad Cow? I don't know any Chad cows.
Just say exactly what you want to say. Promote it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Just say
Let's go.
exactly what it is.
You guys remember my sports event that was the talk of the town for years? Sure. As you remember, it took place last year at George R. Brown at Discovery Green. This year we've opted to we've opted to revamp it for a more intimate customer experience. So this year we're just going to be at that little turf area in the city center where the little kids run around.
Nice.
But we've got a new we got a new food sponsor.
Oh, that's
we're very
right.
excited
Yeah.
about.
I remember now. Go ahead.
No, of course, who could forget? We've got a new food sponsor we're very excited about. Kim's Son. We got their sister restaurant, Fail Son, being our food vendor there. We've got autograph tents with Houston sports royalty. Prescott, McNair, Brinson Crane, Keaton Fertitta.
None of this.
We've got.
Oh, this is fake.
None of this.
We've got all kinds of fun activities. We've got paddleless ping pong. We've got a inheritance tax avoidance seminar that the kids will love.
Stop. All right, that's enough. By the way, his name is Lawson, not Chad.
Sorry, he called in as a Chad.
Fuck now. Dude, Electric Boogaloo.
What are you doing?
These are your friends who just call in to do
No,
stuff.
I think I know who that is. Yes, I think I know who that is.
Yeah, nice job.
Congratulations.
Kim's Son's sister restaurant.
You set a standard where people just use this show for their own bits.
Hey, it's Friday.
Yeah. It is
Look
a
out
Friday.
weekend, cause here I come. I saw the girl who sings that song.
Disappointed or
Good
thrilled?
Lord. Terrible.
Okay.
Debbie Deb. Just Google it. Play the song, and then there's a video of her singing the song at some festival in New Jersey or whatever, where she's from. It'll give you the blues. It'll give you the absolute blues.
Oh my God!
Age doesn't lose unless it's LeBron.
Right, that's true.
At a time,
or Selma Hayek.
That's true. She continues to win. At a time, Debbie Deb, you might have felt good about, but
yeah.
As people progress, things change.
Or the Bengals girl.
What about her?
She didn't. She beat time.
Oh yeah. What's her
Yeah.
name? Yeah, she was
Susan
Powder.
No, not Susan Powder.
No. John, you don't know. You remember that, Del? Of course you do.
Yes.
What are you, a latchkey kid? How do you know
Of course I
all
was.
this
Of course
crap?
I'm a latchkey kid.
Did you have any parental supervision?
What? This is what
You know every little.
This is what
you
it
know
was.
shows. You know things you shouldn't even know.
I'll give you the setup. I come from a broken home.
Okay.
First off,
that check. You're going to see a lot of TV.
so I was either living with mom or dad, depending on the situation. So I took the bus to school from the time I was about 12 till I got to high school. I wasn't getting rides to school, so I caught that same bus home, whether it be public or the school bus. So of course, had a key in my pocket, and the worst thing you could have happen as a kid was if you lose that key. But if you have the key, you get home and watch TV for hours at a time until your parents come home. That's all. So I saw that stuff. Maury, Susan Powder. Name it, I saw it.
Yeah, Jenny Jones.
When I was
stay up
doing
late enough to watch Jenny Jones.
Yeah.
She was trash too.
Yeah. When I was doing that, Del, I did a lot of the same stuff. Only it was Gilligan's Island and the Dick Van Dyke Show, and so I didn't hate any of the the culture thing going on. Susanna Hoffs.
Yeah,
Susanna
golly,
Hoffs.
man, she had a run.
Yeah, she's still
She had a good run, kind of like
Yeah, she
Selma's having in J-Lo.
Yeah. Yep. Doing good. She's doing good for herself. 713-780-37. And when she goes,
Not Debbie Deb.
no.
Uh-oh. Bring me. What was her name with the hair? Princess Leia. Bring me Leia.
Are you? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Debbie, that looks
that's
like?
not. I should not have said that.
Yes.
Go to the break.
Oh, okay. You just compared her to a hut, and now you want to go to break.
What time is it? Bring me to the break. She's not a
guys.
hut.
For who could not see it on Twitch or
Pizza
Twitter
the Hut.
or okay, Lance did an impression of. I thought I didn't know what it was.
It was an impression.
Let's
just
just
a
say
little dance.
Let's just say a big person doing a dance. Let's put it that way.
No, Debbie Deb is delightful. She's saying, "Look out, weekend! Here I come!" Because weekends are made for fun.
We don't know her. I don't know how delightful she is or not.
I don't know if she's delightful. You're right.
She could be, but I don't know.
It's not a lock that she's delightful.
When Susanna Hoff said, "Come on, let's go make some noise," got me every time. Got me every time.
I don't even know.
What's that mean? Lance, you want to explore what that means?
I don't know what that means.
Let's go make some noise.
Hopefully not on the 13th hole at Augusta.
No, you don't pee or do anything else.
Well, Carol Coxlaw don't have none of it.
No,
Man,
he wanted snipers in the.
He's so opposed to fun.
It's
Good
not
Lord.
a church.
No,
it's not a.
Well,
it's
it
not
is
a.
to him.
Yeah,
It was
Augusta
to
is
him,
not a
apparently.
place of worship.
GimmeTheVin.com is where you pick up cash. Big cash giveaway every month. GimmeTheVin.com giving away $25,000 in cash every month. 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. So every month they're giving away $25,000. A guy bought a car and then he won $14,000 from Gimme the Vin. How about that? He sells. The guy sold his car, not bought his car. The guy sells his car to John Clay Wolf, and then John Clay Wolf gives him the money for the car, and then here's another $14,000 because you won. What? Thank you. So if you're going to sell your car, not only do you get more for your car at GimmeTheVin.com, if they can't beat CarMax, then they're going to send you $100. So you're guaranteed that you're going to get the most for your vehicle. They got Gimme the Vin Classic and Collectible, GMTVCC.com, where if you got a classic, John Clay Wolf loves those, and he'll pay top dollar for those. But not only do you sell your car and get top dollar, but you also get a chance to win big, big money every single month. 1,000 chances if they buy your car. So you're looking for the best way to get in this lottery and win. GiveMeTheVin.com. That's GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I think Dream Shake makes a pretty good point here. I thought Dwight is maybe a Hall of Famer more than T-Mac for sure. Also, basketball lets in good players. It should only be all-time players. Ben Wallace got in. If he got in for sure, Dwight is a slam dunk. I agree.
Oh, and so did if Ben Wallace got in, he was a one. How did Ben Wallace get in this Hall of Fame? Doesn't even matter.
We do this every year.
I know, but how did Ben Wallace get in?
Yeah, but it is the Basketball Hall of Fame is like it's the Hall of Good. It really is.
That's crazy to me that he got in, and I look. And Del showed Alonzo Mourning got in. Alonzo Mourning was good, not a Hall of Famer. This is so Dwight has to get in. First ballot, no problem.
Yep. All right.
See what happens when you lower your standards.
Yeah.
But
now you can't go back.
But I mean, Alonzo probably gets in based off his NBA career.
PJ Tucker, a Hall of Famer.
No, but remember, Alonzo was a great college basketball player too, and that plays a part.
No, that's true.
It's a basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, no, that's
true.
But you don't have that with Dwight. Obviously.
No.
Ben Wallace either. He's just a guy who he was short but could rebound, block shots. He was an explosive, shorter center.
And he was a starting center on
Is
a title.
Tayshaun Prince a Hall of Famer?
I don't know that, but he was a starting center on a title team, so that helps his cause too.
I don't think Corey Brewer is going to make it.
It feels unlikely. He's in the Florida Hall of Fame. Is he even in the Florida? Because he won 2 titles with them.
Do they have a Florida?
I'm sure they got a sports Hall of Fame. Every college pretty much does. So I'm sure he'll make it along with that team in general.
Yeah. So Ja just says, you know what? I don't care. Just go ahead, find me. I'm going to continue to shoot people. I'm going to continue to throw grenades.
Yeah, you're right.
I just don't care. You know, is he going to cost his? He don't care about costing his team with suspensions. He just doesn't.
I think he thinks I think he thinks he's being overly analyzed and overly.
Well, when you're like Draymond and Dennis Rodman and you over and over and over.
I mean,
guess what?
The hand grenade thing is one thing. Just you've had multiple issues with guns. Your boy supposedly pointed a laser pointer that they're worried was a scope for a gun on
at another team's bus.
Like, you probably don't want to do the shotgun to the bench. Like, that's just one. I know that you don't have an actual gun in your hand, but you're a guy that's had some major issues with the league. You beat up a kid. Your security beat up a kid, or you beat up a kid. You've had issues in the mall. Like, I just don't understand people who court. That's why they say people who love drama. That's who they are. That's who they are. And he just courts trouble. He can't just ball.
I think it's intellectually dishonest, not on his part, but for people to go, well, look, Austin Reeves does the celebration. Well, Austin Reeves doesn't have the background.
No.
Doesn't have the issues that Joss had. So people remove all context for everything.
Which celebration?
Like the gun thing.
Oh. But if the league wants to get rid of it, get rid of it for everybody.
But they're taking issue with the scrutiny that is being placed on Ja. Well, there's a reason. Ja's not a Morant's not a first-time offender. Let's not pretend
the gun in the strip club.
Let's not pretend that context doesn't play a part in all of these things. It's not one-to-one.
Absolutely.
There is nothing about Austin Reeves that we know about that would suggest that this could be a problem, that he's doing that.
When people are disingenuous.
Yes, they
are.
So
you can't trust people because they're too disingenuous. They're not, and they're not consistent.
Yeah.
They're not consistent. But, you know, if it's if you want to wipe it out, wipe it out. You can say something about Austin Reeves. I don't have a problem with it. But you know why Ja is being scrutinized more heavily. We're not stupid. We know why. There's a reason that Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green get officiated harder. They don't get a benefit of the doubt.
But the Draymond thing is weird in the way that, yes, he may be looked at more, but it takes a level of ridiculousness for him to get thrown out of games.
They have seemed to have raised the bar a little bit.
Yeah, because the clapping in an official's face by anyone else is a T. He didn't even get it. He got the T for elbowing the first elbow, I guess, to Alprin, and then he hit him again. But daring a referee, and then when he calls
he's another one that can't,
clap in his face.
I went and did the work. I went and
did anyone believe that?
No, I never believed it. You can't change that fast. He's not changed. He's the same guy.
No,
he's got simmering beneath the surface is a real boiling, bubbling anger. And he has a hard time controlling it. And it's a resentment. And I don't know where it's from. I mean, if he wants to pay me money, he can come sit down on a chair somewhere and I'll talk to him. And I'll listen to him and I'll just ask him, how did that make you feel? When Rudy Gobert grabbed the rebound away from one of your teammates, how did that make you feel? And I'll just let him talk. And then after that, I'll say, well, how did that make you feel? And then somebody will have to give me $350.
Well, speaking of giving money, Pat McAfee addressed the Mary Kate Cornett situation.
Ooh.
Yeah. He said, this ain't my first rodeo. I got sued by Brett Favre, and that was later dropped. I want to say this. I never, ever want to be a part of anything negative in anybody's life, ever. That is not what I want to do. For all these events, you effing know is that my lawyers are Pittsburgh lawyers, and they're in here tonight. I do believe they have a suite here that I have certainly contributed to. Certainly, they have the same mindset as me, empathy, but understanding reality. And for the whole thing that's happening, I didn't want to add any more negativity as was taking place like I did. We will try to figure that out and make some sort of silver lining in a very terrible situation. You can have that promise from me. It won't be as impossible to be a fan of mine going forward. I know what's going to be the silver lining is you're going to pay a lot of money. That's what you're going to do.
Oh, yeah, he didn't officially apologize, did he?
Not really.
Maybe it's strategic. Maybe he views apology as an admission of guilt.
Yeah.
Because he's going to catch a lawsuit. I mean, they're going to move forward with multiple lawsuits. So as well they should. And you know what? If you can sue a few people on Twitter too, who spread it maliciously, if there's any way you could do that, this is going to be a really good thing, because as long as they really publicize this, because maybe it will slow people down with their willingness to just do, because society doesn't view people that you don't know as real people. Nothing really has any consequences. Nothing. Right. You just say stuff about people and you move on. People you don't know or whatever, and you can spread rumors and it's not a problem. But a couple of well-placed lawsuits will shut down that kind of stuff from ESPN, maybe Barstool, some radio stations, whatever the case may be.
This is going to make people wake up a little bit to these internet rumors and making them like fact. We did the story. I refused. Well, first of all, it was Kincaid people involved or Episcopal. I forget. I think it was Kincaid. I was like, I ain't saying no names here. This is bad. This is
glad you didn't, because you'd be catching a summons
no kidding,
too.
I would be catching, and you know what? And rightfully so. Dave Portnoy told Rolling Stone, he said he did not mention, or his company did not mention or spread this rumor on any of Barstool-owned channels. One of our employees posted something on their personal socials, but we don't control those. Morally, we were wrong. I was bragging that morally I thought we were right. But
he said morally they were right?
He said that earlier, but he told NBC News on Thursday we were wrong.
Well, it's because you find out how bad, like, this is a real person.
Yeah.
That dealt with real issues.
Yeah, right. And
not just her, but
she had a rough time going through this.
Oh my God. And also the dad's son, all of them. Yeah. And when you Google a name, that's the first thing. There's a guy with a business.
Yeah.
And when you Google his name, this is what pops up now. And it's not even true.
That's funny that you say that. When Prime got busted and they had RICO charges against them.
Total horse crap.
Yeah. And one of our good friends, I'm not going to mention his name, but one of our good friends was one of the managers there, and he got busted and he had RICO charges against him. Well, he left the state. He just said, I'm out of here. He went to Tennessee. He tried to get a job as a teacher. He couldn't even get a job as a teacher because they Googled him and they saw RICO charges against him. And he was like, hey, it was all false and it didn't matter. Didn't matter. He couldn't get a job. So he had to be self-employed. He opened up his own little business from his house. That's how these things affect people. And, you can't just, flippantly make accusations or, the Cornets forever, their name is going to come up in connection with this. Forever. It doesn't go away. So, I mean, it just is, it's something that ruins lives. And hopefully she and the family can have some kind of, like he said, a silver lining. I have a feeling, Pat McAfee, that silver lining is going to be part of that $85 million that ESPN is paying you.
Yeah, he should. Yeah, a settlement of some sort.
Yeah.
There's been no lawsuit filed as of today, but the girl told NBC News in a prior interview that McAfee never once reached out to me and asked if this was true or for me to give any sort of statement to him. Like, it'd be a good, you know what? In this day and age, this would be a good standard to start setting. So, like, that's a really, really salacious rumor. If you're going to be part of putting it out there and promoting it, because this will never come back. Like, for the amount of people who saw it, maybe not even 2% will see the follow-up. It's highly unlikely because it won't be shared online. And unless you're searching for it, you know, or just happen to run across it, you'll never see it. So you'll never even think that it was false.
No. Absolutely.
I feel really bad, but hopefully, hopefully those the amplification of false. I mean, we have enough false stories to get amplified on Twitter that have divided our country, that are bad politically, that are bad socially, that are bad racially, culturally. We have enough bad actors, you know, that split this up. Maybe this is one thing that you can make more accountable. If we can make social media more accountable in general, it'd be a way better world.
Wouldn't it be what a wonderful world? What a wonderful world we live in. If people could be you want people to be tased, right?
Well, bad people, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm part of the solution.
Say stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm part of the solution.
Yeah. Right,
Do you don't think that's a deterrent? Did you ever want to get a whipping from one of those nuns at your school?
I did all the time.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I didn't like it, but I deserved it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But did it ever act as a deterrent? Doesn't sound
really.
like it. Not really.
Not really.
Yeah.
No.
What about your dad? If he gave you a fresh one, did that act as a deterrent?
Not really.
Does it seem like anything?
Okay. What about that guy when you dated that wrestler's girlfriend?
When you got beat up?
Was that a deterrent?
Yeah. That was. I'd never fight a wrestler again. It was. Yes. I decided
did he have cauliflower ears?
Never ever fight a wrestler again.
Yeah. No, never.
Punched out my tooth.
Never ever once should you ever, or now cauliflower ears. If you see that, walk away. Don't say another word. Apologize and keep moving.
No, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't listen, nowadays you have no idea. What about the Oklahoma wide receivers that were in the bathroom that said, "Oh, we'll kick your ass," and then got the snot beat out
those were Oklahoma receivers?
Yeah.
I know exactly what the video you're talking about. They were really Oklahoma receivers?
Yeah, not the good ones, though.
Well, not the real ones.
Not the real ones.
I could tell by looking at the video. Yeah. These aren't really Oklahoma receivers, are they?
They all profiled as Drake Stoopses, but none of them were Drake Stoops.
And those wrestlers, at least that's what we heard it was. And those wrestlers beat the piss.
I think they were
MMA fighters?
MMAs, yeah.
Well, whatever it was a blowout.
They just beat the snot out of them. So
within the first 4 seconds, you knew, oh, this is a terrible mistake.
You guys are football players, but
this is a terrible mistake. You punched this guy first.
I immediately regret that.
Regretted throwing the first punch.
All right, we got news of the week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. I don't regret one thing. I just saw a story about peptides, as a matter of fact, and how peptides can help you in your life. And you know where you get peptides? I was never offered peptides before. They will help you to be better, look better, to think better, all of these things that can help you. I've been doing testosterone replacement forever. I never got any peptides until I went to Game Day Men's Health. And Game Day Men's Health has all the peptides that will help you to be better. You're getting older, you're getting a little sluggish, you're getting a little pouchy, you know, you're getting a punch or whatever it's called. Hey, listen. What you need is Game Day Men's Health. You need that testosterone to help you heal better, to keep you and your testosterone up, which helps you in so many ways. But there's peptides as well that can help you get to your goals, whatever goals that you have. You want to get more mass, okay? You want to get better in the bed. You want to get more focus. You want to get thinner, whatever it is that you're looking for. Game Day Men's Health will get you there because they're really, really, really good. Okay, I really appreciate Game Day Men's Health and what they do for me, and I think you will too. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Locations all over the city, and they're growing. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Labs in every location, free consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. On TMZ, Khloe Kardashian claims that Lamar Odom's look-alike sex doll is creepy. Do you feel like if you have a sex doll of your ex that looks like your ex, it's creepy? Or
That's
it's
a
just a
good
better
question.
version?
Like, is that name, image, likeness?
Well,
did he give the okay for someone to make a sex doll of him? Was that how that worked out?
No, her.
Oh,
her.
He
Who
has a
wants a
sex doll of
Lamar
her.
Odom sex
That's
doll?
what I was asking myself in here. I didn't really understand the phrasing. So he has a sex doll of her.
Not Jedders.
Is that what it is?
He has a sex doll of
her. Okay, got it. Yes, that's weird. Would you be weirded out?
Well,
I think it's a really great passive aggressive move. That's aggressive aggressive.
Does he send a pic of himself?
Hey, here's my sex doll. Hey, that looks like me.
Well, in fact, it is you.
You're really, it just shows you're really attracted to her and it doesn't talk back.
Here's the angle.
Oh, boy. But
it's true.
It is true.
It doesn't talk
I
back.
can't be with you, but I
kind of feel like
I want you to see this.
I think you're giving her a compliment.
I don't know that women want that type of compliment.
That seems like something women would really hate. I'm being honest.
I mean,
that
she
seems
doesn't
like prime. That seems like high-end pervitude right there. But it is a mind game too.
Yeah, but it's like you're still with her, only without all the sass.
Without the sass,
Oh, without any of her personality? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't know Chloe, but maybe.
So who do you? If we were making predictions or speculating about who the problem was in that relationship,
they want to know if the doll was thick Chloe or Ozempic Chloe.
Yeah, is it the one he was with or the new one?
Probably thick. It's
No,
Lamar.
thick Chloe.
Yeah.
Lamar Odom's going thick.
Although
you guys are making some real assumptions.
No, the one he was with.
Yeah, Wendy wasn't thick when he
Wendy
tried to play
wasn't
with her.
thick when he made a move for her.
Yeah, I don't think it matters for Lamar. He's all in on pretty women.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, he likes. Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe he thinks new Chloe's improved.
I don't. Yeah.
I don't know though.
A new and improved Chloe doesn't talk.
We get it, John.
The UK is creating a murder prediction tool to identify people most likely to kill other people.
That's Minority Report. We've already done this.
Yeah, that's been in a movie.
We have.
Yeah,
there's
that's
a Tom
been in a
Cruise
whole
movie.
No, we didn't do this story, but it's a movie. Literally, has been that. Minority Report. Tom Cruise.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. Who at the station do you think is most likely to kill somebody?
Do you really expect us to answer this?
My silence was because I'm contemplating. I got an answer. I got to think about it though.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you answer.
Sam.
All right, let me.
You don't think it's Sam?
No, I don't think Sam. Will she kill her husband for crossing her?
Sam won't kill.
Probably not.
Sam's harmless.
Well, you haven't been married to her. You don't know. You don't know.
She tells you she is. She's just a bossy mom.
No, but yeah, Sam may be harmless.
She'll ground you.
Sam may be harmless at 23, but what about 30?
Come on, quit avoiding it. Who's the one to kill, Del?
Who's the one, Del?
I'll see if you got any balls.
What do you mean? I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
name someone. I'm trying to think. He just asked a question. Let me think about it for a half a beat. Not Jeremy. I don't think so. He's got too much.
He's
going to
go through all the easy ones that aren't.
No.
And then his time runs out.
See,
Looks like I got to play that Charles Barkley clip on my show.
As angry as we think and volatile as Joel is, I don't think he will kill anyone.
Michael Carroll?
No chance. No chance.
No.
I'm going to go.
Mapes is too
chill.
Oh, well,
he looks like a pacifist in there. He's not a killer.
What if somebody came in and destroyed his NCAA game? Then he might.
He'd get mad.
I mean, you can just replace it.
You can't take Rice to the championship and
Well,
be a
he's
killer.
coaching Florida State now, so he's got a real shot. Let's go.
Oh,
I'm gonna
really?
go with BMAC
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
as
That is
most
interesting.
likely to kill.
He's
Just a
got-
fit of rage, and he's a big guy, so a fit of rage, he may not know his own strength. Bang!
Yeah,
And it's
that's
over.
that's not a bad point.
That's not bad.
And it's
That's not a bad
over.
point.
He didn't think he could do that, but I've seen enough of these movies where the guy rage gets built up and he's a strong guy. Bang! And
This
it's
would be
over.
a good game to play if we were off the radio.
Well, John asked a question on the radio,
I know.
so
Right.
I'm.
Right.
Oh, you guys are soft. You don't got an answer.
I think Todd.
The Aggie.
Yeah,
like
if
falling
you-
down,
if
like
you-
Michael Douglas, just
Well,
completely.
yeah. What if you walk on Reveille's grass? Boom, kill him. Right.
walk on Reveille's grass.
The dog that's alive or the dead ones?
Well, the dead. Well,
The
you
dead
walk
ones.
over.
Oh,
the
you walk
grave.
on the grave. Okay.
You don't
Yeah.
walk on Aggie grass.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
He'll pull out a sword and kill you.
His sword from when he was in the Corps?
Yeah. I don't know if he carries it around. You don't know.
No, I just saw him walk in. He didn't have a sword with him.
But he could have it in his trunk.
Okay. You're right. I don't know what's in his trunk.
Right. So I think, you walk on Reveille's grave, boom, dead. Todd will kill you.
He's
That's
always
what he was
walking.
trained to do.
I don't
That
think they don't train people to murder.
Are you?
No,
Oh, really?
what is going on here?
You don't know that they don't hypnotise them as soon as somebody
Ian was
walks on
taking
that
so
grass?
many bullets today.
You can listen to Aggie Baseball right here on ESPN 97.5.
That's it. We're done. Have a great weekend, everybody. Let's just hope the Astros can win a game at home this weekend. That'll be fun, and we'll talk about it on
Well,
Monday.
here's what you can do. If you're watching the Astros game, why don't you go to Underdog Fantasy?
Actually, no.
No,
I didn't want to talk
Why don't you
about it.
call John Daspit?
Okay, John Daspit. We'll call John Daspit. He's
Right.
somebody who loves sports. He'll listen to the segment eventually. He listens to all of our segments. He listens to all of our hours, all of our show, and on the podcast. And he'll eventually get to it and say, Lance was right. Yeah, I know he was at the World Series game recently, and well, not recently. I guess there's a couple. No, I guess it was back in 22. So it was a little longer ago. He had just had his first son, and I was all happy for John. And now he's got another kid ever since then. No more World Series, I don't think, but he does have lots of cases to handle, personal injury cases. If you need someone to stand up to the insurance companies and get fair, and not just fair results, but good results for you, results that favor you when it comes to your injury, the pain and suffering, the time missed from work, and everything in between, it's John Daspit. Don't worry about going to the hospital. He'll send you there. If you're worried about it because you don't have insurance, you need to get checked out. You need to, all the bills will be paid for by the insurance company. Just make sure that we get you right. And that's his motto is we got to get you right and get you taken care of. And we will stand up for you against the insurance company. Do not try to go against them on your own. You will lose. John will win. 713 call now or go to daspitlaw.com.
Welcome into the show. Everyone's back in their normal spots. I mean, the guys from 12 to 6 will still be out and about. They're going to be at St. Arnold's today. You can go out there and join them. But with Sean and I back here in studio at 12 and no Astros or Rockets to talk about as far as the games, it led to a inter-show discussion in between the transition from Lance leaving and me coming in about how old you have to be before you can no longer be called an orphan. And because this show and that show are very dumb, the opinions varied. I don't know if it's a discussion we can even have. I'm just telling you what happened behind the scenes. You guys think, hey, serious sports talk, maybe more discussions about who the Rockets should want to face? No, just about maybe you're too old to be called an orphan if you're 25. And this all stemmed from Sean referencing something from Curb Your Enthusiasm, because Super Dave Osborne was calling himself an orphan at like 66 years old or however old he is in that show. So that's what time we're on today. At 11:30, Michael Carroll will join us. He will tell you what you should or shouldn't watch in movies and television. Our weekly segment with him is back. And without the Astros and Rockets playing last night, what do you focus on? I mean, maybe the biggest game of interest for the Rockets was the T-Wolves and Memphis. And I like to call it, can you just be normal NBA Cup game? Like, that's the game where you have Ant Edwards and Ja Morant on the same floor at the same time. Two guys who the NBA would probably love to highlight, with eventually Kevin Durant being gone and Steph being gone. And, of course, LeBron, whenever he decides to stop going to Germany for treatments and he's gone. These are two guys the NBA could focus on and go, these are our guys for the future. Instead, neither one of them can be normal. Ja's stuff is on the court and now more recently off the court. The Anthony Edwards thing is you have to be really into the internet to know what Anthony Edwards is on. But the NBA knows. So it was a game where the Wolves pulled away late, well, particularly in the fourth quarter. So those two teams are still 7th and 8th in the standings, I believe, with the Kings in 9th. And there's one King who somehow, some ways, the only player to ever accomplish something in the play-in era. I don't think I've ever said play-in era before, but it is that time, and there's one guy who's accomplished something no one has ever accomplished before, so we'll talk about that in a little bit, a King. But the Wolves win. They still have to win and get some help to get out of the play-in. So right now, as it stands, we've got Rockets at 2, of course, solidified at 2, and the Grizzlies, the Warriors, and the T-Wolves all at 47 and 33. If the season ended today, and of course it means a little bit more considering there's only one game left for these teams for the most part. There are some teams who have 2 left, like the Suns, but they're eliminated, so it doesn't matter. We are on track to see Warriors in 6 against the Lakers and the Rockets against the Grizzlies, because the Grizzlies, despite losing, still hold a tiebreaker over the Wolves with 1 game to go. But last night, Ja still is being Ja. While Anthony Edwards didn't do anything but just be a good basketball player, Ja Morant leaned into what has become a talking point in the last couple of weeks. He threw another grenade. And he had a nice scoop with his right hand that some people, because he celebrated, come down the court holding out his right hand, and it looks like he's carrying like a bazooka or something. Not in the way you would fire it, but just carrying one because, it's an awkward weapon to have on you. But it looks like he's just saying, look at my right hand, look how good I am, whatever. But some people are like, there's Ja with another weapon. I don't think that was what that was.
It feels like a reach. That one feels like a reach.
This is one of the times when a guy one hand scoops and he just holds his hands up. Yeah. Look at my hand. That's what that was.
If he started like shaking it, like say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, it wasn't Scarface. But the other one, he threw a grenade and this time put his hands over his ears to cover from the concussive force from the grenade exploding. So he's still about that. I don't know if the NBA is going to like, all right, man, we took rifles away from you. We took automatic weapons. We took handguns away from you. Do we have to take ordnance away from you? No mortar fire, no grenades. Don't put a land air missile on your shoulder. I don't know what it is, but stop it. No bazookas. Don't mimic what's happening in the John Wick ballerina movie where she has a flamethrower. None of that stuff. Or maybe the other guy has a flamethrower. She has like a high-powered hose to fight it. Yes, that's in one of the trailers. Get ready for that. And it turns out in that movie, it looks like it's going to be her versus John Wick, because the first teaser trailer made it look like they're going to be on the same side.
In the next trade, it looks like they're going to be fighting. So either way, does the NBA step in at some point and go, all right, man, we appreciate your creativity, but could you just be normal and play ball? And if you do one more gesture that suggests you want to decimate the front line of an opposing military from a 1919 set war, we're going to have a problem with you. I guess they're going to let him get away with it. He's willing to keep doing it. I don't know that mindset. It feels, I will say, immature, but hey, didn't help him win last night, and they're stuck in a plan. So that was really the game of importance last night, unless you like PJ Tucker getting some run against the Pistons last night.
I mean, who doesn't love Rockets legend PJ Tucker?
Recently extended PJ Tucker. Couldn't find an NBA home this year until the Knicks were like, you know what? We like you.
Not only do we like you for this year,
we like you for
give us next year too, on the house.
You mean Tibbs leaning into veterans? Who would have thought? How much PJ Tucker's going to play in a playoff series? I can't speak to that.
For the Knicks' sake, hopefully not much.
Hopefully not much. But if you're Dennis Schroeder and you try to bully Jalen Brunson, there's PJ Tucker to knock you on the ground after fouling you and then stand over you, much like you did to Jalen Brunson. I appreciate that energy from PJ because it's a regular season game, which the Knicks went on to lose. The Pistons win at home. But if you are going to be part of this roster, these are the things you have to do. For however many minutes you play, if someone like Dennis Schroeder is trying to punk our star guard, go on. Knock him to the ground and give him the same energy that he gave Jalen Brunson. So that's why I guess you signed PJ Tucker. It's very silly because what's going to happen? I say that it is the Pistons, so you never know what's going to happen. But knocking down Dennis Schroeder leads to what? Is that going to keep Dennis Schroeder from trying to punk Jalen Brunson again? We will see. They may see each other in the playoffs. Right now, it's the Knicks at 3. With the Pistons at 6, and in fact, they're pretty much locked in. The Pistons and the Bucks have 2 more games apiece. Pistons are 2 games back of the Bucks, so in all likelihood, you're going to see the Knicks versus the Pistons. And if you want to call it a playoff preview, last night you can. And the Knicks lost that one, so we're getting close, which means it's getting a little bit more exciting. At a point in the year, you get kind of tired because the season was going a certain way. You could see the Rockets are going to be very good, and the question of seeding became maybe more talked about than it should because mostly, in my eyes, it's about matchups. The 2 seed was an accomplishment people could lean into, but now, who are you going to play? That's most important, and the Rockets can, I guess, have a say if they cared enough, but it doesn't appear they're going to care.
It would also be such a 4-dimensional chess move to try to manipulate this just because they're all so close.
Yeah, why put in the effort? I mean,
just or are you better off just hey, let's just rest Van Vliet and anyone else that's dealing with something.
Yeah, and if you need to make up a reason why a guy isn't available, just make sure it's one good enough for the NBA to believe before you catch a fine. And Jalen will likely play the minutes he needs to continue to qualify to get his 82 games, and that's cool. But for the rest of those guys, I am interested at maybe not the last game of the year, but will these guys get spot duty against the Lakers? Maybe.
You would think that they would want to play one and not full game playing 40 something minutes, but one game with the full rotation, just because they, by benefit of not being in the play-in, won't play again until Saturday or Sunday next week, just depending on which playoff matchup they get. They're not going to play until probably Saturday, I'd imagine. So, after resting everyone, 2 nights ago against the Clippers, now you're going on it's going to be over a week where you don't play a real game where the full crew isn't out there. I do wonder if you want not full on old school third preseason game in the NFL dress rehearsal, but have one game where you see what the Thunder are doing, where they're playing Shea and they're playing these guys 24 to 30 minutes,
6-minute spurts at a time.
Yeah,
get them in for 6, and then they can sit and get them in for another 6, and let that be how you handle it.
You can still play Reed Shepherd. You can still go 12 deep, but it's just you are still getting your playoff guys some run. Again, as long as they're not dealing, like if normally they would have to play through something like we've heard Fred VanVleet is, then I'm okay with him sitting. But for guys that are mostly healthy, you're just doing it just to take an easy approach to the last few games this season. I'd want one more of these last two games where you actually kind of run through the tape.
Yeah, and the question, at least for me, is will they treat any of this maybe not specifically like a dress rehearsal, but will they determine these are 8 guys, these are 9 guys? How deep will this rotation go? And will we get a preview of that maybe tonight against the Lakers? I think the Rockets, without the limitations of back-to-backs that force Tari to miss time, and certainly health always plays a part. Maybe they're a 9-deep team. I'm trying to figure out the guy who's like the half man who gets 7 minutes here in a game. It maybe gets to 10 depending on foul trouble.
Probably Adams would be the.
I mean, the double bigs are pretty good.
That is true.
Will they limit that in the playoffs, or will that be one of their main parts of their rotation? The two centers, Şengün and Adams. You got Dylan Brooks will play 30 plus as long as he's out of foul trouble. Jalen, you've got Fred and Ahmed. So now you're talking about Jabari and Tari. And do you see a backup guard? Do you see Aaron Holiday for more minutes now that it's playoff time? Probably not. So maybe they go 8-9, maybe 8.5 to 9, depending on the matchup. As far as who gets to play significant time, we'll see. We're not that far away from figuring that out
against the Warriors, because that was all hands on deck game. It looks like everyone was healthy for that one. You had your starting 5, the normal starting 5. Then you had Jabari Smith playing 27, Tari playing 20, Adams playing 17, Holiday playing 11, and then 4 guys that played 1 minute. So
at the end of the game,
I'm just
probably
kind of throwing those guys out. So you had Smith, Eason, Adams, Holiday.
So that's your 8. You maybe call Aaron your 9th man, but really he's 8.5. Depending on how a game is going, he'll get more or less minutes.
And maybe Tate plays more if there's foul trouble among the other wings.
Yeah, so I think they have their 8, and then depending on what's going on, you may get a 9th guy for a bit, and so the rotations probably won't be much more than that throughout the playoffs as long as health isn't an issue. Okay, we'll go to break. With that, we'll talk about some Texans news. Excuse me. That probably was the biggest news of the morning as far as local stuff is concerned. They pay another DB. We'll talk about that when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We held him to 3 points for a long time in the quarter. And then it's crazy.
All right. That is Julius Randle in the foreground. But the much louder voice in the background was Anthony Edwards. And if you couldn't pick it up, he goes, "I'm the best in the world. Go tell all the girls," after their win over the Grizzlies last night. Like I said, last night was, hey, can you two potential superstars just be regular old dudes who play great basketball? We'd love to market you more. Instead, we got that from Anthony Edwards, which was funny. And then Ja Morant debuting his new celebration. He tells us that putting the hands over the ears after throwing a grenade was about him blocking out the noise and the words from the haters. Okay, man. But you still threw the grenade. You still threw that grenade.
No, it's you're taking my words, throwing it out there, and I'm blocking out the hater. So me putting something, close to my mouth, like I'm, maybe pulling a pin out of a grenade and then lobbing it. That's my words.
That's how you show you are throwing words without saying it. You mimic everything we've ever seen in a World War II movie. Okay. All right, man.
Also, I have a little bone to pick. And listen, I'm not a munitions expert by no means.
Neither am I.
The throwing of the grenade, I could use a little bit better form from Ja.
Yeah, the just overhead toss. Underhand overhead toss.
Sky hooking.
Yeah, that's I don't know how the accuracy diminishes if you throw it that way, but I always thought if you're going to throw a grenade, throw it with purpose. And look at your target, set your feet, just like a quarterback would, point your toes at the target and toss it, not just pew and see what happens.
Yeah.
I agree with you. That seems like a haphazard way to throw a hypothetical grenade.
I remember hearing this in like a history class one time from a professor, and I have no idea if it's true, but it's always stuck in my head. But that the U.S. was just like the U.S. soldiers in whichever the world wars were better at throwing grenades than the European ones. And they're like, yeah, because these guys grew up playing baseball. And so they just knew how to throw. They just knew how to throw something better.
How long does it take to train someone to throw a grenade?
I have no clue. Or maybe it was the shape. They chose the shape because it's like easier. It's more like whatever.
More like a baseball.
Yeah, it's more.
Because the old grenades
conducive to throwing.
Yeah, because at least the grenades we see in those movies are different from the more modern grenades that we've seen.
More ergodynamic
in those movies.
They're kind of like Nerf balls.
Yeah, in those movies that we watch. And hey, look, war movie, cool, right? Cool. War's cool, right? At least in movie form. I don't know whose name that is. We'll get to them. They want to talk about Kevin Durant, and we'll get to them when we're sure of their name. The news from the Texans, they signed Jalen Petrie, who you might consider it a modest deal when you compare it to other safeties. And he's had injury concerns, and there are questions about his tackling that I guess still remain. But he is someone who fits what they want. He is one of their draft picks that showed potential early, and he's been a good player for them, and they want to reward him. But it's not a mega deal, but it's not something that's going to keep them from making other moves, which is a pretty good deal for them. So 3 years, nearly $39 million for Jalen Petrie. So you have him locked up. You have Stingley locked up. Of course, you have the young guys. Well, they're all young, but the younger guys who aren't up for contracts like Bullock and also Lassiter. So 4 of your 5 guys are going to be around here for a long time. And then, of course, you have Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, who was nowhere for a long time. But he's kind of your extra piece of a unit that will be very aggressive. They're going to want to hit people and take the ball away. They do a good job of all that. So the secondary, which was a question mark for me last year going into the year, and they had their issues, whether the balls were completed or not. Big plays were available to be had. But overall, when you take the ball away like they did, you'll take maybe some of the potential big play issues. It's a strength now. You're going to get 2 really good, now what used to be rookies now in their second year. You paid maybe the top corner in football, and you got a safety / nickel that you like, and then you have the wild card of Johnson. So it's a nice job by Caserio and D'Amico of making that a strength. we will see how they attack offensive line, which you can point to as their biggest weakness so far. But Jalen Petrie gets his money. It was speculated in the last week and a half or so that this was going to happen. I know there's an interview he did. I don't know where he was, but he talked about wanting to be a Texan long term, and hopefully something will get done. I'm sure he knew that something was going to get done pretty quickly, and now it has. So Jalen Petrie this morning agrees to an extension with the Houston Texans. Okay, let's get to Gary. He wants to talk about Kevin Durant. What's up, Gary?
No, it wasn't Kevin Durant, John Morant and
Morant.
Ant-Man last night.
All right.
Okay, hey, bear with me here, guys. Hey, we went from Alexander Graham Bell phones to now having able to do things on our phone that we couldn't even imagine. What I'm saying is that the times obviously have changed, but what hasn't changed is if you can go to any individual court right now and play pickup ball, and you're going to be on that court with all those intense guys. If you've never been able to play pickup ball in you play in the kiddie pool or the big boy pool every Sunday or whatever, these guys are not looking at John Morant and as a distraction or a nuisance or this and that. That battle last night, we loved it. It was epic. They have a certain set of skills that nobody possessed. Now, I understand the image and likeness and all that. And that comes into play with guys and analysts and people who talk that can't play, that nobody would pick up in a 5-on-5 game. And so we enjoyed that. That was like a Michael Jordan Dominique without all the glitz and glamour. I used to stay glued to the TV when Michael played Dominique or when Magic played Bird. I'm not talking about the charisma and all that. But last night, those two guys had the dunking, the artistry, the intensity. I get all the other stuff off the game, but that game drew me, and I typically I'm not watching games, but I stayed up to watch that game. It's different than Steph and LeBron. They're the good billionaire wives and all that, and they're marketable. But those two were dogs last night, and we are not looking at them throwing the grenade, putting them their ear. We're looking and fascinated on how they challenge each other. Who's going to win this next one down when they come down the court? So I get everything else, but if you don't play on the weekends, if you wouldn't be one of the guys that they pick, you'll pick at those two guys, not you guys specifically. But would nobody pick you on a 5-and-5 court on a Sunday, and you got to go over there and play, just run up and down the court? You wouldn't get on that court. You wouldn't understand that. And so that's what I got at. When John Morant scored, I was waiting to see what Ant was going to do. When Ant scored, I was waiting to see what Ja was going to do. I could care less about the grenade thing. It was just fascinating to watch them two future superstars currently and future dogs play each other. And they need to have more games not like that. Not Steph and LeBron. They're on their way out. Not Kevin Durant. Those two dogs need to play once a week.
Well, I get the sentiment. Some of that is logistically impossible, but understood. Yeah, it was Now, the Wolves, I mistakenly said they pulled away in the fourth. They had a big third quarter where they outscored the Grizz by 27. 52-25 was the third quarter. So they won that game in the third. And to his point, Anthony Edwards goes for 44 and John Morant goes for 36. Yeah. As far as the actual game itself, we know those two are great players. It's just that the business of sports goes beyond those guys playing. And I approach it from a point of what the NBA would love. They would love to have those two, considering what you just talked about and what they put on the court, to be guys they could lean into for the next decade, because they're looking for those guys. And right now, I don't know that the NBA has them for different reasons, and those reasons have been discussed over and over again. I do appreciate Gary coming in and going, look, if you can't ball, then you don't get it. Those who do ball, those who can't criticize, I believe is his stance.
Yeah, the real ones know about Ant and Ja, and I do think that is like part of the reason that they like the two things in conflict is what makes them more, I guess, I more of like the people's champ of the NBA. Sure. Both of these guys are much more like for the people than when we're talking about like the off the court stuff with these guys. That's more in the lens of Adam Silver trying to have like perfect corporate automatons that are, like Gary said, like Steph Curry, who's never said a controversial thing in his life, more or less.
The
Or-
worst Steph has ever done is throwing a mouthpiece.
yeah, like he doesn't really do anything that's like crossing any lines or even approaching any lines. Whereas these guys, and obviously part of it's because they're both 23 or however old they are, they are still whatever rough around the edges, but go go to any park. No, that's the thing. No one actually cares about the John Morant weapons thing.
No.
It's only something because the league has suspended him for it.
Yeah.
In the past.
When he does it on the floor, I think it's funny.
Yeah, everyone thinks it's funny except for Adam Silver, and that
He's
is
got
just,
a business to run.
and that is just something that we as an American people love. We love the rogue outlaw making the small town sheriff throw down his hat and be like, "Dang nabbit, John Morant's at it again."
When I look at Adam Silver, I think small town sheriff. I'm sure he would thrive in a small town.
He actually, he seemed more like the deputy, to be honest. He
Yeah,
has a little bit more Barney Fife energy.
And he got upgraded because the deputy had to retire. Yeah. And like Andy retired and was like, I'm done with this. I'm done arresting drunks.
Yeah.
I'm done, getting into disputes with the local cherry picker and the guy who owns the bar. It's your turn, Barney. And Barney's like, gee golly, I don't know.
Exactly. And that's
how Adam Silver's handled things.
We're like, all right, Steph and LeBron have carried this product.
He's tried
for
to deputize them
15, 20 years.
And
Barney, up to you.
It's up to you now.
Here's John Morant. Who's
the Barney in this? Is it Adam Silver? Is it Ja and Ant trying to carry the product?
No, I think they're the townspeople.
The townspeople, okay.
And the NBA is just the town trying to run smoothly.
Gotcha. And we got Barney Fife, Barney Silver, trying to make things work. He's got ideas. Some of them go, some of them don't. Most of them, as far as trying to make the product more interesting, have failed. And now he's just trying to find a couple guys he can lean on and just roll them out there and stop paying attention. He's been able to do that with Steph and LeBron
and
KD for a decade plus. Now he's looking for his next ones, and these guys are like, whatever. It ain't gonna be me.
Have you seen Instagram these days?
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, try Austin Reeves. See how much you get out of that.
Yeah. When LeBron was coming up, he didn't have this right here.
Yeah.
Come on.
Sorry. So there it is. It was a good game last night. Two teams who are nearing 50 wins won't get there, and may be who the Rockets see in the playoffs. So, Gary, you may not get Ant and Ja once a week, but you may get one of them for 6 or 7 games playing the Houston Rockets. We'll see how that plays out. Okay, we'll go to break. With that, if you want to get in on the show and tell us why you were a dog at the park. Is that what Gary was saying? That he was a dog. He had that dog in him at the local park. You don't want to. If you were picking Gary, you're going to have a long afternoon. Again, if you had to play against him, I probably should have asked him more, but he was on the roll. I just let him go. All right, we will get to break. But before we do that, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. That's the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's where you go if you got a plumbing issue. It could be big or small. Maybe you need a whole repipe. You need all the pipes in your home redone. They can do that for you. Or maybe it's something small. You're not a plumber. You don't know how to fix a leak. They can do that for you too. And while those prices may differ just because of the work that needs to be done, you can find out that price before that work even starts. You don't want to get charged for something just for a consultation. So if you go on the website and call them at 281-488-6238, you can walk them through what you think the issue is, and they can kind of tell you what that price might be, because Aqueduct Plumbing Company knows you are not an expert in this. Why you're going to get advice from the guys who are. So whether it's a plumbing contractor you're looking for, or maybe you need a traditional water heater installed, or maybe a tankless one, they will provide that for you. Simple drain cleanings they can do as well. So go to the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Call them at 281-488-6238. That's the website when you need a great plumber, Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Michael Carroll, who will join us at 11:30, just walked by. He helped me out. So did Sean. I was trying to figure out the name, and it's embarrassing that I didn't remember the name. Viola Davis. She is in a movie we may discuss a little bit later called G20. She plays the American president, but also as an action star. She wears a slinky red dress, and she's murdering people who are attacking the country, I believe, from the trailer. That's what I saw. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but let's just say she's an evening wear, saving the country. Maybe Michael has a review of that. We will see. But let's get to Larry. Larry wants to talk on the show. What's up, Larry?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I totally agree with what's it called, Gary?
Yeah, Gary.
Hey, man, and I'm pretty sure y'all play basketball. I mean, pick up basketball on out there, find y'all Finnegan Park somewhere. Hey, man, that's just how the games goes. The only people that's complaining about him doing all that the theatrical stuff, I mean, nobody worried about that but Adam Silver. Even the guys that don't even get picked don't even be complaining on the basketball court. You know what I'm saying? So I can't see. I guess the culture is different. I'm like him. I was used to seeing. I was in that. I'm a 70s baby. So I've seen Bird go against Magic. Bird go against Jordan. So I've seen the good days where it was going at it. And that's, I mean, really and honestly, I'm like him. I barely watch basketball. And I caught that game like in about halftime, and I watched the rest of the game. I barely watch the whole game. Period. So that's what the NBA needs, reality.
I think those two guys are guys who the NBA can lean on, and they're exciting. They're in a game where you got the best athletes in the world. Those two take it to another level. You can tell there's just a difference between the way they move, the way they play, than others. I led the show off because I thought it was funny more than anything else. I do think those two guys, if they happen to go on runs, it's good. I think it's good for the game. It just so happens that when you are trying to combine the personalities of those two with trying to market a sport that appears to be in some trouble, every time we look, Larry, you say you play ball, you like ball in the 70s and 80s, and you don't even watch. This is the problem the NBA has. How do we get people to watch?
Exactly.
And I don't, for whatever reason, I don't believe they think Josh stuff beyond what he does on the floor is the way to get it. You're one guy, and I would agree. He's not going to turn me off. But I guess they've seen that he may turn others off. It's just they got a problem. I don't know how they fix it, and they clearly don't know either.
Yeah, because these guys, I like you said, Gary said it. Them guys went at it. I mean, you got a bunch of these younger players, man. It's just a different culture. So these people need to stop with that. I mean, like you said, they wouldn't do no theatrics when Jordan was playing and Bird was going to get stuff. But that was good. That was good basketball. These guys was really going at it. Now you got all these buddies. They hang out together. They don't take the game serious. That's why most people love the game.
Appreciate it, Larry. Thanks for the call. Thanks for your input on that. I do think Adam Silver. Hey, Ja, can you do the Michael Jordan shrug? We take that over the other stuff. Yeah, sure. The Knicks and him had their back and forth. Him and Reggie got in fights. Michael Jordan was scrapped too, but the iconic things we remember: the shrug, the tongue out, all that stuff. The NBA's been searching for their next LeBron and Steph, and maybe Ja and Ant will do that, but it won't be in the way the NBA likes, and they'll have to figure that out. Either way, the games will be on. We'll watch them, and I'll enjoy them. But I do think he should always evolve this from guns to grenades, maybe a rocket launcher. I don't know what else you do after that
against Houston in the first round of the playoffs.
But that's a different type of rocket launcher than what I'm talking about. Like him mimicking the rockets going up in the space is different than putting something on your shoulder and firing at a helicopter. I don't know which one he's gonna do. But either way, I hope to see the Grizzlies because I think the Rockets win that one. But also, you have a superstar on the other side that I'd like to see play.
I hope to play the Grizzlies because they fired their coach 2 weeks ago.
Yes, and we had to talk about
a week ago. Was it a week ago?
Maybe a week plus, but around. Maybe was it last Friday?
It was on a Friday.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what I
maybe
remember.
2 Fridays ago now because they played it.
Yeah, they played a few games.
Yeah.
So it's probably 2 weeks. Yeah, they fired their coach 2 weeks ago, so I would like to play them. And then you might ask, well, Denver just fired the coach.
Yeah,
Denver has Nikola
Yeah,
Jokic on.
I
don't want that.
I don't want them. I don't know.
I don't want
Maybe
that
Jamal Murray comes back healthy. Either way, I don't want to see those two guys in the playoffs. But give me Ja. Let him go for 45. Fire off a grenade or two, or toss a grenade or two, and the Rockets beat him in 5 or 6. Whatever it takes.
Have Desmond Bain looking like that my daily routine guy, jacking up shots.
And I need Santi Aldama to be overwhelmed by Rockets athleticism. I saw enough of that in the regular season. Bring that to the playoffs too. Watch him
Aldama right here.
Watch him be overwhelmed and be an unplayable player despite having a pretty good year because the Rockets are just too quick and too fast.
I want Tari Eason to bully Santi Aldama.
Bully's aggressive, but torture him is what I was looking for. Basketball,
That's more aggressive.
Basketball torture him is what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Make his life on the court a living hell.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for. And then make whoever the coach is in Memphis, because I wasn't going to learn the name of the interim coach. The Finnish dude?
Finnish. Yeah. Not Iceland.
Some respect, please.
Whatever.
Some respect for the two rivals in Olympic hockey, please. That's the only time I can think of them ever playing against each other.
And downward ski slalom or whatever.
I'm sure some downhill. They've had some epic battles in the Olympics, but either way, torture the Finnish coach, torture Santi Aldama, and make Jaren Jackson. He's got a look on his face when things aren't going well. I like to see that look a couple of times in the next week or so.
He's also a big, how do I have 5 fouls in 15 minutes guy?
Because we saw this, Jaren. We saw all of them, and they're all dumb. You got some.
You're just swiping at everything.
You got some Karl-Anthony Towns in you.
Yeah.
Trust. And if Jaren Jackson's going to be in foul trouble, welcome that to the party too. Okay, we'll go to break here. We got a small segment, or we'll see how Sean handles it. We're getting close to 11 o'clock. Of course, you want to be like Gary and was it Gary and Larry? Is that what happened?
It was Gary and Larry, and I noticed that.
Yeah. If your name is Harry, you want to call in?
Yeah.
Or just fake like your name is Harry.
Sherry.
Just to keep it going.
We're open up to Sherry's.
It doesn't really matter whether your name rhymes with the previous two callers,
Barry
or not. Terry.
Look,
trust me, there's plenty of these we can get to, but we're not going to try all of them before we go to break here. Whatever your name is, you can call in 713-780-3776 as we're getting closer and closer to the weekend. So join us before that happens. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
This will be a short one. We'll get out of here and then get into the second hour. I mentioned this early on. We talked a lot of basketball today, thanks to Gary and Larry, and really my start of the show. But a play-in legend is back at it, Sean. There's been one player who's played in every play-in tournament, including the one in the bubble. Remember that when it was like an 8-game sprint for those teams? I think the Blazers went 8-0 or something like that and made the play-in.
And there's only going to be a play-in game if they finished within like 3 games because they had to shorten the season.
Yeah, and the Blazers had to go undefeated. I think even the Suns went undefeated.
The Suns went undefeated but didn't make it.
But they didn't make it. Maybe the Blazers did too or whatever. They made it in and eventually made the playoffs. Jonas Valanciunas. He has played in every version of the play-in, whether it be the one that came from out of the bubble or the one that was actually in the bubble.
Play-in king.
Play-in king. He leads in some stats, as you might imagine, considering he's always playing in it.
No way.
Points and rebounds. He has the most points and rebounds in play-in history. Somehow, some way.
It's actually pretty ridiculous.
It was about
points.
Yeah, it was about to end, but the Wizards traded him. The streak was gonna end, but he wound up in Sacramento.
That's a good point. Good point.
So I'm glad history or disaster was averted. Now he can play in another play-in game.
Because he's made the play-in with, I'm just off the top of my head, the Grizzlies and the Wizards.
No, never the Wizards. 24 and 25. He didn't. He's made it with the Grizzlies and the Rap. No, he made the Grizzlies, the Pelicans.
I forgot about the Pelicans.
And now the Kings, because he's with the Pelicans from 21 to 24. Grizzlies 19 to 21. So he's been on teams who have been in those spots.
That was like a Bradley Beal Wizards team that made the play-in.
Yeah.
With Westbrook.
Yeah.
Who they've already in Denver. They're already like
tired of him.
Not sure if he's coming back next year. It's like, yeah, that's the Russell Westbrook experience. Yep. Is that it's a little rough at the beginning. They find their stride. The percentage of the team fan base goes, see, how dare people disrespect Russell Westbrook.
Look how hard he plays. He plays with,
and then you lose like 3 games basically because you have Russell Westbrook.
You're playing 4 and 5 on offense, and he either wants to take those shots on the perimeter that people want him to take, or he's forced to because no one else is going to get a shot in this possession. Of course, he predictably misses them.
Yeah, or in the more ridiculous Westbrook stuff, where there's like probably not a guy in the league that does the things that Westbrook does, like that Minnesota game, where it's like it's one thing to get a steal and then you could dribble out the clock, but go up for a layup. Not many guys just like completely brick the layup, like a relatively
not
easy,
even really contested at all.
just completely miss the layup,
and then go, know what I'm going to do?
Foul 3-point.
You think I'm done here?
No, hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished.
Yeah, I got one more in me, and this is going to cost us a game and maybe lead to Mike Malone getting. Excuse me, likes Michael, but maybe I can call him Mike. He ain't got a job no more.
Unemployed.
I can call you whatever I want. We ain't got a job.
Yeah.
Michael Malone.
Welfare Mike.
Well, I feel like those contracts he got are going to keep him off of that.
Unemployment line, buddy.
I'm sure he's I'm sure he's filling out the forms right now. But maybe what he did led to Michael Malone getting fired. That game broke the Nuggets, and Michael. Oh, sorry, mid thought. I see a carry up there. So the streak continues. I'm going to say this is not a real carry.
So they'll have to wait.
Yes, I would normally get to you, but I don't believe your name is actually Carey because you're in on the bet. So we'll hear from Carey when we come back. We're done with hour 1. And the Nugget fans, as Sean pointed out, are done with Russell Westbrook, except they're not, because they're going to see him at least 4 games in the playoffs and maybe more because Jokic is on the floor. So they may win a couple as well. Really, the question for them is how healthy is Jamal Murray? Not a Rockets problem. Our problem is who the hell are we going to play? We'll figure that out over the next couple of days. Okay, we'll get the Carey when we come back for hour 2. During the break, Sean reminded me of a SEC quarterback who wears the color orange, may be in negotiations with his school, and it affecting his ability to play in the spring. It's not Arch. Arch is fine. He got too many deals to worry about. Don't worry about Arch. It's another quarterback in the SEC who wears the color orange.
UT orange quarterback.
Yes, but the wrong shade of orange if we're going by what people in this state believe. We will talk about that, but first, let's get to Kerry, who's welcome because he's in on the bit, but I don't think his real name is Kerry. What's up, Kerry?
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? What's going on, Deli Belly?
It's not my name. Kerry.
Hey, Matey. Hey, Del, have you been watching the new season of Yellow Jackets? I wanted to get your take on it, man. I think it's pretty awesome. That's all I got, man. Sports to you, fellas.
It's a lot of references to shows that aren't ours. He made a Blitz reference. We heard his Joel impression. We welcome you, Kerry. La Salsa, Ryan, whatever you go by. I have seen Yellow Jackets. I'm all caught up. It's a show we haven't discussed very much on here, mostly, I think, because I'm the only one who watches it. Michael hasn't really brought it up. But I'll say this. Shauna in the past and Shauna in the present, though I hate her. As a TV character, I hate her. I'm sure Melanie Linsky, from all reports, is a great person. But the Shauna in the woods or the jungle, whatever you want to call that, and the Shauna in suburbia, worst person. The worst. How dare she do what she did to Hillary Swank's character in maybe not the most recent episode, but the episode before. Now, Hillary Swank's character did some real nasty stuff to end the last episode, but get Melanie Linsky as a great actress. She's doing a great job because I can't stand her. I will say that. I hate Shauna.
As someone who's never seen the show, but only vaguely aware of what they do on this show, or what happens.
Yeah, they're all deplorable people. For
I was
going to
say that the hook into the show is that these women are cannibals.
Yes, the young women
are forced into
cannibalism. So environments lead you to do things you wouldn't normally do. Sure, if they never were in a plane crash, maybe they all turn out to be regular ass women in suburbia doing wonderful regular ass things. But instead, we got Shauna, who was the worst.
Yeah, I'm interested in how you can be a scoundrel amongst a group of cannibalistic
Sean,
people,
much like Game of Thrones, you have to choose your level of bad and what you're good with. Now, for the most part, the Starks have avoided all that. They were just the great family who had
the baby face of
who had to die because they were too baby face.
Yeah,
they had to learn some lessons, and then Arya did what Arya did, and sure Sansa learned her lessons, whatever. But very early on, they're the most likable if you like people who are good, and then they dealt with the death that came with it because they weren't ready for this world. Despite Ned being part of a rebellion, but whatever. Before the show began, but with Shauna, and she is top level terrible. Sure, the other girls ate the face off of one of their dead teammates after she died and they cooked her. Whatever. But I've come to accept that. They all did it, so I can't divide my allegiances that way. I got to find other ways.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get you.
I mean, they put me in a bad spot until they gave me Shauna. Like, oh, there's one person I can really hate her. I don't have any moral qualms about hating her.
Ramsey Bolton of Yellow Jackets.
Yes.
I was
very
gonna say
much so.
where this place. I have no idea where this takes place.
No one really knows. Maybe it's in Canada. Who knows where the plane
really?
crash
They just
happened.
they
never really
I
explain.
have a cousin over in Saskatchewan.
Well, we know where they're from. We just don't know where the plane landed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think they're from like Jersey or something.
That explains. Yeah, that's why they're on
All terrible people.
Yeah,
they learned too much from The Sopranos.
yeah.
Actually,
They got to cannibalism in like 30 minutes.
it's set in the 90s, so there's a lot of references about shows that, well, maybe someone younger than you or maybe even your age has never seen. But it's a fine entertainment for someone who doesn't really want to lock in and be like. Actually, you know what? I take that back. There's a lot of theories about that show. It's just not something where you have to be completely locked in because it's not that intricate. It's just, hey, they've been forced to do something bad because they're in a bad spot, and they've taken that trauma back to adulthood. And Shauna, once again, we've got people who have murdered people several times, And she's got one under her belt, I think, because she was cheating on her husband. She wound up killing the guy because she thought the guy was blackmailing her, which he wasn't. He just happened to be an artist who liked her. She just murdered him anyway.
Oh.
Terrible person. Shout out to Yellow Jackets. I think the season finale is this weekend. All right. We'll get to this. Thanks, Carrie, for setting me on that rant. You can watch it on Paramount Plus. That's a free ad. We usually say no free ads, but I've talked about it enough.
Oh, okay.
You can
Paramount
watch it there.
Plus gets a free ad.
Yeah, if I'm going to talk about it that much, and I might want to tell you where you can watch it.
Okay, I'll grab that.
Yeah. So send it to him. Hey, this guy really loves the show, but he hates Melanie.
Promo code Dell.
But he really hates Melanie Linsky's character. You should pay him a couple bucks to talk about it some more. Okay, Nico Iamaleava is the quarterback in question. We were referencing the quarterback of Tennessee for now. Maybe he's the quarterback of Tennessee when the season begins. He was a 5-star. His NIL deal, original one, to get him to Tennessee was much talked about. And now, maybe yesterday's price shouldn't be today's price, according to reports. He wants a deal to be renegotiated. That has been a point of contention, as you might imagine. It's tough when your starting quarterback is asking for more money. And now, as Sean told me during the break, didn't even show up to practice. Now, when you're just trying to keep the Tennessee fan base off your back, your family comes out and goes, no, don't worry about it. We're happy with the contract situation they have. Imagine that.
Nothing to see here.
No, even that line about a college player 5 years ago when NIL was burgeoning, people would freak out. Now it's just part of the discussion. A college player's family members telling you, my contract situation is something that he's happy with. Different world.
Yeah, he's not practicing. He is a starting quarterback for an SEC team that just didn't show up to practice. But don't worry, it's not because of the contract situation.
Yes.
That's also where I take this, where I'm like, okay, let's just play out the string of no, you guys are telling the truth. This isn't the reported contract dispute that it's been reported on for 2 days.
Let's think about what happens at the
So he's just not at practice, huh?
Let's think about what happens at the NFL level when this happens. No, he's fine. He's just not practicing. When is the player ever fine when he's not showing up to practice?
Or it's just okay, so this is Nico's vet day. This quarterback that turned the wide open Tennessee offense that has roots from Baylor, where Bryce Petty can roll out of bed and throw for 5,000 yards in this offense, but with Nico they had to be a run first outfit
because the deep ball left them.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker had no problem with this stuff. Joe
Milton had no problem
running this thing, but Nico can't. And he wants a pay raise.
He wants more money.
That's interesting.
It's going to go over real well, and I want to correct it. Cordell Landers is a close friend of the Iamaleavas. He's not a family member. He happens to be a former assistant director of player personnel at the University of Florida, and also works with notable players from California.
Sounds like an agent.
Yes, that's what he is. Without saying it, that's what he is. So Nico's agent.
Yes.
Is saying he's A-okay with the contract. He just won't be at practice, apparently. I don't want to get into how college sports has changed because I don't care about that. I don't care about that. It's just interesting that this is going on with a top quarterback. Because even on the NFL level, it's very rare for it to be a quarterback. It's happened before. Quarterbacks sit out.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they sit in where they don't play. They don't practice, but they're there because they don't want it to be a giant deal. But the reporters are going, this quarterback hasn't participated in any 11-on-11. I think that happened with Tua this past offseason, where he didn't, for a day or two, he didn't participate in 11-on-11, and then a day later he got his contract. So maybe Nico's trying to do the same thing, except they got plenty of time between now and the fall.
I think neither of us have an issue with the I guess the money elements of this, the transaction,
it's just interesting.
Negotiate. Yeah, it's interesting,
and he's not good enough to be doing it.
That's what I have an issue with. Wait, you're asking for more money?
If Cam Ward pulled it off, now we didn't have any evidence how good he would be at Miami, but Cam Ward had Miami over barrel because they had no quarterback last year, and he made a late decision. He was in the draft and pulled out, and he was ready for the spring. If Cam Ward's actually, you know what? I'm not sure about this. I could understand. I've seen Cam Ward play well at Washington State. I get it. He had a lack of talent around him and still was a pretty good quarterback. Nico should be better. and he hasn't been.
If freaking Drew Aller did this, I think we would make
we would make fun of it, but at least he won a playoff game.
Yeah, he was like good, and he could have gone to the draft this year.
Yeah,
actually, before he played in playoff games, they said he would go into the draft,
and then we saw him. Ooh,
yeah,
maybe hold off on that.
But and it's not like I don't know. It's not like some breakout performance like Lenore Sellers. Like nope, it's just
Nico who underperformed.
And it's like it's especially I guess it's especially funny because this is like for the spring window. So like in December, he was fine. In January, yeah, it was fine. Immediately after the season, don't think I need a raise. Which we can talk about it later.
And now with
now in April, he's
and then maybe he found out, like the rest of the world did, that the portal isn't even real. Because the Wisconsin player, I'm forgetting his name, who they didn't want to let into the portal.
Yeah,
then he just said,
back.
I forgot his name. I think his last name is Lucas. He wanted to go home and play at Miami. They wouldn't let him. They said, hey, you signed this deal that says you have to, we own your NIL. You can't go. We're not even going to put you in the portal, even though the rules are supposed to be as soon as he asks, you're supposed to put him in. He goes, oh, okay, I'll fight you on the NIL thing. But you know what I'm going to do? The portal doesn't actually exist. I'm just going to enroll at Miami and you can't stop me.
I can just start taking classes.
And then now, and in fact, the way it works is if Miami had a game the next day and he had enrolled, he could have played. That's how much the portal is a fake thing and more just a database. So Nico was like, you know what? I could be playing insert name of school. I could be playing in their spring game if you don't give me the money. I could be on their roster in less than a day if you don't give me what I'm looking for. And this is us speculating. Carlos, I see you. La Torta. Okay, I see you too. The funny thing is, Nico's last act as a Tennessee player before all of this happened was going 14-31 and throwing for 104 yards against Ohio State in that playoff game. I don't feel like he's in a position of power.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
But maybe he saw the quarterbacks on the roster that are in. You go, I may not have played well, but I'm better than these guys, and you're in real trouble if you play them.
That'd be very funny.
Yeah.
If this was basically him shorting the backup.
Yeah.
It was like, these guys stink, and you know it.
Yeah, so pay up.
Sure. All I really did well was hand off to Dylan Sampson, who's no longer here.
Yeah.
But this guy's even worse.
I mean, he was probably feeling pretty good about himself against Vanderbilt and UTEP before he played Ohio State. 8 touchdowns, 1 pick, and then he played a real team. And it was oof. But still, renegotiation time, according to reports, although his agent.
No, he's not. He's missing practice, not because of this. We won't give the reason why he's missing practice.
I'm listening to Cordell Lander saying they're all good with the contract.
Then Cordell? Then why aren't you at practice?
I mean, we talking about practice.
Yeah,
we just talking about practice. We will see how that plays out.
A big test coming up. Need to study.
I got to be qualified. I want to stay eligible because that's a concern at Tennessee for your starting quarterback. We will see how this plays out, but it's the first time we've seen the starting quarterback, at least publicly. I think it happened in Miami. I think Tyler Van Dyke held them over a barrel. We'll see how that played out. He got his money from them, threatened to go to Alabama, and Miami would have been better off if he did go to Alabama in 2023. We'll see if Nico pulls a move and gets more money, or Tennessee stands their ground and go, no, man, come at us. Either you play for us, or you can go find another place, but we're not going to give you any more. If the reports are to be believed and not Landers, who is telling us that money isn't the issue. Let's get to Carlos, who wants to talk about this, and then we'll save La Torta for next segment. What's up, Carlos?
Hello?
Yes, yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, I love the show. Hey, I just talked about it. Nico is not good. He's not that. I can't believe he's doing this. He's not that guy, pal. Nico, you're not that guy, pal. But he got that drip off the field. He got that drip, though. Love the show.
Appreciate it. Nico has been supposed to be that guy since, a sophomore in high school? He
was one of those high school quarterbacks that you hear about like 2 years before he actually is going to be on college.
And of course, the Iamaleava thing is hard to pronounce, so just calling him Nico is part of the deal as well.
Yeah,
just
he's a one-name guy.
Yeah, a one-name quarterback named Nico helps the profile as well. I think he played quarterback in California, which at one point and maybe still is one of the quarterback havens for high school football. He was supposed to be it. The NIL, he was one of those NIL babies where we kind of knew how much he was going to get, and the largest NIL deal was maybe going to determine where he played. Tennessee was all in on him. And this was before Tennessee kind of knew what they had with Heupel's offense, because Hendon Hooker was kind of an up and down guy at Virginia Tech. He plays well there. Of course, Joe Milton has his time there. So Tennessee felt like we're going to get an upgrade at quarterback, and that's going to take us to another level. Now, they made a playoff in the first year of the 12-team playoff, and I kind of ran down how that went for them, at least on offense. So we'll see what Nico does. But as we just heard from Carlos, he has not been that guy despite all the hype. La Torta, you want to talk to me about something? Can't imagine what it'll be. We'll hear from La Torta. Okay, when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
That voice was Michael Carroll's. He'll join us about 10 to 12 minutes. We'll see. He's going to tell you what you should watch this weekend. Maybe you're going to be locked in on the Astros, and maybe Friday's game will disappoint you and you want to get away from it. Michael's going to have some options. the Rockets games won't be that consequential, so maybe TV or movies are a place to go to get your entertainment this weekend. But first, let's get to La Torta. He wants to talk to me. What's up, La Torta?
Hey ho, how you doing there, H-Town? It's your boy Joe.
La Torta sent me a text recently, and by recently I mean like 3 minutes ago, which I cannot get on air because there's no way we can dance around it and keep our jobs. But go ahead, La Torta. What's up?
Sports, Dell. How you doing? Well, that's one of my questions. I don't think the Astros are suffering.
No.
Yes, they're suffering with pitching. So what do you think of my boy Jake?
We're not bringing on Jake, okay? And the name is one where it would torture Todd Callis for over the course of the season. Todd Callis doesn't want that guy on the roster. Jeff Blum doesn't. Robert Ford doesn't. No one associated with the
That'd
Astros.
be so awesome. They did say that over the air. Jake Blum be like, how we doing around this?
They would just call him Jake. Jake Meyer is what they would call him. They would ask him
Jake
to shorten his name.
Naysayerman or Naysayer?
It wouldn't happen.
Naysayer?
This is me dancing around something. It's like a personal conversation we're having on the air. It's not great. But this guy, La Torta, sent me a text of a pitcher whose name is one that nobody who covers the Astros would ever want to say. Can you imagine Julia having a conversation with Jacob about his performance? We got Jake here. No, it ain't happening. He's long been out of baseball. Anything else?
Hey, besides that, a serious question. This is more for like when Pete Carroll gets there. What did he think about so far about the new Daredevil series? I know it's almost towards the end, but felt like it was more about Matt Murdock than actual Daredevil. What you think?
You know what? I am way behind it. I think the last episode I saw was episode 4, so I can't give it a full review. It's probably something I'll catch up on this weekend. As I said, there's not a lot of. Well, I'll watch some Astros, but the Rockets not that interesting. So I'll watch that. So it would be unfair for me to say what I think of it. I think the first 4 episodes it was fine. I don't know if I can say it, but watching that one character come back who was part of the early Daredevil seasons on Netflix was pretty cool. It's interesting. I think the Kingpin is always an interesting villain because of him trying to balance himself as a normal person and then really what his instincts are. And we saw that play out in one of the last scenes of an episode where, he's still the same guy he always was, holding a guy who happened to date your wife, prisoner for years. He's still that guy, pal. While Nico ain't that guy, the Kingpin still is that guy. So I'll have to watch the rest of it. If you do want a full review of the show, listen to Michael Carroll's Comicast. They've been breaking down Daredevil Born Again throughout. After every episode, him and John Lee do a good job on the podcast, which you can generally hear from 8 to 9 here on ESPN. So that's the spot to go to if you're all caught up. Here, I try to avoid spoilers mostly because some people haven't watched the show or some people are behind. But if you want a full spoiler, go listen to Michael. He does a good job there. Anything else, La Torta? Trying to get me in trouble with the text? Or are you done here?
Here?
Done on this call. Maybe you're not done here, but are you done on the call?
I was just saying I apologize for my absence. I got deported, man, so it's good to be back. All right, love you, bye.
Okay, why not end it with that? You weren't deported. You wouldn't be allowed back. I don't know what your status is, but if you did get sent out of the country, you're not coming back. Stop it. And let's not talk about that anymore. It is odd to joke about that when that's a serious thing for people who are dealing with. So we'll leave that alone. But appreciate it, La Torta. I just almost called him La Porta, which is actually a soccer player's name, La Torta. All right. We'll be joined by Michael Carroll when we come back. He will maybe talk about his week as a Cougar fan, from the highs of seeing Jamal Shed at the game with the big lead to, what happened after that. Still very disappointing. Michael Carroll, giant Cougar fan. We'll hear from him, and maybe he'll use this weekend of TV and movies to get out of his seasonal tournament depression that he's probably dealing with as the week has gone on. Still a tough one. And look at that. Walter Clayton Jr. just appears on my television because he's going to join. I don't know what show that is. I guess maybe I'm watching a rerun of First Take or something. I'm not sure. But either way, Walter Clayton Jr., who didn't have a great first half and really a great game overall, who showed up late, all of a sudden he goes from not a draft pick to into the lottery in a recent mock. The senior from the Florida Gators. All right, we'll hear from Michael Carroll when we come back. But before I do all that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's a great place to go if you want a great car. And with spring savings abound, they're going to help you out. It's the spring. They're trying to help you out with savings, and by savings I mean employee pricing. Employee pricing is something they want to match for their customers. So if you are into a Chevy Silverado 1500, they will match the price an employee would get, which means you're going to be saving quite a bit. And maybe that's not the car you want. Maybe you want like a Trax or a Blazer. The prices are going to be something that fits what you're looking for as well. Because once you step on that lot, they're going to make you part of their family. And what do you do for family? You do them favors. You do favors for your family, and they're going to look to set you up once you get there. So go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and check out all they have to offer. And then step on to the lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and see that wide selection. They have a campus. You can pretty much call it a campus because they have a parts department. They do service as well. So if you want something new or pre-owned or something for your fleet, it's all there for you, from SUVs to cars. Get something great at monumentchevrolet.com. Check them out there. Go on the lot. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive. So we don't normally talk about music during the segment, but Kendrick has released the video for Luther. So if you want to see Kendrick and SZA in a video, there it is for you. But let's get to what we normally talk about. Michael Carroll is here. He's the host of Comicast. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts and listen to it here on ESPN 97.5 from 8 to 9, generally on Wednesdays. And Michael Carroll, the last time you were with us, it was to celebrate and in anticipation of the Cougs. Have not talked to you about it because mostly I like to give people space. There's no point in having you relive that moment. I can still give you the space if you don't want to talk about it. I understand.
No, it's fine. It's just we were so close.
Yes, and I ask you not to look at your television right now because Walter Clayton Jr. is on television on First Take.
Why?
Right, on a rerun of First Take, he's on right now. So perfect timing or bad timing, depending.
He didn't even do that well in the game.
Yeah, I mean, they got him going late, but yeah, he didn't do that well. So I talked to Michael on the day of, certainly, and then during the game because I saw Jamal Shed. We talked about it on the show. Was Jamal Shed going to be able to make it? And he happened to make it. And unfortunately, he made it for that. It's tough, man.
It's brutal, man. Because they up by 14. They
all
12,
the things.
all the things.
Up in the second half, felt like you were playing, maybe not shooting the ball well, but at a level of defense that there was no way Florida was going to be able to score enough to overcome it. And
the shooting,
yeah.
Good Lord.
I mean, Terrence.
Good Lord.
Yeah, Malik Wilson banked in a 3 in the first half. That's how bad it was going. Not even like a straight on bank. It was like off onto the side.
It was
that's how
upper. Yeah.
That's how bad the shooting was. Where that shot went in just because he was so off. I watched it from a hotel in Kingwood because we were getting ready. We had to be in an area so we can get to the tournament. Mercy Gate Church and the tournament they put on. So I watched it in an adjoining room. You can hear Lance reacting to the game. Lance couldn't figure out the TV, so he watched it on his laptop. So he was ahead of me. So when he reacted to things, I had to wait about 40 seconds to see what he was reacting to. So eventually I had to turn the TV enough to mute him. But yeah, not the affiliation that you have, but I was like, come on. And then when the Sharp thing happened, I was like, okay, I'm not watching Florida celebrate. I'm out. I turned the television.
As soon as the clock hit zeros, I was like, I'm out.
Yeah, who's gonna look at them celebrate? I don't like Florida to begin with, and then they're gonna win a title at the expense of the Cougs.
Very last second.
Very
brutal,
tough. Yeah.
Brutal.
So great squad. Already added a player. Now Arsenault has decided he's leaving, but they added a player from Creighton, and great recruiting class, so they're gonna be just fine. It's just mere minutes away.
It's just so. It was right there.
Yeah.
It was like you reached out, you could touch it. It was right there. You could touch it,
and it felt like it was yours until
not so much.
Oh.
So this is what Duke felt like, I guess.
Probably less painful for them because it wasn't the title game,
yeah.
But yeah, they felt like that too because they thought they're the best team in the country. They thought they're going to win the title, and they just thought you were one step in that process instead.
That's how I thought.
Yeah, true. All right,
dang,
but. We all know Coug for life. Michael Carroll here with us. All right, let's get into something maybe happier. Probably can't be worse. But as far as this weekend in entertainment, what are you going to start with?
I mean, it's a strong weekend for releases from the theater to as well as streaming. We'll start with theater. If you're going out, I mean, there is The Amateur starring Rami Malek. It's mixed reviews, but more positive than negative. Audiences seem to like it so far. 89% on Rotten Tomatoes, 62% with critics. Of course, Rami Malek stars as a CIA decoder who is very much a nerd. It kind of reminds me of like a Jack Ryan in a sense, where he's just a analyst type.
He's thrown into something.
He was looking for revenge for the death of his wife. It's not a spoiler. Like that's kind of the whole premise of his journey and his journey of revenge. So if you want to check that out, that's available in theaters this weekend. One that I am very surprised by that I didn't think was going to get good reviews was Drop, which is like, it's not, I wouldn't say it's a horror movie. It's more like thriller, I guess.
I think I talked about it earlier this week. It stars Megan Fahey,
I believe is how you say it.
She was in season 2 of White Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
She played the woman who was cheated on by her husband, eventually got revenge. At least it was alluded to. She got revenge by having sex with her husband's friend from college. She was the other woman, not named Aubrey Plaza.
Scandalous.
In that foursome, I guess you want to call it, as far as the two couples. So I know her face from that, and it also has the dude from one of the lead characters in 1923. That's her blind date, I believe.
Oh, Brandon Skellner.
He's in the show.
Yeah.
That show, I think that's only going to be 2 seasons. I think they just ended their show.
I think that final season
on Saturday/Sunday. So he's in it. He plays the blind date.
Henry is his name in the movie.
Okay. So I guess the premise is she's put under. She's being watched by someone, and she has to kill him, or her family's going to die.
Yeah, she's a widowed mother on her first date in years. She is hitting it off with this date, but then starts getting dropped messages to, I guess, airdrop messages to her phone, showcasing somebody at her house threatening to kill her 2 kids. And they start making her do stuff at this restaurant, at this fancy date. And one of the final things is kill Henry, her blind date. So the tension and story ensues from there. But again, this, like, the premise of it, I was like, I don't know, like, this doesn't seem, but audiences 73%, critics 84%. It seems to be getting very good reviews.
I'm going to guess that the person trying to force her to do things is her husband, who's not really dead. And we're going to get a backstory where he wasn't a great husband. He left her. Because all we know now is that she's a widow.
Yeah, all we know is
I'm going to go he faked his death to get away from her.
Ooh, that's a good call.
And now he's back.
That's a good call.
I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, and he has some unresolved beef, of course.
And if you can fake your death and make it look like you're dead, you can do what he's doing.
And he's been planning for this ever since he faked his death.
Yeah. Now, apparently he thought, hey, man, I made the wrong call. And now she's dating again. I'm out to get her.
Yeah, I think you just nailed it. I think you just nailed what this movie's about.
All right, we'll see.
I don't know.
I don't know either, but we'll see.
We'll see. My personal pick, though, that I probably am going to go see this weekend is Warfare, the A24 film, which is written and directed by Iraq War veteran Ray Mendoza, and is written and directed by, as well, Alex Garland, who did Civil War last year, 28 Days Later. A lot of, for the most part, good films from Alex Garland. But it embeds audiences in a platoon of American Navy SEALs on a surveillance mission gone wrong in insurgent territory. A strong cast. It's like a who's who of young.
Yeah, we got John
actors.
Blackthorne from Shogun. He's in it.
Yeah, Cosmo Jarvis.
We got 2 people from the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Will Poulter
and the new Johnny Storm.
Joseph Quinn.
Yeah.
Charles Melton, Noah Centineo, Michael Gandolfini, Defarawun Ati.
There's another one from Marvel TV Universe.
Yeah.
But there's another one, Michael Gandolfini.
Gandolfini,
yeah. He's in Daredevil.
It's a strong cast, and it's like I've heard mixed things about the story itself, because it's all told based off the memory of Ray Mendoza. But the technical prowess of it, like the visceral nature of the way they shot it, they built this town from the ground up to shoot it. 94% with critics, 94% with audiences. This is my personal, I want to go see this weekend.
Nothing like an American war film with so many Brits in it.
That's what I thought too. I was like, literally, there's so many British people playing Americans in this.
Yeah. How it is. John Hawthorne, at least the guy who played him, John Blackthorne, at least the guy who played him.
Yeah.
Upset. He's from Jersey. Cosmo Jarvis is from Jersey.
Is he
upset? Yes.
So he's one of us.
I wouldn't have put it. He's said to be an English actor because you can hear the accent.
Yeah,
but he was born in Jersey, so he's an American.
Oh, wait, did he grow up in England though?
Yes.
Oh.
He's he was born in Jersey to an Armenian American mother, and then they and a British father, and they moved to England at 3 months. So he spent almost the entirety of his life in England. But he could play for the U.S. soccer team, so he's an American.
He might.
He may very well.
He's the Anthony Robinson of movies.
But if you want to go see him, Warfare this weekend. That's one where I tell people, like, that's a movie you should see on the big screen versus like waiting for it to be on streaming or whatever. Just with the sound design, because if you saw Civil War last year, the sound design, the just the visceral nature of that movie, whether you love the story or not, I think just the technical aspect of it is one of those movies you should go see on a big screen. Same with Warfare for this weekend. Streaming wise, so much. Literally so much.
The Last of Us. Go ahead.
The Last of Us season 2 premieres this Sunday on HBO, of course, and on Max. 93% right now with critics. Takes place 5 years after the events of season 1. based off the video game of the same name. This is telling the story of part 2, the video game part 2.
It's going to season 2 will be the first half of the video game. Is that what it is?
My guess is yes, but I'm not like 100% sure because there was talk of stretching it into. They could stretch it
There's so much in that
into
game, yeah.
3 seasons,
All
depending on what route they
all
go.
depends on how much HBO wants to pay.
Yeah,
if they want to pay
so-
up, they
but
can do that.
Neil Druckmann has talked about. He's the creator of
The
Last
game
of Us,
and-
the game
and the
of-
movie. And the show,
and the
excuse me.
show. He's talked about it to where he thinks the show would be a 4 to 5 season run, depending on how they go. There is no plans for a part 3 of the game. So this maybe is the end of the story for Ellie and Joel, but we'll see how it goes. But this should be, I would guess, the first half of the game. And it's a interesting dynamic that we're getting into because it introduces a new character that everyone will need to know, and that's Abby, who's
Yeah.
played by Caitlin Dever. So, I don't want to say too much because there's big things that happen in the game.
Certainly. If it is only the first half of the game, I can see the pivotal moment of that game, the turning point in that game, being the end of season 2.
I think there's a chance it may even happen
Earlier,
like the penultimate.
Yeah,
or
considering how HBO shows usually go that route, the cliffhanger thing generally is not the last thing we see in a season. It's generally before that. So you might be right about that. Caitlin Dever is an actress. I've seen her in a lot of stuff. She's really good. There's a horror movie, alien horror movie on Hulu where she doesn't say a word in the entire movie. It's just about her and her dealing with trauma, and then aliens playing a part in that. She's also in the Netflix show about the fake cancer, the woman who pretended to have cancer. She's Australian. She's in that came out recently. So she's on a bit of a run, and now she's in The Last of Us. She'll be the character in the game was a controversial figure because what they did, and rightfully so. They made her a POV character, so you got to be part of, figure out what she was about in her world, and then they did that thing that flipped people, or maybe said, hey, maybe I'm with her. Depends on how you feel. Most people were like, oh no, how could you do it?
Well, it's like the old adage of like, if you follow the villain from the jump, you would probably see them as the hero of the story.
Yes.
And like, if you follow Thanos all the way through, you'd probably think of him as the hero versus the Avengers being the villains. So it's kind of like that, but it also just an empathetic viewpoint for where Abby's coming from throughout the course.
You're going to find out if the movie follows the game. You're going to find out quite a bit about her, and when that turning point happens, you have to decide how you feel about all of it.
I also wouldn't be shocked though if they have a couple of episodes like the Bill and Frank episode.
Well, if you look at the trailer, there is one of the more famous DLCs from that game, Showcase.
Yes.
So that's certainly be in it. That feels like a one episode separate thing by itself. Explaining some of the time between the end of the season 1 and now the 5-year time period. That DLC happened before the start of season 2, so that'll be an episode we'll get. I'm sure it'll be a standalone.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. They'll do bottle. That's why I think you could extend the game to be maybe 2 to even 3 seasons.
I had Sean in there shaking his head at the thought of extra seasons. He's against stretching the material, it seems like.
No, this seems like it's setting up, like you said, they don't plan on having a third game.
Right.
Seems like they're signing themselves up for a season 8 of Game of Thrones, where they're like, all right, that's the end of the video game.
We're gonna keep going.
Oh,
let's cook something up. How are we ending this bad boy?
I think they would end it, and maybe if HBO, I'm sure, because it's a big hit for HBO, would definitely go in that route, right?
Yes.
Like they would want 8, 10
Benioff,
seasons.
Weiss, come back.
But I could also
please
see
no.
Please no. But I could also see Neil Druckmann saying, no, we'll just expand the universe rather than like this story is going to be like, that's it.
That's a standalone story.
And do
Walking Dead
like
type stuff.
Yeah,
Like if they did
Last of Us, but shoot off.
Yeah, maybe different places, kind of like what they tapped into in season 1, where early on you see like where were they at with the doctor, like the Philippines or something like that.
How that popped
Like
off
you may see some different aspects in different areas of the world, but the Joel and Ellie story, I think, will be condensed to 4 seasons. I think Neil Druckmann.
I think the fact that the creator is full in on the game and the series may lead to what you're saying, where this is a standalone, and if HBO you want to keep giving us bags for stuff, we'll create something new off of it.
Because I mean, with PlayStation and Sony and all that, I'm sure they would want a Last of Us Part 3, but I think Neil believes in the story so much that he's not going to do one. Like they'll just create something else, which they are currently in terms of the gaming space with the new game and the
Don't sell out, Neil.
whole
That's what. Hey, don't let the bag distract you from what you feel, which generally is not the case. Everyone sells out for the most part, but not you, Neil.
Don't be the George R.R. Martin of that.
I wish. Well, I think that the Last of Us game and story is finished.
Yeah,
I wish George would get to finish some stuff.
Oh, then be the George. No, don't be the George.
Don't be the George, like you said, but in a different way. Okay, Last of Us season 2 out on Sunday.
That's the big one.
If you are not into, and yes, it's about zombies. It isn't really about zombies, but they do play a part. But if you want something less post-apocalyptic, what can they do, Michael?
There's also Your Friends and Neighbors, the new John Hamm show
on
Apple TV Plus. 80% with critics right now. He's a disgraced hedge fund manager who resorts to stealing from his neighbors. So there you go with John Hamm. Doctor Who season 2 of Disney Plus, which I mean, I guess it's technically Doctor Who season 2 for this Doctor, but he's like the 15th Doctor Who. So
there's a lot of lore behind
a lot of lore, but currently that's going to premiere on Disney Plus as well this weekend. Black Mirror season 7 premiered on Netflix, or premieres today on Netflix. Of course, Black Mirror is like the new age Twilight Zone for folks that may not know.
Yeah.
Currently, season 7 is getting very good reviews, 89%.
Raheel told a story about
critics.
John Cornyn and what he's saying in his election campaign. John Cornyn was forced to publicly have sex with a pig, like in Black Mirror. So things can always get worse, no matter who you think you are in a political campaign.
There's also Hacks season 4 that's premiering on HBO/Max. That's the Gene Smart comedy. That it's another one. I haven't watched Hacks, but I know of it.
It's on my For You somehow, some way, so much. I've never looked up Hacks before, but I looked up some White Lotus stuff, and there it is. Hack stuff all over at my ex For You.
It's getting it's a small sample size, but 100% right now on Rotten Tomatoes for Hack season 4. The Handmaid's Tale season 6 premieres. I think it's today. 95%.
It premiered earlier this week.
Oh yeah, no,
I saw
you're
the
right.
first couple episodes, and June's at it again.
Mm-hmm.
And Serena Waterford is at it again as well.
There's also, you referenced this movie earlier, G20.
The Viola Davis movie where she is the president.
Yes.
And she's also an action hero.
That premieres on Prime Video. Mixed reviews on that one, but honestly, this is like a movie. This is like my beekeeper or working man that like Brian and Sean just love, like those types of movies. Like this feels like something like I would just Viola Davis as a president that's taking out the bad guys. Sure, I'm in.
So G20 is a real thing. It's a world summit.
Based on a true story. Got it.
Okay.
No. Based on real events.
Yeah, based on true events.
The G20. Here's the AI overview. It's a intergovernmental forum consisting of 19 countries and the European Union plus the African Union. So I guess some terroristic stuff pops off, and she has to save everyone.
Yes.
And why she's in that slinky dress? I guess there was some event that she was in,
gala,
at some gala that she was at, and now things have popped off, and that's why she has an assault rifle in her hand wearing that dress. Either way, Viola Davis, one of our acclaimed actors in G20,
and she's going against Homelander himself, Anthony Starr.
It is a prime thing. Why can't he just be Homelander? A crossover event.
I think she would lose in that case.
She does have that dress on though, Michael.
Yeah, well,
so she's killing it in that way.
She's killing it in that way.
Yeah. So Anthony Starr, Homelander himself. I like to think of him as the guy from what's that HBO show? Cinemax show. The guy from Banshee. Yes, yes, Homelander is what people know him from now. He's in it without superpowers, but still a villain, I guess.
We don't know if he has superpowers.
That's true. Maybe we'll find out a little bit later.
Could be the twist.
It's actually a clone, of Homelander.
You never know.
You never know. And this one has an accent of some kind.
You mean his regular accent?
Yeah, like his regular accent.
Okay. We'll see.
Versus Homelander, all American.
At least that's what they tell us.
That's what they tell us.
Yes.
That's what he wants us to believe.
Anthony Starr.
Yeah.
He's a Kiwi, if you didn't know.
But yeah, it's a strong weekend. Also, I know Sean likes this movie. Conclave is on Prime Video.
I watched it
this weekend.
It's good.
And then, of course, the Pit wrapped up last night, and Yellow Jackets wraps up this weekend.
We did have a call about Yellow Jackets. I went on a rant about Shauna. She is the worst. But yeah, I'll watch the season finale today, or a little bit, or maybe on Saturday, Sunday. But it is a busy weekend. There's a lot going on. April is a big time for the stuff we like to watch.
Oh yeah.
And Sunday is once again Last of Us. Last of Us is back, and I'm excited about that. So it's a lot of things that you wouldn't push back against watching, right?
I mean, even G20. I'm like, I'll probably.
I'll
throw
give
that
Violet
on.
Davis
I
a
don't
shot.
care. Like, it's fine. Like, there's nothing.
This is a very positive.
Yeah, you've gone soft on us. Normally, there's one.
I've gone soft.
Yeah, normally there's one like, do not watch this.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
And then
100%.
I'm here being like, I don't know. Sounds
No,
interesting.
honestly, like, I'm not gonna say like Black Mirror. I want to watch that.
You're even down for D20 or not D20, G20.
I'm down for G20. I don't think it's gonna be like up there in terms of my favorite movies of the year, but it's a fun action movie. I'll always go for fun action movies.
You're really disrespecting the new season of Jurassic World Chaos Theory.
What?
On Netflix.
That's out?
Yes, it is.
I thought
it was next weekend. Oh,
No, it's out
It's
this
out
weekend.
this weekend.
Yeah.
You know, I saw that and I was like, I'll leave that off.
Well, you made a mistake.
Just in time for Dire Wolves to come back.
Oh yeah, we talked about that earlier. So I haven't seen any dire wolves in any of the animated Jurassic Park series, but you never know. You never know.
You never know.
10,000 years. 10,000 years they waited to bring them back for whatever reason. They need to bring back wolves.
I thought mammoths would be first.
Well, that's the plan, but you start with something smaller.
Start small.
And then you bring back the mammoths.
Go big.
Basically dogs.
But like go
Giant
big.
dogs is pretty much what they
I
are.
want to see a mammoth.
Well,
we all do, Mike.
Thank you.
Don't worry. You'll
Didn't
get
they
there.
Didn't they make like woolly mice? Like they made mice with very long.
Yes, they did.
Yes, they did do that.
Yes, they did do that. They did have woolly mice.
We're working our way up.
Yeah.
We're working our way.
At some and
Let's
then
start big.
and then because we're awful as human beings, we want to see historic animals that we've never seen before fight each other. So we'll get to the dinosaurs. Don't worry about it.
I think I thought
Why
more-
not? We talked about it. Shouldn't it be dire wolves to saber-toothed tigers?
Yeah.
And then woolly
saber-tooth-
mammoths?
Yeah. Oh, throw in saber-tooth tigers. That should be next.
And the pack of wolves can fight the saber-toothed tiger. See who wins.
And I've thought more about the dinosaur aspect of this. I'm still pro dinosaur. Make
It's a wrong decision, by the way.
But
pro dinosaur.
I feel like we've seen a lot of evidence today. No.
Jurassic Park Chaos Theory will tell you, don't be pro dinosaur.
I think the flying ones you should stay away from.
No, yes, you cannot
I
have
think the
flying dinosaurs.
pterodactyls
Should not. Yeah.
I've seen them, and they always take out the flying things we have to try to keep them down. Yeah, they always win that battle.
They're the first things that the government just has to go. I guess we just live with pterodactyls now.
Yeah.
Everything else you can kind of keep on an island.
Either
If
in
those
the
things break out, it's like
either in the water.
I don't know what to do.
I mean, nothing that fares well in water because you will lose them. I've seen Godzilla in action when he goes for a swim.
Yeah.
And nothing that flies because I've seen Mothra.
Yeah,
it's a problem.
But
And
King
Mothra's
Kong-
actually the
King
nice
Kong?
one.
And the Mothras, yeah.
The
nice.
other ones are the worst ones. You
Yeah.
can't. Nothing that flies.
I'm looking at you, Rodan.
Nothing that flies or swims. And by the way, they are already announcing cast members for the next Godzilla.
Yeah, they are.
X Kong.
Yeah.
Let's just what you should watch whatever weekend that comes out. That movie.
That one.
Just let's knock that out.
Oh, 100%.
2026 or whenever that movie comes out.
I think it's 2027, but yeah,
2027,
100%,
yeah.
100%.
All right, just the entire summer of 2027, whichever weekend this one comes out, because this will be a summer movie.
Of course.
it's
what to watch for.
It'll be a lead up. I'll have Godzilla movies every week leading up to that one.
A marathon.
Yeah,
Watch
marathon
right
movie.
before you see it. Okay. No more marathon for this show.
No,
it feels like one. 5 hours a day. We're done, at least for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say for you. Yes.
And Sean's got.
Oh, yeah, he's
Sean's
got
got
5
3 more.
hours.
He's got 5 hours too.
Yeah.
We're done for the day. Thank you, Michael Carroll.
Thank
You
you.
can listen to his podcast, Comicast, wherever you listen to podcasts. And also, he does it with Jong Lee. You can hear that on ESPN 975 from 8 to 9 on Wednesdays. We're done for the day. Me and Michael. In certain ways, Michael still has work. Sean has work.
I got to work.
I got a nap and a lunch. That's all that's left for me. And maybe some G20. You never know. Paul's up next. He's followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
This is so dang old cool.
That's right, LeBron. But it's dope as well. I'll talk to you. It's there. You got it. We'll talk to you on Monday.
Oh, he dope.
Told you he had it.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, April 11th, 2025. Fun fact, 36 years ago at 4 in the morning, I broke my mother's hips when I came into the world. Every single 36th birthday, I begin calling me Madre and apologizing for that because I had a big head and I was a 10-pound fatty boom batty. But I did win my parents a bottle of wine because I happen to weigh a good 2 pounds more than my cousin Tim, who was born on the same day. So it's interesting turning 36. I feel like every single birthday after you turn 25, you feel older and older. More bummed out about turning 36 than I was bummed out about turning 30 because I'm a little bit closer to 40. So there you go. For those who have wished me happy birthday, I appreciate it. But I'm not going to be going hard on this one. I think I'm driving to San Antonio, perhaps, to celebrate my birthday for a wedding tomorrow. We shall see. Anyway, you know what the drill is on Fridays. But first off, I mean, what a better way to celebrate my birthday than be hanging out at St. Arnold Brewing Company. We're hanging in the beer garden. It's a nice day, little humid, but we're not quite in the phase of the Houston season where it is disgusting AF outside. Come out, hang out with us. I will be here till 3:15 or so. The Killer Bees will be here after that. Great place to watch the Masters. Round 2 is underway. Holy crap. Justin Rose, he's 8 under through 14 today, so he's still winning. Bryson DeChambeau and those big old guns of his after the a million practice round shots that he took. Hot on his heels through 9 at 7 under. We'll keep you posted on what's going on with the Masters. I'm not the biggest golf guy, but I'm more into the Masters this year than I've been in years past. But we will talk about a lot. And on Fridays, you know the drill on the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any question, and I will work it into the show. It's a rather slow day in the Houston sports world. Yesterday, I spent a lot of the show talking about things that I would rather watch than the Houston Astros. We got very, very low in the bottom of the barrel. We were scraping and scraping and scraping. And this wasn't the bottom of a paella pan. No, this was the bottom of the trash can, okay? But today's a new day. And hopefully the 36th year of my life, I'm going to be a little bit more positive. And I'm hoping the arrival of the torpedo bats today will help the Astros offense GTFO of their funk. But since there was no Astros game to speak of last night, and since the Rockets have yet another meaningless game to play tonight against the Lakers, let's talk about something that happened this morning, a move that the Houston Texans made. The Houston Texans extended nickel corner Jalen Petrie with a 3-year deal worth $39 million, $29 million of it guaranteed. For those who don't know a lot about Jalen Petrie, I'll say this about him. The guy is the embodiment of what DeMeco Ryans wants. He is a phenomenal tackler. He hits hard. He constantly is in the right place at the right time. But we're talking about perhaps weaker elements of his game, not the best in coverage. Sure, his rookie season had a lot of interceptions, but if we're talking about one-on-one coverage, not the best. Is that what you're looking for in a nickel cornerback these days? Not necessarily. It's a very strange position, and I think that trying to explain it and compare the position on a team-by-team basis, different teams are asking for different things from their guys. The things that Jalen Petrie does well, he does really well. But at the same time, okay, a deal like this, which could be worth up to $42.6 million, 3 years after he missed a lot of time last year with an injury. Is this one of the guys that the Houston Texans needed to extend? Could you find another Jalen Petrie? Are nickelbacks replaceable? I think that's debatable. So a deal like this, and we look at what the Texans have been doing, and they gave Nico Collins the extension this offseason. Last offseason, which made sense. They gave Derek Stingley the extension this offseason. Made sense. I mean, deals that were made, short-term deals that go down ahead of other big contracts that were handed out. They look like bargains now. They're shorter-term deals. The Texans are not locked into these players forever, but the contracts will age very well. But with Jalen Petrie, I look at this contract the same way I look at Shaq Mason's contract, and I wonder, was it necessary? And the Texans have a habit of giving out deals to guys that they like. Shaq Mason was one of those guys that they liked. They didn't need to give that contract out to Shaq Mason before he played it down. They gave him a 3-year extension right after they traded for him. Joe Mixon, another guy. Hey, they traded for him. They gave him an extension. Mixon was really good last year in spite of an offensive line that stunk, but that they need to give that deal out. I like that the Texans reward players ahead of time. It definitely, I think, makes people that are in the locker room like the organization that they're working for, knowing that they're probably not going to get railroaded by a team that's a little cheap, right? But I look at this deal and I'm like, I don't know about it. Like, good for Jalen Petrie getting paid, but I feel like this is a position where you can find a lot of guys who can do the same thing that Jalen Petrie does. Was the lack of Jalen Petrie the reason that the Texans season ended in Kansas City? No. They lost because their offensive line sucked. They lost because their offense stopped figuring out how to move the football. They lost because they didn't have enough playmakers around C.J. Stroud. So listen, I'm not saying Jalen Petrie's a bad player. And I'm not saying that I don't want him on the team. I'm just saying I don't think they needed to give him an extension quite yet. I feel like the money they gave Jalen Petrie could theoretically be used in other spots. I would have preferred offensive line, wide receiver, which is what I want the Texans to draft. So that's where we start today on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. James Espinoza, who also is turning 36 this year, shout out to you, asks me, what's my favorite St. Arnold beer? That is a good question. They have a lot to offer. And guys, just a reminder, thanks to our friends at St. Arnold, there is a beer for everyone. If you like IPAs, they have 8. If you like malty beers, 3 to 4. Light beers, Lawnmower, Grand Prize, Summer Pilsner, Shandy, and more. They have cider, watermelon, strawberry, kiwi cider. Strawberry, kiwi cider. That's interesting. There's a full wine menu. There's a full food menu. It's a beer garden for everyone. I am more of a light beer guy. I love Pilsner. So it's between the Lawnmower and Summer Pilsner. Excuse me. Honestly, if I'm picking between the Lawnmower and the Summer Pilsner, I'm probably picking the Lawnmower. Both cans are pretty cool. The Lawnmower, the guy, the St. Arnold on the side of that can looks a lot more like me. He's got the Hawaiian shirt on. He's got the hairy chest. You know, that's what we're going for. The Summer Pilsner, it's an interesting can. That's not why I'm picking, though, the Lawnmower over the Summer Pilsner. The Lawnmower is the classic. So Lawnmower is my favorite St. Arnold beer, but there's a lot of different options. And come out and hang out with us. We're going to be at the St. Arnold Brewery in the beer garden all afternoon. Plenty of people here, and it's my birthday. So if you don't come, I'm going to assume you hate me. And listen, I know I have my fair share of haters, but that will be my assumption. And maybe I'll cry if you don't show up. Okay? Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Yes. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're watching the Masters on the big screen here in St. Arnold's Brewery. Justin Rose leading the way at the Masters, 1 under today, but Bryson DeChambeau, who's 4 under today through 9, is just 1 off the lead. It is crazy, the image rehabilitation that Bryson DeChambeau has had, literally by just being a little more humble. It's truly incredible. I mean, do people still hate Bryson DeChambeau? Also, Patrick Reed, who I know everyone hates, is not that far off the lead. He is 3 under, 2 under through 2 holes today. So we shall see how he goes on this one. Anyway, we'll keep you posted on what's going on in the Masters. Honestly, I saw a couple of very funny things today that involve the Masters. First off, I don't know if this was this morning or yesterday, but Max Homa this was yesterday for Max Homa. Max Homa was on the par 5 8th hole, and he's in the middle of the fairway, and he drives the ball, and it hits one of the groundskeepers directly in the ass. Like, one bounce, boop, right in the butt. This guy's just standing in the fairway. And it was a tough shot for Homa. I mean, it was through some trees. But this guy was just standing in the middle of the fairway, and he gets in the way. And what's crazy is I guess they just play on. When this dope is standing there, he's getting canned for sure. And the really funny thing is right after the shot happens, he doesn't seem to know what to do. He walks over to the side a little bit, and then he stands like he's the Boston Celtics leprechaun logo, almost as if nothing happened. I don't know what you're supposed to do in a situation like that, because obviously you've screwed up in the biggest golf tournament that there is. I guess it's round 1, but everyone loves Max Homa, perhaps because he just makes a lot of Part of My Take visits, the podcast with old Big Cat and PFT, who were one-time guests of the show, and I appreciate them for joining way back in the day. But what do you do in that spot? I don't know. I think I might just leave. I think I'm just going to drop that yellow flag and walk away and walk off the court forever and try to hide my face so that no paparazzi catch who I was. I guess you'd be identified after the fact, but that I feel a little bad for him, but I just don't know how you stand in the middle of the fairway holding the flag for the hole. Like, what are you doing, bud? Also funny, from round 1 of the Masters, the guy who won, I guess the amateur who got into the Masters. My internet's being a little screwy all of the moment. Jose Luis Ballester, who was the U.S. amateur champion. This is his first time at the Masters, and I guess he couldn't find a bathroom, so this guy just peed in a creek at the Masters, which is very relatable. But I guess at the Masters, you can't do this. The creek is called Ray's Creek. I mean, I'm assuming that the Masters are not the kind of golf course that have porta potties readily available. But it's really funny that this guy peed in a creek. Especially because it's the Masters. Like, the Waste Management Invitational, oh, no one cares. Like, you could probably pee on the green. Like, no one gives a crap about that. Everyone's pissed as it is. Pissed drunk, am I right? But he admitted to it when asked about it. He was asked by media after his first round was done. At 13, there was an issue. Did you have an emergency? Obviously, they cheered. So people cheered. I love that. Can you tell us what happened there? Jose says, well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms to the left of the tee box. On the 13th tee, said Jose Luis Ballester. Correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. I relate. I have a small bladder. I got you, bro. Didn't really know where to go. And since Justin Thomas had an issue on the green, I'm like, I'm just going to sneak here in the river and probably people would not see me that much, and then they clap for me. Probably one of the claps that I got today that was really loud, so that was kind of funny. A follow-up question: were you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Obviously, they saw you, right? They saw me. They saw me. It was not embarrassing at all for me. If I had to do it again, I would do it again. Shout out to him. I like that he came clean with it. And listen, when you got to go, and one of the perks of being a dude is that we got the parts to go wherever we want. You know, why would you want to change it up, if you will? You have the ability to go wherever. You want to use the bathroom? You want to use a stall? You want to sit? No, you don't. That is the number one perk of being a man. Ask Gallant anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Is there no greater perk to being a man than being able to go wherever you want? Now, obviously, like you can't, theoretically, if you do it outside of a school, you become a sex offender. Not so much in Seattle. You can do fentanyl in a playground in Seattle. Also, I will admit, I almost got caught at a very young age, the age of 13, not at the age of 13, in 2013. In 2013, I had to go really bad. And I was waiting for a taxi because this was the time before Uber. And I went around an alleyway, and I was in the process of unzipping. And a cop followed me around the corner, and he shined a flashlight on me, and he said, "Don't do it." So I didn't do it. So I didn't get written up, and I didn't become a sex offender for peeing in public. But that's a big perk of being a dude. I think it's one of the top ones that there is. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 832, they have porta potties for the players all over the course. Okay. Well, that's good to know. In the last segment, we talked about Jalen Petrie and extension. A couple of questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. The Texans giving Petrie an extension now has no effect on the current day cap space and their ability to add a wide receiver or any other position this offseason. That's fair. I just think Petrie's a little more replaceable than $13 million a year. I think he does what they want. I think he's swarm. I think he is the embodiment of that special work ethic and relentless mindset. Texas swarm. But I don't think that they needed to give him this deal. They like rewarding guys, though, who are, they want to reward guys who do what they ask. And I like that. But they like their guys, too. And this is something I'd heard, that DeMeco Ryans has his guys. And not everyone you necessarily would expect are his guys. I'll leave it at that. Petrie's clearly one of his guys. I just don't think the extension was necessary at this moment in time. They gave it to him. Hopefully Petrie has a great season. But I would say in coverage, he's not the best. It doesn't mean he's bad. I just don't think he's the best. And hey, if the Texans are looking for their nickel corner to be more of a run support guy than to be a cover guy, fine. I do think that team to team, the nickel position varies in terms of what you're asking the guy to do. I just think at the same time, Petrie's not that great in coverage. That's all. 713-780-3776 to call into text. And another texter asks, do you want Jimmy Ward or Jalen Petrie? No question, Jalen Petrie over Jimmy Ward. Nothing against Jimmy Ward. I think Jimmy Ward, Father Time's catching up quick, and I think he is more replaceable than Jalen Petrie. And I also take a look at what the Houston Texans have done in the draft over the years at defensive back. I mean, Jalen Petrie, really good pick. That's a second, third round pick. He's given you a lot to this point. Derek Stingley, Kamari Lassiter, Kalen Bullock. They've done a very good job scouting defensive backs. So I feel like they'd be able to find one, which also, again, brings itself back to, do you need to give a guy like Petrie the extension? I hate to talk about how players are replaceable in the NFL, but we know what they are. They are. You get injured, you miss time. Jalen Petrie wasn't the reason you lost in the playoffs last year. I mean, you kicked the Chargers' ass defensively, and I thought they gave the Chiefs a lot of trouble, not as much trouble as the Eagles did, but the Texans' defense was not the reason they lost that game. There are obviously some moments where they'd probably like to have back, and Travis Kelce ate them up. But hey, look at Jalen Petrie. Is Jalen Petrie going to be capable of covering someone like Travis Kelce, given his size? I don't know. That might be just one of those things where no team can really match up with that guy. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We have some fun questions on the Dex line and on the Twitch, on YouTube, and at ESPN Houston. Twitch is at ESPN 975. What do we have here? From the 832, ask Paul, have you ever peed in a pool? That is a great question. I think it's morally reprehensible to pee in a pool. I also know everyone does it, and I do not want to know that they do it. You know, it's one of those things where I like not knowing, even though I know it's always a possibility. But if I'm in the ocean, I will go. Because, hey, if you're in the ocean or if you're in like a lake or something like that, like where the hell are you going to go, you know? So you go in the water there. But if I'm in a pool, no, I do not. I get out of the pool and I go to the bathroom. And I think you are a scumbag if you don't, by the way. So if you do not tell me. If you do tell me, I believe that it is my right as an American to shove your head under the water for one moment to make you be a little goldfish in your pee-pee. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. From the 832, ask Paul, greatest place you would want to go pee. I mean, if you peed off a skyscraper, it would probably splash back, right? It would probably splash back. So, that's where you'd want to go, but, and I apologize to Jeremy Branham, by the way. I know Jeremy Branham's very uncomfortable with talking about pee. Just want to apologize to him as he releases more videos, doing some scouting before the NFL draft. Probably off of a waterfall or something like that. But again, like all these elevated places, it's probably like splashing back all over you. So
Grand Canyon.
Yeah, that's a good one, Sean.
Not a ton of splash potential, I feel.
But I still think there would be splash. Like the breeze could potentially blow it anywhere. And if it can blow it back on you. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like there's going to be a lot of wind up there. So like off a cliff or like a Grand Canyon, like it does seem like it would make the most sense. But I don't know. This might be something I need to experiment with.
It feels somehow possible in space, zero gravity.
Uh-huh.
I guess like how.
But that would get on you too, I think.
Yeah, but it's like, you're in your spacesuit. It gets on your spacesuit.
Yeah, but I don't want it on my spacesuit. I don't want it like a big old yellow stain, Yeah, because there's nothing worse than like the occasional times where you don't shake it all the way off and it gets
That'd
on
be
you.
tough in space. Yeah.
This is riveting radio, by the way. I got it. I would like to pee on every single landmark that the city of Indianapolis, Indiana holds dear. Lucas Oil Stadium, boom. St. Elmo's, just on a table at St. Elmo's, just marking my territory. Also Yankee Stadium. So basically all the home places that my enemies play, like on their logo. I want to be that logo that that little insignia that you see.
Yeah.
On the back of trucks. Yeah, Calvin peeing on like insert team you hate. Like I want to do that to all of my sports enemies.
You're doing this
every single one.
Midfield logo or
on
the outside of the building. Okay.
Midfield logo. I mean, the outside of the building, like I could theoretically get away with it in certain places. So maybe that's a bucket list
thing.
The
change you want to see in there. Go to the Alamo this weekend.
Oh no, I'm not going to do it to the Alamo. Come
Alamo
on.
Dome. Sorry.
No, not the Alamo. Well, I mean that was. I don't hate the Alamo Dome, per se.
This is for Emmanuel Sharp's turnovers. And
yeah. No, I would say Jerry World would be fun to do it on the Star. George Teague's having none of that. George Teague's going to come tackle me.
Push in the back doing that.
That would be funny. Like I hope that George Teague is still kicking it. I truly don't know, but it would be kind of funny if I'm just like draining the sea monster on the Cowboys Star and I just get wrecked by George Teague like I'm Terrell Owens back in whenever that was.
George Teague is still with us.
He is still with us. Shout out to George Teague. Anyway, from the 409, I didn't know until yesterday that my fantasy pea spot is the Masters of the Creek. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. We are live at St. Arnold's. You are not allowed to pee in the garden, okay? You are not allowed to pee in the garden. Don't get any ideas, you rascals. But as inspired by Jose Luis Ballester, the U.S. amateur champion who peed in a creek at the Masters, where do you want to pee? It's also an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Sean, just because we're talking about P is no reason to play R. Kelly, okay? It's no reason to do that. And also, let the record show that I definitely did not, wink, wink, tell Sean to play this on the way back. I'm sorry, the Chappelle Show skit where they play a variant of this song gets me every single time. Anyway, guys, it is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump aboard, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We talked a lot about P in the last segment. We did. Maybe we have to mature, but we're only talking about it because somebody at the Masters, this guy went to the bathroom. Like, he peed in a creek at the Masters, the most sacred golf event that there is. I respect the chutzpah of this young man who is an amateur. He is the amateur, U.S. amateur champion, Jose Luis Ballester. I don't know. And the guy went to the bathroom. He whizzed in a creek on hole 13, and he admitted it to the media. We're like, what the hell? You can't tell anybody about it. I wonder if they will ban him. I really do. I mean, clearly he's probably going to get eliminated. I would assume he's not very high up on the leaderboard. But that is wild. Someone texted in, by the way, and I had no idea about this story. Someone said, Paul, because someone asked, if I go to the bathroom anywhere on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, where would I go? Someone suggested the Alamo. Apparently, on February 9th, 1982, Ozzy Osbourne was arrested in San Antonio for urinating on the Alamo Cenotaph, a monument near the Alamo, while 1, drunk, and 2, wearing his future wife Sharon Osbourne's dress. That is wild and not cool. Not cool. Can't do that. It's on brand for a rock star to do something like this, but Ozzy, you cannot do that. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We are still waiting for the arrival of the Astros torpedo bats, and also Jalen Petrie got an extension. I don't think it was a necessary extension if you want to weigh in on those two things. A text, how is Joe gone, but this dude's still on the air? Tell me, how did that happen? He must have relations with someone. Well, first off, Joe's here. Joe is a guy who does a million things for our station, and family stuff's going on, so he is now basically doing all the many things that he did already, but taking a little more time for his family on the side. Also, the reason that I still have a show, it is a great question, but it is because I marked my territory by peeing in the studio. Yes, I'm sorry to admit it. I had to mark my territory. I was scared, okay? Your boy's been canned 2.5 times in his career, okay? And I had to make sure that it doesn't happen again, so I went wolf mode, okay? So cut me some slack as I throw this back. Shout out to our friends at St. Arnold. We were hanging out in the beer garden at St. Arnold's. I am about to take my first sip of a lawnmower. Hell yeah. Okay, maybe it was 3 to 4 sips. Fantastic beers here at St. Arnold. They have beer for every kind of beer drinker, in case you didn't know. So it is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I am very curious to see how the torpedo bats affect this struggling Astros offense. My hope is that the return to Daikin Park will jumpstart the offense. Wasn't it funny, though? Weren't we saying before they went on that road trip that perhaps the reason that they're struggling is because this team, for whatever reason, just stinks at home? So I'm hoping the torpedo bats have an effect. I have no idea if they will. I really don't. I think it's fun to talk about them, and I am at the point of desperation when it comes to the Astros offense. Some of you people might frown on the Astros bringing back some sort of sign-stealing apparatus. But if they bring back some sort of sign-stealing apparatus, I think it's proof to me that they care. They care about our relationship. They want our marriage to last forever. Because listen, it's a two-way street, you know? have the Astros given me some memorable memories for sure. But you guys know me. Like, I've got a wandering eye in all things. I can't help it, okay? So, if they bring a little torpedo bat into the bedroom, hey, how about that? If they start stealing signs again with some sort of newfangled apparatus, I'm cool with it. I'm cool. You have to be open to new experiences when you're in a relationship. I do have to say, though, I'm getting a little annoyed with the amount of stuff that the Astros are selling. Like, if you're selling all this stuff, do you have a money problem? Have you noticed how many things that they are selling from formerly Minute Maid Park? So a couple of weeks ago, actually, I guess it was a little under 2 weeks ago, for Astros opening day, there was somebody who went up to the used memorabilia store where you can buy game-worn jerseys, and in this cube with like see-through walls, you can see truly all of what I thought were the oranges that were located in the back of the train that they had at Minute Maid Park. Like, all of the oranges were for sale. Some were going, I believe you not, for $500. Hell, there were some going for $300 that looked like crap. Like, they looked like someone had taken a jackhammer to them. They are auctioning off signs from the park. And I hate this. Now, I don't know what they did when the Astrodome was abandoned, but I know a lot of people took stuff from the Astrodome. I feel like they should have given this to fans on a first-come, first-served basis. Like, if you want to take a old Minute Maid Park thing, take it. But they are selling, get this, from the Minute Maid sign, they are, like a bunch of cheapos, selling the letters M-I, selling the letters N-U, selling the letters T-E, selling the letter M, the letter A-I, and the letter D with a starting asking price, and you can auction on this, at $500. I mean, they're selling everything. And you can buy the Minute Maid Park sign that hung at the home plate Southgate entrance for $1,900. You can buy one of the oranges with a ladybug on top. Bidding price has reached $1,000 for that thing. You can buy the letter M from the exterior of the park that was tied with the former Minute Maid Park sign at the Union Station atrium for $1,050. The dimensions of that sign, 47 by 47. The Southgate sign is 52 by 52. I think it's lame. I think it's lame that they're selling all this stuff. Are you that cash strapped? And who's buying this stuff? Obviously, wealthy people. Like, I mean, this is certainly out of my price range. And you know what? Shout out to people who have the means, you know? But I don't know. I think it's lame that they're selling this stuff. You should let people just take it. Just leave it as scrap people. Let them battle for it, you know? Let the proletariat come and get it. Let the people who actually, yell when the Astros are in a playoff game, let those people get it. But anyway, that's just me. It is the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. HTX Rhino asks, how much does a train orange run? I'm not kidding you. Like, the ones that are not entire oranges are $300. The full is $500. I'm very curious as to what Bobby Dynamite's 2 pair of overalls cost. Because Bobby Dynamite, I don't know if they're selling those. I don't know if he had to change up his overalls. We talked about a couple of weeks ago how when Julia Morales was interviewing him, she asked him how many pairs of overalls he's had, and he said 2. And she was like, oh, you shouldn't tell people that. And then started laughing for like 5 to 10 minutes, which was fun. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. From the, I do not know what the area code is on this one. Ask Paul, if Tom Brady made a move on you, would you go with it? Nope, not anymore. Oh, what do you mean? What, not anymore? I mean, if he was still playing for the New England Patriots and it guaranteed a Patriots Super Bowl, I'd think about it. But I'd think about it only if Patrick Mahomes catches up, too. So there's a lot of caveats here. But I don't know. 713-780-3776. Call it to text it. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 97.5. This is a funny text. This is from Key in LA. Who would you trust more? A stripper named Sapphire or a stripper named Sparkle? Sparkle, I bet, would have changed their name to that. Sapphire, I think a parent would have named that from the get-go. So I feel like Sparkle. I feel like Sparkle is brand conscious. I feel like Sparkle knows what she's doing. You know, I doubt her parents named her that. So I bet she came from a good home. She might be a very sharp one. But you know, those who are named after a jewel or named after a car. Have you ever met someone named Mercedes or someone named Bentley? I don't know if Bentley is named after a car, but there are ladies who are named like Bentley and Mercedes. I do not trust them. I do not trust them at all because I bet their parents, no offense to anyone who has named their kids Mercedes or Bentley or Volkswagen or some other luxury car, Maserati. No offense to you, but I think you're bad at it. It's just an assumption. I'm sorry. We're all allowed to stereotype. Someone just asked, Paul, when's the last time you peed in someone's Cheerios? Write that. I just peed in their Cheerios. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at St. Arnold. I'm getting a little lubed up. We're watching the Masters here. I'm halfway through a St. Arnold lawnmower. We're having a good old time here on a Friday. Got to get down on Friday. The Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, we're watching the Masters live at St. Arnold Brewery. We are in the beer garden. I am having myself a lawnmower. This thing is almost gone. Bryson DeChambeau. He's having himself a round. He is 7 under through 12. Justin Rose still leads the way after a great round one. He is at the top of the leaderboard, 8 under. So things haven't really changed since last I looked. But as pointed out by Kooglaze on our Twitch, at ESPN 975, yeah, he has been crushing it today. And it's weird. I don't even feel the urge to call him Broidson anymore. Am I jealous of his physique? Yes. That man has cannons. They're not quite as vascular as Daniil Hunter's cannons, but they are certainly cannons. One of the things that I've been doing to try to get bigger arms, I'm not even kidding. So I have this morning routine every single morning. Oh, what are you talking about sports? This is sports. This is fitness. As a train passes by. Woo, woo. I have been holding a 25-pound dumbbell, and I just hold it like this. If you're watching on YouTube, I'm just holding it out in front of me like it's a small human baby, and I just try to hold it for as long as I can until failure. Yeah, that's right, train. That's right. That's right. Woo woo! Can you hear that, guys?
Yes. It's
Yes.
very loud.
I mean, is someone about to get hit by it, or is he just like an a-hole? Oh, that's really the question we need to know. Is he an a-hole, or is someone, taking that long, lonely walk? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. Personally, I find that the train drivers, the conductors, because a lot of these guys, they do it at like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. I think they're just bored, and they're like, well, I'm miserable here, so screw it. Honk, honk. But yeah, a train is passing by St. Arnold Brewery. He has stopped honking. So, I don't know. And I did not hear any explosion, so I do not think the car was just T-boned and summarily blasted to smithereens, and I do not think a person was hit either. You're welcome for that update. Train update, 2025. That was really loud, was it? What was I talking about before? I don't know. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Bryson DeChambeau is right on the heels of Justin Rose in the second round of the Masters. It is an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Astro Act 12 on the Twitch. I don't know about bigger, but definitely more defined. Anyway, listen, guys. Listen. We got a Rockets-Lakers game tonight. And I thought it was really funny, the announcements about who's playing, who's not playing. Because obviously the Rockets, they don't need to play anybody tonight. They got the 2 seed locked down. It really does not matter what happens tonight. So some of the players who are out, Jayshawn Tate has right ankle soreness. He's out. That's kind of funny that Jayshawn Tate's out. Jayshawn, this might be the last chance you play like this year. Because I doubt he's going to be playing in the playoff rotation. Jabari Smith's going to be questionable. Fred VanVleet, questionable. Left Fred VanVleet said he's dealing with the ankle issue. Left Jabari Smith said he's dealing with the left groin issue. Alperen Şengün is not playing for personal reasons. I don't know why the Rockets said personal reasons. Like just lie and say it's an injury. Now I'm curious, like what are the personal reasons? You know? It's a wild thing to put out there. Personal reasons. Because the natural thing that you do when you see Alperen Şengün out, personal reasons, is you wonder what's going on. First off, you hope he's okay. You hope like everything's going well with his family and things like that. But second off, I'm like, what's going on? Does someone need to take care of something for Alperen Şengün? You know, like what's going on that front? So I saw that on the injury report, and it did make me laugh a little bit. Anyway. So Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. I also love that John Morant has acknowledged the fact that he is making light of the NBA cracking down on him for his finger gun celebration. He is now, as far as celebrating his long-distance shots, acting like he is pulling a pin and tossing a grenade. said Jaw after Thursday's shoot around about this celebration. That's my celebration now until somebody else has a problem with it, and I'll find another one. Jaw, of course, has battled a crippling addiction to bringing out an actual gun on Instagram Live and playing with it. It's a tough addiction. I know a lot of people deal with it. You know, you got your Glock. What is it, Smith & Wesson? Your Colt 45, like your Desert Eagle, your Walther P. Whatever Brother Mouzone had in the wire. I don't know. You get what I'm saying here. You know, sometimes you got a gun and you're like, I really need to go on Instagram Live and show everybody that I have a piece. And not that kind of piece because that's illegal, but a piece, unless it's OnlyFans, a piece. And Ja, who is a rascal, is now, instead of doing that, he has beaten his crippling addiction, and now he likes the grenades. I'm not going to lie. Like, even though I think Ja's a crazy person and that he should have gotten in a lot more trouble for some of the things that have happened that do not relate to, like, flexing a gun on video, like the time he allegedly assaulted a 17-year-old over a pickup basketball game, and the time that there were guys in his crews shining laser pointers and possibly a weapon at a team bus after the game, like an NBA team's bus. Was it the Pacers? I forget. Like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I feel like, much like with Bryson DeChambeau, I feel like I kind of respect Ja Morant a little bit now. It's really funny that he's doing this because he had that like ridiculous video at the beginning of the year with whatever shoe brand he represents. I don't care about sneakers, but whatever shoe brand he represents, he did an advertisement for it, and he acted like he was dealing with like overcoming a lot of things. It's like, no, dude, like you were just waving a gun around and like punching teenagers. You weren't overcoming a lot. People weren't doubting you. You know, the same with that Deshaun Watson video that we played yesterday, where Deshaun Watson's like, yeah, the doubters are motivating me. It's like, there's a lot of people that are bringing me down. It's like, yeah, dude, you're like a well-known pervert. Like, Deshaun's obviously worse than Ja, but with Ja, it was funny that he did that. And yet, here I am actually buying into his image rehabilitation, but not because of that stupid commercial he posted. I'm doing it entirely because he's trolling the NBA by now celebrating with grenades. And I respect him because one time at Bible school when I was a little kid, my mom, my dad picked me up, and they asked me, how was Bible school, Paul? And me, 5 years old, little hedon, right? Hedonistic little bastard. I told my parents, it was a little Jesus-y. I'd like it to be more weapony. As one does. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm 36, and we are celebrating it by hanging out at St. Arnold's Brewery. We are hanging in the old wine garden. Ooh, Sean wants to talk on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday about train horns, because we just had a train drive by outside St. Arnold, and the guy was really honking. Sean, what you got?
Hey, what's going on? Happy birthday.
Yo, thank you.
Yo, so I work for CPKC, Navy Pacific Kansas City, down in Beaumont. And what you hear when they come to the crossing is two long horns, one short, one long.
So it's it's like Morse code? What does that mean?
Yeah, it's standard engineered. There's a certain amount of seconds in between. By the time the train gets to the crossing, there's a certain amount of seconds there that they have to blow. For safety.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, you learn something new every day, Sean. I appreciate it. I just thought that they were being show ponies, but listen, we learn something new every day. I apologize to the conductor industry for assuming that they all just wanted everyone to be like, look at me, look at me. I'm sorry. They are not Harley Davidson riders. They are not Harley Davidson riders. I want everyone to know that. Harley Davidson riders, on the other hand, I don't know what's going on with my Instagram algorithm, but all of a sudden I'm seeing videos of Harley Davidson riders who are getting mad that people aren't riding in formation with them when they see other bikers on the road. There is a South Park episode dedicated to them, and I believe that word used to reference them does hold true. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. It is an Ask on Anything Friday, live in the beer garden at St. Arnold's Brewery. Come out and hang out with us. I'm nurse number 1. Number 2 on the horizon. What should I do? Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What better way to kick off your weekend than by hanging out with us inside the beer garden at St. Arnold's Brewery? For those who don't know, first off, it's a hustling and bustling kind of place. You can hear all the noise in the background. Very packed right now. Some things of note. St. Arnold has a beer for everyone. IPAs, 8 on tap all the time. Malty beers, 3 to 4. Light beers, Lawnmower, which I just had one of. Grand Prize, Summer Pilsner, Shandy, and more. Cider, They got watermelon. They got strawberry kiwi, a full wine menu, a full food menu. It's a beer garden for everyone. So we're going to be hanging out here. We're watching the Masters. And update, currently at what time is it? 1:05 p.m. Central Time. Justin Rose is done with his second round. He is 8 under, leading the Masters right now. Bryson DeChambeau, hot on his heels, 7 under through 12 holes. And get this, Scotty Scheffler's 5 under. He's tied with a couple of golfers. I am unfamiliar with their game. Do not hate me, okay? I'm a bit of a golf casual, but he's currently tied with Corey Connors, a Canadian. Boo! Sung Jae Im, who is from the good Korea. Well, we're cool with them. Matt McCarty, an American. Hooray! And after an eagle, this is the guy everyone thinks is going to win. Everyone's trying to will it into win because everyone wants this guy to be successful. It's so annoying. Since he is a part of a traitorous region of the island of Ireland, my island. Watch Braveheart for that reference. Basically, he's a limey bootlicker, just entirely based off of where he was born, which honestly he had no control over, but whatever. Will I hate him regardless? Yes. Rory McIlroy. He's sneaking back into it. So he is 5 under. There is a multiple person tie at this moment in time. So there you go, everybody. It is the Paul Gallant Show on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We're keeping an eye on the Masters. Big screen TV here in the shaded beer garden. Little humid, but it is a really nice day outside. We've had beautiful weather this week in H-Town, and hopefully it lasts. You know, I think someone told me yesterday hurricane season's right around the corner, and I was like, oh, damn it. Damn it. Please no derecho this year. Please no barrel this year. Okay? Anyway, guys, on an Ask on Anything Friday from the 832. What's up, Paul? Which former or present NFL QB is the biggest piece of human garbage? Top 3, Favre, Vic, Watson. Well, you're not thinking of Ben Roethlisberger, who got away with alleged assault in Millersville, Georgia. Look up the details. The fact that his suspension, which was appealed down to 4 games, was as long as Tom Brady's suspension for 4 games for more probably than not deflating balls, which every quarterback does, is insane. The jealous haters of the Patriots dynasty. I get it. But Ben Roethlisberger, a forgotten one. I've always hated Brett Favre with a passion. I've hated how little work he put in during the offseason. I always thought he was a careless player. I thought that the amount of interceptions he threw over the course of his career, and he's by far the NFL leader all time in interceptions. Like, he threw a 6-interception game in the 0-1 playoffs against the Rams. No one ever talks about that. Well, the best quarterbacks of all time. Oh, he went 3 MVPs in a row. Yeah, whatever. That guy has defrauded millions of dollars from the state of Mississippi. That guy ruined a reporter's life after he sent her a wiener pic. Might I add, and I'm sorry to judge, a very unimpressive one. If you're going to send him, I mean, that's what you picked because it was made available to everyone. Poor Jen Sturger, who was just simply a Jets reporter at the time, everyone was shaming her for that and not Brett Favre after the fact. So I think it's Brett Favre. I mean, he screwed Mark Gastineau out of his record for most sacks in a season by taking a dive against Michael Strahan. He made me cry when I was 7 years old, when the Packers beat the Patriots in Super Bowl 31. He made me cry. I cried, just like the Houston Cougars. So, on personal reasons, Brett Favre towards the top, towards the absolute top. Vic, the dog thing was bad. I think Michael Vick actually is remorseful for that. I really do. Deshaun Watson doesn't know what he did. So I would say that all the guys that I listed are 100% ahead of Michael Vick on that front. Vic, truly, I think Vic put in the work. And obviously, you know, what he did with dogs is horrible. And as someone who loves animals, it's brutal. But It's dogs. It's a cultural thing in Virginia, dog fighting. Not justifying. I'm just saying like, sometimes you're raised around things and you don't know any better. So there you go. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. You can ask me any questions. 713-780-3776 to call in to text in. Sean on YouTube is saying that I should have an art car beer next. Okay, that'll be the next one that I do. Because we're hanging out at St. Arnold's in the beer garden. Masters are underway. Jalen Petrie just got a 3-year extension from the Houston Texans. I don't think they needed to give it to him. That is not me saying that I don't think Petrie is a good player. All I am trying to say is I don't think they needed to give it to him quite yet. You know, I think that they could have waited. Because I think that, like, while he's a good player, I don't think he's irreplaceable. And I get it. Like, the Texans love guys who do things the way that they want to do it. They are big into the idea of we want players who specifically on the defensive side of things are going to fly to the football. They're going to put in the work off the field, but they're going to be violent. And he is a violent defender. And it is hard to find guys that, like, want to hit people these days on the level that Jalen Petrie does. Like, he does a lot of good things. I just don't think the contract was necessary. And $13 million a year for a nickel corner when it's a position that is subjective and, like, you can probably find a guy who does the exact same things that Jalen Petrie does. I mean, was it Eric Murray that was playing in that role a little bit last year? Or maybe he was in for Jimmy Ward, but like they had adequate representation. Maybe it was Miles Bryant. I truly forget who was there, but I remember they had a guy that was in the nickel corner who actually was making some good plays last season. I'm gonna have to look that up in the break because I feel like Petrie was not missed that much, even though he was lost for the year the last couple of games of the season. You know, so that's all I'm saying. I mean, like, good for him getting the contract. You can get paid. Like even Rafael Montero, tip of the hat. Rafael Montero got paid for being a reliever, but hey, I just don't think this deal was necessary. You know. So to Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can ask any questions. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can also jump aboard on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, I did not expect that level of introspection from Paul around Michael Vick. Bravo. I mean, I'm also biased. Like, of all those guys, who did I enjoy watching the most? Like Vick. Well, Vick's way more fun to watch than soup sandwich Ben Roethlisberger, you know, like rolling out of the pocket and then blowing it against the Patriots despite having more talent than them. Like, that's one of the other things with Roethlisberger, too. Like, the teams who, like, could not beat the Patriots worth a damn. I don't know. I just lost a lot of respect for them. Oh, wow. This is funny. From the 512, just because you've been around something your whole life doesn't mean you don't know the difference between right and wrong. Very weak take, Paul. Listen, man, dog fighting, some people look at dogs as animals. Other people look at dogs as, like, having the same rights as human beings. You know, there's definitely somewhere in between. I love dogs, by the way. I really do. Everyone's like, oh, Paul, you have a cat. You don't know anything about dogs. No, I'm not saying what he did was right by any means. I'm just saying if you're comparing Vic to Watson, who harmed humans, and Brett Favre, who is defrauded and harmed humans, or Ben Roethlisberger, I'm taking the side of the human every single time. Like, oh, dogs are better than humans. Oh, well, some aren't. They aren't all. Like, it seems like there's a story once a week about like a dog in Houston mauling a kid, you know, like, because there's wild dogs in certain parts of town. So I get the sentiment, but like, you harm a human, you harm a dog, what's worse? And I think Vic has shown remorse where I think those guys have not even close to shown remorse, you know? Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. The 281 says I blew it. I'm just reading the text. What do you want from me? From the 832, talking about Jalen Petrie. If he led the league in tackles and picks as a win for the Texans, he'll want more than that. Yeah, but listen, when you lead the league in interceptions on a team that stinks, sometimes guys lead the league in interceptions because the ball's just coming their way a lot. Also, I think we put a little bit too much into the tackle statistic. Total number of tackles certainly shows that you have a nose for the ball, that you're in the right place at the right time. But I have long said this. I think that we need to have different ways of measuring tackles. I'd specifically point to linebackers. Everyone, when I was in Seattle, I remember everyone was always like talking about how Bobby Wagner was the greatest linebacker ever. And there was a time where Bobby Wagner was the best linebacker in the NFL. But when I watched him, I remember this is a guy making tackles like 4 to 5 yards downfield. Which, okay, like, hey, he's making the tackle, right? But at the same time, when you're a linebacker, you're supposed to be exploding into the line of scrimmage, picking on gaps. And I felt like Wagner wasn't doing that. And again, you can say I'm not a ball watcher or whatever, but I remember talking to an ex-NFL linebacker who like wasn't a fan of Bobby Wagner, but also wasn't willing to take on Seahawks fans criticizing Bobby Wagner because Bobby Wagner was so well-liked. Seahawks fans were very militant about their defense of Bobby Wagner, but Wagner is one of those guys who had a lot of tackles but like wasn't making them in the right spot, and he's constantly like first team All-Pro because everyone loves him as a player, and he seems to be a good guy. But it's one of those things where tackles is an overrated statistic. There needs to be like where was the tackle made? Was the tackle made at the line of scrimmage? Obviously, tackles for a loss is a statistic we measure, but like, what if the tackle was made 1 to 2 yards past the line of scrimmage, 3 yards past the line of scrimmage? If you're holding a guy to less than 3 yards of play, you should be given credit for a tackle that happens more than, I don't know, like, or closer than 3 yards from the line of scrimmage. And, if you're a defensive back and you're making a lot of tackles, it's generally a sign that your defense sucks and you might be racking up the tackles because your defense sucks. I say that as somebody who, in high school, had the third most tackles on the team while playing safety. What does that say about us? Anyway, it's Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, who would have thought that this ex-Astros father would be running for governor? This is a real story. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right. It is a beautiful day out here at St. Arnold Brewery. At some point, I'm going to get an art car. Day One Donna and OTR Sean on the YouTube want me to get one. But we're hanging out here in the beer garden. We are watching the Masters. Another update on the score. Keeping you posted. Bryson DeChambeau, 7 under through 13. Rory McIlroy is in a tie for third place with several golfers 5 under, including Scotty Scheffler. I'll admit, though, off the top of my head, I don't recognize a good half of them, and I keep on having to look up. Corey Connors, who is 5 under. Shane Lowry. Oh, an Irishman. Hell yes. He's 5 under. We got Victor Hovland, also 5 under, a Viking. And there's another guy who looks like he's a Viking. His name is, what's his name? Oh, he's from Denmark. Rasmus, I have no idea how to pronounce it. I get intimidated when I see the O that's got like a line through it. But his name is Horsgaard. So got a couple of Vikings hanging around, a Northern Irishman, an American, a couple of Americans, a couple of Canadians hanging around. So everyone's off to a pretty good start at the Masters right now. We'll see who ends up winning. We'll keep you posted on anything else that happens. If somebody else goes and pees in a creek, which is truly like, this is maybe my favorite Masters story ever. I say this as someone who just thinks the Masters takes itself a little bit too seriously. This is not me saying the Masters are bad. Like, I actually watch the Masters. I'm a golf casual. I'm not saying the Masters are bad. I just think it's really funny that an amateur, Jose Luis Ballester, who is the U.S. Amateur champion, I think it's hilarious that on the 13th hole yesterday, the guy peed in a creek. I also think it's funny that Max Homa had a shot in the middle of the fairway yesterday, and it hit a guy holding a flag who was standing in the middle of the fairway, right in the doink, in the ass, like right in the donk. Boosh! Right in the ass. And he has to just keep golfing. Like, the guy just got his hole screwed up. Whoa. Not like that. Not like that. You perverts. By the way, if you're not coming out here at St. Arnold's, I'm taking that as a slight against me on my 36th birthday. And while I'm not a birthday Nazi, like many women are these days, I have a birthday week. I have a birthday nut. Why don't you say happy birthday to me? You know, I'm not someone who takes it personally when someone forgets. The older you get, the more you're like, oh, God. Another year closer to 40. I'm another year closer to 50. I'm another year closer to 60. Another year closer to the grave. You know what it is. You know, the older you get, the less of a big deal your birthday is. But I would like you guys to come out here and celebrate my birthday with me. I'm in my DJ Swearinger year. Do you remember him? Jungle Boy Swag? That's what he calls himself. DJ Swearinger is perhaps like my favorite random Houston Texan. He was a second-round pick out of South Carolina of the Texans back in 2015. He was part of the Bill O'Brien era. I enjoy DJ Swearinger because DJ Swearinger was just very transparent and honest with me, the liberal media, about things that were going on with the Texans. Like, he basically told us, yeah, Jadeveon Clowney's foot got caught in a divot in the pallet grass at NRG Stadium. And that's why he ended up having a busted meniscus his rookie year, and they made him come back and play on it. And his first 2 years were kind of rough because he was trying to figure out how to, get over the knee injury. I feel like Clowney gets a lot of crap. Clowney, I enjoyed Jadeveon Clowney. But he was boys with Jadeveon Clowney. And Swearinger has some off-the-field stories where in 2015, the Texans released DJ Swearinger. They had been attempting to trade him because he wouldn't play special teams, and he had been involved with multiple incidents, including a reported theft involving his truck. So I guess his truck got repoed because he didn't make a payment, and then he allegedly stole it. And also his dog bit Jadeveon Clowney. He had some fun off-the-field stories. He was a rascal. My favorite play of DJ Swearinger is in the middle of a Texans-Raiders game. DJ Swearinger forces a fumble, and instead of getting the ball, which is on the ground, he starts doing a dance where he's beating the drums. I think Jonathan Joseph picked it up and ran back with it 30 to 40 yards. The guy was just goofy, and he would wreck people out there. So shout out to DJ Swearinger. It's my DJ Swearinger year. Anyway, Masters are underway. It is the Paul Gallant Show live at the St. Arnold's Beer Garden. We're going to be out here all day. And Art Carr is next for me. I saw this story this morning, and I laughed very hard. Alex Bregman has a father. His name is Sam Bregman. Sam Bregman announced yesterday, Alex Bregman's dad, that he is running for governor of New Mexico. So he's got some funding, that's for sure. Bregman just got paid by the Red Sox. Is that why Bregman left for Boston? He wanted Daddy-O to have a little extra moolah for a political pursuit of the governorship. So he's going to be in the Democratic primary. He's a Democrat fighting against Interior Secretary Deb Haaland in a state that hasn't voted Republican since 2004. In a campaign ad that debuted Thursday, Sean, we might need to get this. Bregman's riding a horse and wearing a cowboy hat he was frequently seen wearing while watching his son play for the Astros. He attacks Trump, but he also attacks the radical left. So here's what he says in the ad. We might have to play this. New Mexico is under attack. I love negative political ads. They make me laugh. By Elon Musk, his puppet Donald Trump, and Republicans in Washington. They're attacking our public schools, our healthcare, veterans, workers, all of us. That's not cool. MAGA power brokers, they don't care about you or me. They're making their friends filthy rich while assaulting our people and our Constitution. Meanwhile, Democrats in Washington have been weak, ineffective, and complicit with all this madness. And it's the intolerance of the radical left that has divided our party at a time where we need everyone to unite in the fight against Trump. Whether it's them or the MAGA extremists, they've hijacked our politics, leaving everyday New Mexicans in the dust. To be blunt, people are tired of the garbage. Yeah, it's effective messaging. Give him that. I'm sure some people listening agree with some of what he said. I just think it's funny that his dad is running for governor of New Mexico. As far as states where it would be easy to win the governorship, I don't know that New Mexico is towards the top because New Mexico actually has cities. Where would it be easiest to run for governor? Montana? Idaho? Wyoming. It's Wyoming. It's Wyoming. I think I could probably run for governor of Wyoming. Paul, that's not cool. What about the fine people of Wyoming? Whatever. The fine people of Wyoming randomly hate me because I responded to a tweet. Remember that advertisement that Wyoming had during the Super Bowl? The University of Wyoming just had a random effing Super Bowl ad out of nowhere. And JJ Watt asked, like, why is this out? And I was like, probably because a lot of people aren't aware of the state of Wyoming's existence, which is a fair point. Let's be honest. We do not have the best geography in our country. And a bunch of people from Wyoming were like, you're a piece of dirt. F you. I hope you die. And I was like, what? Like, it's true. A lot of people, like, of all the states, Wyoming is probably the one that if you're like guessing 1 to 50, Wyoming is probably the last one. So with that in mind, and as an FU to the people of Wyoming, I think that it would be easiest for me to run for political office in Wyoming. Okay? So how about that? Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Celebrate my 36th birthday with me, or I'll be sad. Please. I'll find another train, and that train will ride down the road, the tracks by you, and then he'll honk. He'll honk up a storm like happened earlier in the show. Keeping an eye on the Masters. Swearinger. Jalen Petrie got a contract extension from the Houston Texans, and I'm at least one St. Arnold's beer in. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around. live from St. Arnold's Beer Garden. We're having ourselves a wonderful time, keeping an eye on the Masters as well. We, by the way, have a texter. I was talking about Wyoming in the last segment from the 307. I'm from Wyoming. I like you, Paul. That Super Bowl ad was awesome. Josh Allen went there. That's true. If Josh Allen had been in the Super Bowl, there would have been a lot of Wyoming talk. To run for governor in Wyoming, you'd better wear your Make America Great Again hat. I do not have a Make America Great Again hat. However, I do have a pair of sunglasses that I wear when I'm in my car, and all my friends say that it makes me look quite MAGA. In fact, there's a picture of me right now that is being discussed online after a post by Seth Payne. And I responded to it saying, yeah, the sunglasses I'm wearing here make me look MAGA. Meanwhile, Brooks Cabina, who used to be the Texans beat writer for the Houston Chronicle, looks magnificent. The man wears stylish stuff in 100-degree weather like an absolute psychopath. But I respect it. He looks good in it. Meanwhile, I'm wearing sunglasses that make me look like MAGA, or as Ryan Lost in Texas said, I should be taking a selfie in the front seat of an F-150 with a Salt Life sticker on my rear window, with 70, 80 coolers and a turtle box per the Reliant. As Dr. Maya Angelboom's added on, those sunglasses come with a free pair of Hey Dudes and strong theories about Obama's birth certificate. Listen, the glasses just make me look a certain way. I'm not judging. I'm just saying they look like what they look like. I'm more of an aviators guy. Anyway, 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Bad news for Deshaun Watson. So Deshaun Watson yesterday, he posted that dorky video of him hyping himself up as if people are doubting him. Well, yeah, because first off, your shoulder doesn't work anymore. Second, you're coming off a torn Achilles. Third, you haven't been good in a while. Fourth, everyone wants to doubt you because you're a pervert, a well-documented one. But this is worse news for Deshaun Watson because now number 5, Joe Flacco is back. Yes. The same Joe Flacco who supplanted Anthony Richardson temporarily last year and who was so loved by the Cleveland Browns locker room during a playoff run, which ended at the hands of the Houston Texans during the 2023-2024 season, that they did not bring him back, even though he was clearly a better backup quarterback than who they brought in, Jameis Winston, who was a goofball, a rascal, if you will. Joe Flacco is the backup for the Browns again. Now, again, the last time we saw Joe Flacco, he didn't look so good. But neither did Deshaun Watson. And Browns fans like Joe Flacco. So I'm really curious to see if he actually ends up perhaps being the starter to open up the year. Does look like, as far as quarterbacks, the Browns would have their second pick of the litter if they want one, given that they had the second overall pick. But I'm convinced that Jimmy Haslam's looking at Deshaun Watson's contract and saying, we have to make this work, even though he has admitted already this offseason it's a mistake. Continuing to go around the National Football League, we're closer and closer to the draft, which, yeah, I hate pre-draft coverage. You've heard me complain about it. It's why we haven't talked about the draft a whole lot. Ohio State quarterback Will Howard had this to say about the 2025 NFL draft. He said, get this, I'm the best quarterback in this class. I think there's unbelievable talent. But if you're going to be a competitor, at the end of the day, you have to believe in yourself, which is true. And I think that's what helps me get through those adverse times. Bleep happens. You've got to be able to deal with it. And it's the mentally tough people that are able to overcome those things. I think in my career, I've just had to do that over and over again. It's a never-ending cycle. Sir, you are no Kyle McCord, who you replaced. And I get it. You won a national championship with them, but you still lost to Michigan. And what ultimately matters for Ohio State, especially in these expanded BS playoffs? Does your national championship matter if you lost to Ohio State? Or, excuse me, if you lost to Michigan? My answer is no. Also, I'm an irrationally optimistic Kyle McCord supporter who might be the best quarterback in this draft class. He might not. Probably won't be, but I get that players have to say that I'm the best, blah, 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 but it's annoying, right? I get the confidence. You have to believe in yourself, but I don't know. Meanwhile, you got Shedeur Sanders with honestly a take I agree with. Shedeur Sanders has weirdly had a lot of backlash this offseason, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that people are annoyed that the Deion Sanders experience at Colorado has been loud. And perhaps since Shedeur Sanders is black. Maybe that is a factor in some of the weird amount of pushback that Sanders has been getting. Like, I don't know if Sanders is going to be good. I know he's a good player. I know he's a good player for sure. What I don't know is if he'll succeed at the NFL level. But I think he brought up a good point this week. Because a lot of people are like, oh, he's going into interviews and he's like, I don't know, questioning things. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, well, I mean, certain teams need to be questioned. Like a third of teams in the NFL are run by morons, like complete dumbasses. So Shedeur Sanders had this to say about some of the interviews and how people are back. There's like weird backlash in the media to some of the things that he's been saying. Quote, when I go visit these coaches and all these different franchises, I ask them truly what I think and how I feel. Some get offended. Some like it. Some don't. Make some people uncomfortable. Some people invite that. They know what type of person, what type of player they're going to get out of me. So I just have to make sure, what type of culture or what type of dynamic I'm going to have with them also. Which honestly, you know what? If you can't affect your eventual draft destination in any way, shape, or form, like have all the power in the world to do it. I get it. Like, there's a lot of bad organizations out there, and those fan bases should be rewarded for with a chance at fair play. But these organizations that do suck. Like, I can get why you wouldn't want to play for the Browns or not want to play for the Jets or not want to play for the Bengals, who are cheap. I mean, I know they've been successful recently. Like, I get it. So I could get, like, a guy going into an interview asking questions of the company that is interviewing him. Like, we're fine with that in the workplace. And weirdly, with Shedeur Sanders, there's a bizarre amount of pushback. And, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people, you got all sorts of theories on why that is, and you can put your thumb on it. I'm sure some of it has to do with race. Some of it has to do with, people just being uncomfortable with where sports are going, where athletes do have a lot more power, and they don't want to see this happen in the NFL too, because we've already seen it happen probably to a degree too far in the NBA. But, like, everything Sanders said there, like, I have no issue with it. And honestly, I expect that the interview that Sanders went in there and he asked some questions about it that they didn't like was probably with the Jets, who are losers. Loser organization run by loser more on dumbasses. The guy who ran, like, the crappy vaccine of the 3 vaccines. Congratulations, Bob. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776. The call into text, and 10-minute drill continues. Interesting to see this. Isaiah Bond is the latest ex-Texas wide receiver to be in hot water. You saw Xavier Worthy was dealing with some issues with the Chiefs. Does feel like that situation, perhaps Xavier Worthy not in the wrong as originally portrayed. And you know how things sometimes go when a story comes out. You got to be careful with your reporting on it. But Isaiah Bond turned himself in on an outstanding warrant for sexual assault. He called the accusation against him patently false. Said this in a statement: regarding the accusation made against me, I would appreciate the time and opportunity to defend myself and prove the claims made patently false. I am in full cooperation with the authorities and will remain a willing and active participant in the investigation. Unfortunately, claims like these prove to be harmful to all involved. Absent full review, I kindly request that all reserve judgment until the authorities provide a complete report based on truth and evidence. I'm guessing his lawyer wrote that. Perhaps that's not cool to assume, but it's well written by his lawyer. He was a projected second-round pick. We'll see where he ends up. Someone was asking earlier, do you think Matthew Golden will fall to the Texans? I'll say this. There will be a wide receiver who is good, who will be a good player in the NFL, who will be available to the Texans where they select in the first round, whether that's in the spot that they currently hold or it's the spot that they've theoretically traded back to, which I do think is a possibility, just given what Nick Caserio used to do when he was with the New England Patriots. The Texans' current picks, by the way, 25, 58, 79, 89, 166, 236, and 241. It's the Paul Gallant Show. That's the 10-minute drill. We're live at St. Arnold's in the Beer Garden. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Friday, got to get down on Friday and ask Gallant anything Friday. 36 years ago, I was born, having a grand old time sipping on some Art Carnal. First beer that I had was a lawnmower, hanging out in the beer garden at St. Arnold's. We are watching the second round of the Masters, and in case you don't know what's going on, first, the man who leads it, it's still Justin Rose. He is done today, 8 under through 2 rounds. Bryson DeChambeau is 7 under through 15. Hot on their heels. Victor Hovland, 6 under through 16. Rory McIlroy, 6 under through 16. Boo. And Corey Connors from Canada in his 8th Masters start. He's been in the top 10 3 times before at Augusta. So we'll see who ends up winning, but everyone's actually doing pretty well at the Masters. Curious who doesn't end up making the cut. But it's been a good day for Bryson DeChambeau and a really good day for Rory McIlroy. Justin Rose, meanwhile, keeping up what he's been doing. As far as the Houston sports front, the Houston Texans gave Jalen Petrie, their nickel corner, an extension that will make him, I think, the highest paid nickel corner in the National Football League, which is wild to think about. Jalen Petrie, I don't think that the deal was necessary. It's not to say he's a bad player. This is sort of like in the middle take. Like, it's a lot of money. And I do think that Petrie is semi-replaceable. But I also know that the Texans are big into rewarding players who do things that they like. They have their guys. Petrie, one of their guys. Laremy Tunsil, clearly no longer one of their guys. That's why they were willing to trade him. It's not just like, hey, we got to pay people in the future. There's some things that they didn't like, just being polite when they talk about it to us. I just think with Petrie, he's great in run support, but I think there's a lot of nickel corners who are great in run support. I wish he was a little bit better as a cover guy. Also, Astros start a 3-game series at Daikin Park after yesterday off against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. And the Rockets play a largely meaningless game against the Los Angeles Lakers tonight. The 2 seeds already locked up. You got any questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. And you can also weigh in on all of those topics. I do want to take some of your questions because we haven't got to some of them in a little bit on Twitch at ESPN 975. Ryan Lawson, Texas asks, have you ever considered chugging 4 of the St. Arnold's Double Down Double IPAs during garbage time? Here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Your boy has to drive. And I might be driving to San Antonio or through San Antonio tonight to Bernie. And a lot of people are saying, when I brought this up last week, that Bernie, actually, you don't have to drive through San Antonio to get there. But based off of the Waze map destination, I think I do have to go through it, or at least close to through it. So I might be going there tonight for a wedding that's tomorrow. I also might be going tomorrow. I haven't really figured that out. I probably will be going tomorrow, though, because I don't really want to be in rush hour traffic on my birthday, driving to a city that I've been dumping on. Don't really want to do that. Got a chicken sandwich on the way and currently drinking in our car, which is an IPA. IPA is good. I don't generally do IPA, but I do like IPA, if that makes sense. Pretty hard to find a beer that I don't like. Hell, even the last time I had Purple Haze, which I've always disliked, I had it. I was like, oh, that wasn't as bad as I remembered it in college when my palate was less refined. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, we had a long conversation about pee after yesterday at the Masters. This is my favorite Masters story ever. Jose Luis Ballester, he peed in a creek on hole 13. He couldn't find the bathroom. It's his first time. Give him some grace. Cut him some slack. But people were asking, like, have I ever peed in a pool? And where would I want to pee if I could pee anywhere? I probably have peed in a pool. This texter says, Paul, there's no way you haven't peed in a pool. Everyone has admitted it. I probably have at one point in my life. That doesn't mean that I'm proud of it, and that doesn't mean that I endorse it. I think it's bad if you do it. A texter asks, would you rather hit a game-winning home run, penalty kick, or winning 3 down by 2? So of all of those 3 things, the one that I theoretically could do is the winning 3 down by 2. It's been a while since I've played a pickup basketball game, and I do not have a very pretty shot. But my game is basically just on offense, run up and down the baseline, trying to collect offensive rebounds, giving it to people who are more skilled offensively than me. And if I have an open shot in the corner, take it. My ugly, janky-ass shot, once every 5 games, actually works. So I could do that. So that is at the back. Hitting a game-winning penalty kick would be very cool. Soccer's a sport that I always wish that I had tried. But I think a game-winning home run is the best because that takes a degree of skill. Hitting a baseball is so effing hard. As someone who was bad at baseball growing up, who never had the physical strength to turn a bat around on a bat, because I was always the smallest kid on the team. And I was always operating with like bats that like you had to do -3. And I was like, well, this is heavy. This is hard to swing. It was basically swinging like a bat for adults as a prepubescent boy. So I appreciate how hard it is to hit a baseball. I appreciate how scary it is to stand in there against pitching that's like up to 100 miles per hour, given that I used to have as a pitching coach on my high school baseball team. Like we had a former major league pitcher. Bobby Thigpen was our pitching coach. This guy used to hold the major league record for saves in a season. And I felt like every now and then he would screw with me and like throw it a little bit up and in. So I didn't like that. It's not like he was throwing even full gas. Like he was throwing basically like, you know, probably like 70 at most. But I realize how hard it is to hit a baseball. So I would much rather hit a game-winning home run than hit a penalty kick or a winning 3 down by 2. That's a good question. I think most people would say game-winning home run as well. Because then you can trot around the bases. You got the celebration and home plate. Like soccer, everyone's going to mob you. Game-winning 3, everyone's going to mob you. But baseball, you get to really like it sinks in a little bit. More questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Thank you so much. That looks amazing. A chicken sandwich just came my way. Look at this bad boy. Look at this thing. Fried chicken sandwich. Amazing. Could never go wrong with a fried chicken sandwich. Actually, you can, but I don't think I'm going wrong with this one. This is a big-ass patty. We'll take a little bite on it. Do you mind, guys, if I take a bite? It is my birthday, after all, talk with food in my mouth. Okay. I'm sorry, that's rude, and I sounded like Charlie Brown's parents. More questions on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Key from LA asks, Paul, if you were to get into a scuffle on the location for 97.5, who would you want to have your back at the station? Well, in terms of guys on the air, who would I want on my side? I think Joel would be the best scrapper. But in terms of people who might know a guy, John Granado. Whoa. Do not say that is racist against Italian Americans or Greek Americans or half Italians, half Greeks, especially after I just watched season 2 of The Wire on a rewatch, okay? That is not my intent. John Granado knows everyone in Houston. So John Granado probably knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who can, I don't know, make someone an offer who they can't refuse. So like Granado's the guy you want in your back pocket. But if it's like fight or flight and you need and I need to beat some folks up, as far as on-air folks, it is 100% Joel. I feel like we do okay. 2-1-2. I think we can hold around. As long as we're not outnumbered, I think we would win in a 2-1-2. Right. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Paul, would you rather be bitten by a snake and the bite would result in your arm having to be amputated, or bitten by a shark where the bite would just result in your arm immediately being torn off? Oh, jeez, bro. Well, the shark would be a reminder that you should never, ever go in the water. I'm always terrified when I'm in the open water because of sharks. I loved sharks as a kid growing up. But at the same time, I'm scared bleepless of sharks. So I'd be mad at myself forever as someone who beats himself up. I'd be mad at myself forever for being in the water and getting bitten by the shark. As far as the snake thing, like, bleep happens. I feel like there would be a chance of the arm not being amputated too, assuming I can get the right person with the right antidote. But damn, that's a very brutal and sad and violent question. Austin Sauls asks on YouTube, who rewatches season 2 of The Wire? Rewatch it again. It's actually, arguably, its third best season. I think season 5 of The Wire sucks. It's awful. I hate the newspaper people so much. But season 2 of The Wire actually is a really good rewatch. Yes, it doesn't have the same characters from season 1 and 3, and it doesn't have the same heart that season 4 has. But season 2 of The Wire is actually really good. I think it's pretty good. Big Ball Squad 2021 asks on an Ask on Anything Friday. Out of topic, Paul, what are your thoughts on the Titans seizing the Oilers uniforms? I will just say this because I've been told not to say that word on the air anymore. Meow. I think it's chicken bleep. And I love how they changed the primary color to Titan blue finally instead of navy blue, which made no sense. There's like 6 other teams in the NFL that have navy blue as a primary color. So they changed it to Titan blue entirely because the Texans, as an accident, introduced the color of H-Town blue. Everything that organization does is done to, 1, troll Houston, or 2, it's done in response to something Houston does. A reflection of a lack of originality and creativity by Bud Adams, who clearly wasn't smart, and like daughter, Amy Adams Strunk, who clearly also not the biggest brain and a petty, small-minded person. She does treat the ex-Oilers well for what it's worth, but that's where I'm at with that organization. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston, known as Ask on Anything Friday. We are hanging out at St. Arnold's in the beer garden. You want to talk about the Astros torpedo bats? You can. You want to talk about the Houston Texans giving Jalen Petrie an extension? You can. The Masters, and about a man who peed in a creek at the Masters. Is that out of bounds? You can. Or you can talk about the Rockets, who have a meaningless game tonight. It is a meaningless game tonight. It is. It's a bummer. But we're closer and closer to the playoffs. Sunday, last game of the year. How about that? Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, live at St. Arnold. Stay put. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975 if you want to watch along. You might have seen me flip off the camera if you were just watching, and I'm sorry about that. We can't censor that on the video side of things, but Sean Mapes was calling me out for not being able to eat an entire sandwich at a commercial break. And Sean, it's my birthday. I'll eat how I want to. You would eat too if it happened to you. Okay?
Yeah, it's just the Paul that I used to know could finish a sandwich in a commercial.
I know. That's what that honestly, shout out to St. Arnold. That's how big the chicken sandwich is here. The chicken sandwich here is huge. So I'm wolfing one of those down. I got Narcar IPA. Just took another swig of that. It is a beautiful day out here. Honestly, I can't think of a better place to celebrate my birthday. I'm not even kidding. I'm having a great time out here. Ask Alone Anything Friday is always my favorite show of the week. We get to goof off a little bit. And since it was a relatively slow day in Houston sports, both yesterday and thus far today, we get to goof off a little bit more. But I know some people want to know what's going on in the Masters. Right now, get this. Justin Rose still leading. He's done through 2 rounds. But we got a tie for second place. Bryson DeChambeau bogeyed. So he falls back to 6 under. Rory McIlroy is 6 under through 17. DeChambeau is 6 under through 16. Scotty Scheffler is 6 under through 6. So we'll see how he ends up. He has a chance to perhaps be in the lead by the end of the day. Justin Rose just 2 ahead. And Justin Rose had a huge day round 1. Today, DeChambeau and McIlroy have been crushing it. Corey Connors from Canada has also been doing very well. So there you go. You got a 4-way tie in second place, and you got Justin Rose. But, I mean, that's a pretty good way to start it off, huh? I mean, golf without Tiger Woods, it's certainly different. But you got 3 of the biggest names in the sport who are at the very top. Scheffler, arguably the best golfer. Rory McIlroy, arguably the most well-known golfer. Now that Tiger Woods is kind of, the backseat. Same thing with Phil Mickelson. And DeChambeau, who people like now again, is also doing well himself. So you want to weigh in on anything you can on an Ask on Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Jalen Petrie got a 3-year extension from the Houston Texans earlier today. This is a walking the fence kind of take, but while I get why the Texans did it, they love to reward their guys, he said in quotation marks. I also don't know that they necessarily needed to do this. And there have been some of their guys that they have rewarded early that I don't think they necessarily needed to. I understand the idea. Hey, I mean, listen, at this point in free agency, it's not affecting who they could potentially sign. But, I mean, take a look at that money and take a look at some of the trades that they've made this offseason, trading for oh damn, I keep forgetting that guy who's the guard on the guard from the Vikings who they traded for. They signed Laken Tomlinson and they signed Cam Robinson. Ed Ingram, thank you, Sean. Ed Ingram they brought in too. Joe Tooney was acquired for a 4th-round pick, and I'd much rather be paying Joe Tooney, who's like a 2-time All-Pro and the Chiefs MVP. I'd much rather have traded that for him and have him for 1 year and let him walk than any of the guys that they brought into this point, especially from trading Laramie Tunsil, So there you go. It's an Ask on Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sorry, I am filibustering to load up some questions right now. Eric the driver asks, a good question. Paul, both pilots are dead. The passengers are looking to you to land the plane. What are you going to do? I'm going to land the plane. Am I perhaps believing that my genetics would allow me to be a great pilot? Yes, but for those who don't know, my dad was a pilot growing up. My dad actually was at the Air Force Academy for a time. My dad is a good pilot. I feel like if my dad is a good pilot, I would be a good pilot too, because I look exactly like my dad, but my dad is a charmer. My dad's a little more of a charmer. Love my dad, old Gare Bear. But I think if my dad can land a plane, I feel like if somebody gave me instructions on how to land the plane,
there would be a chance. Obviously, the actual physical landing part of it, for any pilots who are listening right now, you know how tough it is. Like I'm not trying to downplay what you do. What I am saying is, considering how very small things get me worked up and make me angry or make me anxious, giant things that happen to me, I actually generally handle well. I wish that I could handle the little things. I can't. Like, I'm a psychopath with very small things. Like earlier this week, trying to install a filter underneath my sink and accidentally tapping one of the hoses underneath the sink to the point where now it's leaking and I have to get a plumber to fix it next week. Because the leak is like, it's like a drip, drip, drip. And I got a bucket underneath it, but it's annoying, you know? So it's one of those things where I got to bring somebody in, and I'm really mad about that. But I feel like if I was in that situation, I don't think I'd be the worst. I don't think I'd be the worst choice to bring up into the get out of here, fly. I don't think I'd be the worst choice to put in the cockpit. Paul, you'd love to be in a cockpit. Whatever, man. Whatever. Damon Mofos points out, like yesterday, how you were upset with us. No, but I was a little salty with you guys yesterday on the Twitch. Because you guys were mad at me for being mad at the Astros. I'm allowed to be mad at the Astros. I'm disappointed with the start, okay? The turbo bats better effing work. They better work. I want to see 15 runs tonight. 15. Yeah, I said it, 15. Oh, Paul, would you accept 10? No, 15. I want 15 runs. I want to see the most ridiculous day ever. The Angels blow. They effing blow. Ownership blows. Mike Trout, overrated. Don't have Shohei Ohtani anymore. Take a look at that team. Anthony Rendon hates baseball. That team sucks. How are they in second place right now? I don't know. But I want a 15-0 win tonight, okay? I don't think I'm asking for too much. I don't think I'm asking for too much for 15 runs. How are the Angels +9, by the way, in the run differential? What? Even the Rangers, who were in first place, are -8. What is going on? What is happening? Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 97.5. Damn it, Mofos points out that's not an apology. I'm not apologizing. No, I'm not apologizing. On an Ask Along Anything Friday, someone asks, this is a good one. And I'm going to reveal my ulterior motives here because it's sports related. Paul, would you rather take a 3-iron to the shin or a prime Mike Tyson bare fist to the jaw? Okay. Mike Tyson might kill me. And being knocked out by Mike Tyson, I might have brain damage. I could be theoretically, RIP, Terry Schiavo the rest of my life. I could be a vegetable. I do not want that. I do not want to make my parents have to make the awkward decision of like, well, do we like pull the plug? Like, he is very handsome, but like he's also VeggieTales right now. Do we want that? Mike Tyson, if he punches me in the face, like I could die. Meanwhile, Rory hitting me with a 3-iron to the shin. First off, no one could ever talk trash about me getting like knocked out by Rory. He took a golf club to my shin. Second of all, I get to sue my least favorite person in golf for millions of dollars. Oh, I limp wherever I walk. Oh, the psychological pain. Oh, like easy every single time. Like Mike Tyson kills you. Rory to the shin, like worst case scenario, I get a compound fracture or something like that, right? And maybe I'm never a flag football player again. I will take my millions of dollars. And that's what I would cite. I was like, Rory McIlroy prevented me from being an asset to the United States flag football team. That's what I do. Texter asks, okay, this one feels like the person didn't do the math here. Okay. So I'm 36 years old. How many more years do you think I have left? I'm going to guess I'm exactly at the halfway point. I'm just going to guess like 72. I'm in good health, but like, who knows, you know, like cancer runs my family. We'll see. But $50,000 a week for the rest of your life, we're $500 million up front. So I'm going to do the math here. I don't think this texter did the math. So 52 weeks in a year, right? Times 50,000 times 36. We're talking like $93 million versus $500 million up front. Give me the $500 million up front. Like one is 5 times the amount. If I croak, I want to at least give something, you know, for the old godson of my niece, you know, and for the rest of my family. So no, I'm taking the $500 million up front. Would I be irresponsible with the $500 million up front? Yes, I would turn into Dan Bilzerian 100%. I would live a soulless, find meaning in nothing life, and would be trying to find the answers by hanging out with attractive women who only want to be with me for my money. And it wouldn't go so well. So note, if I ever do win the lottery, which apparently is rigged in Texas, so like you can't even win it anyway. Found that out in the news this week. That sucked. All those times that I bought $2 Mega Millions and Powerball tickets when it's been 500 million or north, I guess it's just never going to happen. But there you go, guys. That's the answer to that question on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. There's one question I'm not 100% sure I can answer. We're watching the Masters here at St. Arnold's in the beer garden. It's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. It's my 36th birthday. Come out, hang out, have yourselves a time, everybody. Up next on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, what do you need to watch this weekend? We'll talk about it. Don't go anywhere. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Every single Friday at 2:15, and sorry, I haven't done the bells and whistles yet. I was going to do it last night, and then I was like, wait, no, it's my birthday eve. I'm going to go hang out at where did I go? I did trivia at the Maple Leaf last night, which I haven't done trivia in a really long time, and I thought I was crushing it, and I still came in like ninth. I did have a partner, and she helped me out a little bit. However, there's nothing more humbling, and I'm sure some people cheated, but there's nothing more humbling than doing trivia and realizing, even though you think you're getting all the answers right, that everybody else is also getting all the answers right. And then like the music section happens and you're musically challenged. No fun. So what's going on this weekend in the world of sports? Let's start with that. The Astros are playing in a 3-game series against the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, of California, of the United States of America, of North America, formerly of Pangea, of planet Earth. And the next 3 days, here are the pitching matchups for your beloved Astros, who I hopefully will see them get things going with their turbo bats. Tonight, it's Ronel Blanco, not a great start for him last night, against Jack Kochanovitz. It was a fun last name. That game's 7:10 first pitch. Tomorrow, 6:10, Ryan Gusto, who's been pretty good in the bullpen, is going to get his first start of the year against Tyler Anderson. That happens because Spencer Arrighetti broke his thumb in batting practice in Seattle somehow. And then Sunday, 1 o'clock, all these games at Daikin Park before the Astros get back on the road. It's Kyle Hendricks against Hayden Wisniewski, who looked great in his start against the Mariners, and some think he was pulled too early. So that's your baseball side of things. Of course, you've got the Masters. We've been talking about the Masters all morning long. Right now, I don't think anything has changed. I still think it's it's Bryson DeChambeau. He birdied on the 17th hole, so he is now in second place. Justin Rose, 8 under. He's done for the day through round 2. Bryson DeChambeau in second place, 7 under through 17. Rory McIlroy is tied with the Canadian Chris Connors for third at 6 under. Rory is also through 17, so I guess he is in the same group as Bryson DeChambeau. Scotty Scheffler bogeyed. He's through 7. He's 5 under, tied with noted American Matt McCarty, and also at 5 under, tied with Irish hero Shane Lowry. So there you go. That's what's going on in the Masters. This is the best weekend of the year to watch golf. We've all agreed on that. There's a tradition unlike any other. It's great nap background music on the TV. Hope you guys enjoy that. As far as the Rockets are concerned, they do have 2 games this weekend, but I am very skeptical that we are going to see anything of consequence. They play the Lakers tonight, 9:30. It's an NBA TV and Space City Home Network game in LA. It'd be cool to see Reed Shepherd go off again. And then they wrap up the year on Sunday against the Denver Nuggets at Toyota Center with a 2:30 tip-off. They will play the 7 or the 8 seed in the Western Conference, because that is how the play-in tournament works. There is one game between the 7 seed and the 8 seed in the play-in tournament. As far as probabilities right now, the chances of the Rockets playing the Grizzlies or the Warriors is the highest probability chance. The Warriors have the highest chance at getting the 7th seed, 32%. The Nuggets' second highest chance of getting the 7th seed at 29%. So it seems like it's between the Warriors and Nuggets. They will likely play the Grizzlies, who have a 55% chance of being the 8th seed. So no Anthony Edwards, but you might be going up against a taking the playoffs more seriously Steph Curry and Draymond Green-led Warriors team. For what it's worth, the Rockets did hold Steph Curry to 3 points on Sunday, but I imagine that some of the bitching and moaning the Warriors did after that game about the foul discrepancy and about how physical Amen Thompson was with Steph Curry, I would imagine that this series will be a lot more difficult than that last game we saw between the Rockets and Warriors would indicate. What else is going on? What other things can you watch? I think this show has a chance to be the new Game of Thrones as far as sci-fi option on HBO/Max. The Last of Us Season 2 debuts Sunday. It's taken over in the White Lotus time slot on HBO. For those who don't know, The Last of Us is a semi-realistic zombie apocalypse show where a bunch of fungi that infects random humans becomes a blight upon the entirety of the world. So it's a fun post-apocalyptic world. It's got a bunch of Game of Thrones actors in it. The guy who plays Oberyn Martell, Pedro Pascal, he is the male lead. The female lead is a young lady, and I forget her name off the top of my head, but she plays in Game of Thrones. She plays Lyanna Mormont, who, if you don't remember, she was like the feisty, 11-year-old who was giving everybody crap from Bear Island. So there you go, guys. There you go. As far as other things to watch, I don't think that there's any movies coming up this weekend. Movies opening this week. I mean, you can watch. You can always watch Snow White. That's what I've always said. Oh, Warfare. Warfare is coming out tonight. For those who don't know, Warfare is an A24 movie, and it's supposedly the most realistic war movie that's ever been made. Set in, I believe, Iraq. So you can watch that. There's also the King of Kings movie, which is coming out. Definitely some options to get yourself ready for Easter around the corner if you are a Christian. And the like. What else do we got going on? I don't think there's a lot else going on, other than those things. But that is your weekend homework. That is your weekend homework. I don't think there's any stand-up acts coming to town this weekend that I'm at the very least aware of. Who do you have? You have Josh Johnson on Sunday at the Improv. Yeah, I'll be honest. Listen, a lot of stand-up comics out there. I was a stand-up comic once. But no one laughed, so I don't know if I'll ever do it again because the shame was crippling and debilitating. And especially after I opened myself up. The entire premise of my act was everyone thinks I'm gay. Everyone thinks I'm gay. And no one laughed. And I was like, but everyone does think I'm gay. These are funny. Why aren't you laughing? And then I realized, oh, maybe it's not funny that I have this as a recurring bit on my show. Anyway, sports, Paul. Sports. Fine. On an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Huey in Spring wished me a happy birthday. Thank you, Huey. Would you rather watch the artistic stylings of Lana Rhodes or the WNBA? That was a very creative way to word that. Very creative way to word that. Here's the thing. This is going to make it sound... I'm going to sound like such a POS here. Lana Rhodes is a strong, independent woman and very brave. Not my type. Does that make sense? So she just has different artistic stylings, if you will. So I think I'd rather watch the WNBA. Oh, Paul, what the hell, man? This is not cool to talk about. Listen, I'm just answering the question on Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Ryan Lost in Texas asks, Paul, would you rather take your chances surfing a 100-foot wave or fall off of a 5-story building? Jesus. I'm terrified of heights. Having watched The Wire, there is a scene, I'm not sure if it's in season 5, I think it is, where Omar, played by Michael K. Williams, R.I.P., jumps out of the 4th floor of a building. When he jumped out of the 4th floor of this building, this was based on an actual Baltimore gangster who is in the show who jumped out the 6th floor of a building and survived. The writers of the show thought it was unbelievable that somebody could jump out of the 6th floor of a building and live. So they made him jump out of the 4th floor. So out of the 5th floor, is there a chance? I mean, if that guy could survive, I think 100 floor, not happening. And I've surfed before. It was in New Jersey. And was I able to stand on the actual surfboard and actually hang 10, ride some waves, cowabunga? I was. But then I also, as I was walking into shore, got literally hit square in the back of the head by the point of the board and was definitely out underwater for like a second. Like I definitely, and I woke up immediately, thank goodness, and there was somebody there and they helped me out. And that was my last time surfing. So surfing terrifies me. Surfing at a 100-foot wave, oh my God. I don't know if I could do that. It's an Ask on Anything Friday. We have one last question before we move on to our next segment. On an Ask on Anything Friday, someone asks, who is the Jimmy McNulty at ESPN 97.5? We've been talking a lot about The Wire today. Sorry, I'm in the midst of a rewatch. I watch shows that I've already seen before way too much. Who's the this is a really tough question. Who's the self-destructive, borderline alcoholic whore of a man who doesn't play by the rules and thinks he's smarter than everybody? Who could that possibly be? Who could, at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, who could that possibly be? Like checking all of those boxes off. Who could it be? Truly, I could not answer that question because I have not looked in a mirror today. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's me. It's me, okay? F off. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. Stick around. We're at the St. Arnold's Beer Garden hanging out and having ourselves a wonderful time. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I am 2 beers in on my 36th birthday. Happy birthday to me. Don't worry, I'm not a birthday Nazi. The older and older you get, the less and less you're excited about it. But we're hanging out here at St. Arnold in the beer garden, watching the Masters. I'm having a great time. You guys should come out here as well. Weather's perfect. There's shade. There's a breeze. Little muggy, but not too muggy. Had myself a chicken sandwich, fried chicken sandwich. They have a really good one. It's huge. Definitely good bang for your buck. I had myself an art car. I had myself a lawnmower. Good start. Good start to the day. Appreciate all the birthday well wishes. Seriously. I'm very thankful to do this for a job, and I'm very thankful that some of you guys who actually like me, because I know I run some people the wrong way, are as kind as you guys have been to me in the how long have I been here? Came here in 2011, was gone for like 2 years. In the 13 years I've been here, seriously, I'm very thankful for everyone that has tuned in and that keeps on coming back. Sorry for when I get really off topic. Anyway, guys, you want to jump aboard on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday, you can. The big news in sports Houston-wise today, it is a rather slow day because we have no games to react to. It's that Jalen Petrie, the Texans gave him a 3-year, $39 million extension. I think, 26 of it's guaranteed. It's basically a 2-year deal. I don't think they needed to give him the deal. I suppose it will age well. $13 million is a lot for a nickel corner. I know it's a more and more important position, but I do think that it's a relatively replaceable position. I think team to team, certain teams are asking for a lot out of that position, and the Texans clearly prioritize run support and swarming, if you will, to the ball out of that position. And Petrie does that well, but you still want someone who can cover. And I do think that's a weakness of Petrie's game. And $13 million is a lot. Like, is Petrie as special as Tyrann Mathieu was in his heyday? Of course, Tyrann Mathieu was with the Texans for a little bit of time. But Tyrann Mathieu was a game breaker. Like especially at LSU. But I don't know that Petrie's ever been that kind of a playmaker, Like, I think he's a hard hitter. And I think his rookie year, he had a lot of interceptions. Does not mean he's a bad player. I think he is tough, hard-nosed. I think he's got the right attitude. Like, there's a lot of things he brings to the table. All I'm saying is I don't know that this is necessary. And I look at it from this perspective. Yes, this contract's going to help other contracts long-term, like whether a C.J. Stroud contract, a Will Anderson contract, probably going to make it a little easier, pushing some money down the road. But I don't know that they needed to do the deal quite yet. What else do we have going on? Astros play the Angels tonight. Supposedly the torpedo bats arrived today. I wish they had arrived by the start of the season. Do whatever it takes. Steal signs, torpedo bats. Let's get the bats back on track. I'm not above cheating, and you shouldn't be either. Okay? 2017 was awesome. We had a hurricane, okay? We were allowed to cheat. F you. We had Hurricane Harvey. They cheated. We had a hurricane. It was about more than that. The Astros cheated to make a devastated community happy. God, you ungrateful people outside of Houston that just don't understand what the Astros do for the community. They should have hired me to be their lawyer. That would have been so fun. Like, obviously, with a scandal like this in any sport, the commissioner is going to be judge, jury, and executioner. There's going to be very little due process. But it would have been fun to be like part of the legal team for the Astros. And I would have loved to just be a complete scumbag up there, like a pinstripe suit, and slick my hair all the way back. You could see my receding hairline like crazy. I put so much grease in that it looks like I have been bribed on my way into court. Maybe I'd adopt my southern gentleman accent. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, when in our history has it been a crime to do whatever it takes to win, especially when you're doing it for others? You're not doing it for yourself. You are doing it for
other people. You're doing it for a community. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we stand here accused of helping people through the toughest time of their lives, doing whatever it takes to make things just a little bit easier for them. And these people there to call into question our integrity when they themselves have themselves perhaps taken a misstep or two. Apple Watches with the Boston Red Sox. What were the Yankees doing? They weren't doing it well, I do declare. These Yankee carpetbaggers, they weren't doing it well, but I do declare, as I declared my declaring, I do declare the Dodgers were doing something as well. But no one talks about that, and that's fine. They're in liberal California. Okay? They've got a lot to deal with themselves, which is why it was okay that they cheated, just not as well as our beloved Houston Astros. And I do declare that I would have been fantastic in that role. Okay? 713-780-3776 to call it, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. King of Twitch says the host is buzzing, sir. I'm only 2 in. It takes another 2 to get to that point. But we are all over the place. From the 346, where can you work that you can drink on the job? Only at ESPN Radio. Skull! Go Twins, go T-Wolves. Ant is the man. Is this one of the texters who was coming after me for talking trash about the Twins back in the day? Probably not. I did have a good time, back during the day when we were talking about Astros Twins. That was the last fun Astros playoff series we had, Oh, alas, earwax. Anyway, guys, it is an Ask Alon Anything Friday. King of Twitch is saying on Twitch, I have more jazz hands as the beer flow. That's fair. That's probably fair. All right, Ask Alon Anything Friday. Lots of questions here. I love that you guys keep on giving me things to work with. Would you rather have mud butt or have to puke on a plane? Oh, that's tough. I'm not going to lie. Feeling nauseous is the worst. The runs aren't good, and there's nothing more embarrassing than, a little damage to the pants. There's nothing worse than that. A specific type of damage. You all know that's the type of damage I'm talking about. There's nothing worse than that. So the danger of that little splurp on the back of the pants. Say my theoretical wife is on that plane. Like I couldn't handle that. Like I have accidentally gone and done that before. Being nauseous would be uncomfortable, but I don't want to be embarrassed. So I'm going to pick nauseous. Either way, that's terrible. That's terrible. I might be rooting, like low key, not high key, low key. I might be rooting for a plane crash in that situation because like that's a lot, especially if it's like a 3-4 hour plane trip or something like that. Oof. It's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. Biggest Skeet. That's the first time anyone's referred to me by that name, but shout out to you. That made me feel the coolest that I've ever felt. I hope you don't get banned from the YouTube comment section. People are talking about my drunken states. Is Paul and I love you, man, drunk, or am I a close talker? How am I as an intoxicated person? Here's the thing. It entirely depends on whether or not I'm getting laid. It entirely depends on that. If I'm drunk and things aren't going so well for me, I'm a little mopey and sad. In fact, a lot mopey and sad. If I am doing well, then I am fun. So there you go. Ask Alon Anything Friday. Would you rather go on lots of semi-successful speed dates or a very horrible first blind date? I don't do blind dates. Can't do it. The reason is, generally, when you're set up on a blind date, you are expected by the person who's setting you up on a blind date, who is generally a friend, you are expected to be the best thing you can be. So when you go on a date like this and then you meet them and then maybe you're disappointed because the person looks different than what you thought they might look like. That's a tough place to be. I feel guilty. I feel bad as someone who constantly beats himself up. I don't like blind dates, period. Not to say that I could never be amazed or surprised, but I feel pressure on a blind date where 4 semi-successful speed dates, lots of semi-successful speed dates,
That could work because one of them could lead to something else theoretically. But yeah, I don't know. I truly I don't know. But if I had to pick between the two, I'm picking the speed dates. There you go. Damn it, Mofo says, "Don't beat yourself up." No, that is who I am. I blame Catholicism. Paul, that's not cool. Well, whatever, man. It raises you to feel guilty about everything. So I feel guilty towards myself when there are things I don't do. Anyway, guys, it's an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. We are hanging out at St. Arnold's Brewery. It's been fantastic. And in case you don't know, St. Arnold's wants you to know that this is a place where you can drink any beer. It's got a beer for every single drinker that there is. 8 IPAs, all sorts of Pilsners, which are my favorite. But I had an Art Car RPA. I'm about to burp. I burped quietly. Congratulations to me. I didn't sound like an absolute savage. I also had myself a lawnmower. They have a beer for everybody. They got Shandy's, for goodness sakes. Incredible selection of beers. Fun place to hang out, especially if you're watching the Masters on the big screen TV. Justin Rose, still the leader. He is done. Bryson DeChambeau, who just wrapped up a really successful day, 4 under, is in second. Rory McIlroy, I believe, still working. He is tied for third place. Oh, no. Rory McIlroy's done, 6 under. He is tied with Scotty Scheffler, Corey Connors in third place. They are all 6 under. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. One last chance to dance on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday before we turn things over to the Killer Bees. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston on birthday number 36 for your boy. We're hanging out at St. Arnold's in the beer garden. We're watching the Masters. And it's an Ask Alon Anything Friday. You can ask any question. I'll work it into the show. Some are not a fan of the old Ask Alon Anything Friday movement. They're not a fan. So one of those things, one of those texts about that. Let's go take a look here. Let's go take a look. A texter said this is worse than your stand-up. And honestly, that hurt my heart. That hurt my heart. Because I'm still so mad about that stand-up. I put 2 days worth of work into that. I was up until 2 in the morning the night before putting work together on that, and I really thought I crushed it. Like I didn't stumble at all along the way. But God, someone texted in. He was nice. He's like, hey, yeah, but you did the roast, and Nathaniel Amador was there. Nathaniel Amador's funny. Barry set up the roast. That's the first time I ever did it. I would not have done it if not for Barry Laminack. Barry Laminack gave me the balls to actually do it. So I appreciate Barry actually pushing me to do it, because I'm a bit of a P word when it comes to stand-up comedy. Like, this is easy for me. Talking on the radio where I don't actually see anybody that's reacting to all of the weird-ass cringe things I say, it's a lot easier. But the big stories of the day, first off, the Texans gave Jalen Petrie a contract extension for 3 years and $39 million. I guess it's worth up to like 43. 42 with incentives. I don't think it was necessary, but hey, you know what? All the props in the world for him getting that. I just don't think he's like the most irreplaceable player out there. Also, Astros take on the Angels for 3 games. I'm very curious, and I'm sure we'll find out on the Space City Home Network broadcast about the impact of torpedo bats, who's using them, who isn't, but they're supposed to get that shipment today. The Rockets have a game against the Lakers tonight. And I want to give a shout out to our gal / my old co-host, Vanessa Richardson, was on the Herd today. I had no idea. I just found that out today. Vanessa was on the Herd at 11:40. We might have to break down our interview next week. We might have to break down our interview as I watch her stars growing and growing and growing. But no, that's so funny. Like yesterday, someone was asking, like, Paul, how do you feel every single time that you see Vanessa on TV? And I'm like, I love Vanessa. She's like one of my best friends. She's my sis, but I am jealous. I'm 100% jealous. I'm jealous of everyone's success, but I'm very happy for her. So that's very cool that she was on the Herd talking about the Rockets, the 2 seed in the West. Who better to talk about them than her? And of course, if you guys listened to her when she was doing the radio show with me, like, she's actually got the wits and chutzpah to do this job, but also the professionalism to be a sideline reporter / on national TV, which I know on the latter side of things, I don't know if I have that. That's why I'm the Jimmy McNulty of ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Also, shout out to Kevin O'Connor of The Ringer, who was voting Amin Thompson Defensive Player of the Year. F all this Draymond Green stuff. Let's give it to Amin Thompson. Thompson has been awesome. So I like that. That's really cool. I wonder if there will be others who vote for Amin Thompson. Literally, there has been over the last 5 days a random push for Amin Thompson to be Defensive Player of the Year. I think some of it has to do with Sunday, how Steph Curry just scored 3 points. But good for Amin Thompson. I love this guy, truly. All it took was that one game as a starter, and I said he's going to be a future star. I love everything about his game. His athleticism, I think, is actually second to none in the league at this phase. If he develops any offense whatsoever, watch the bleep out. What a pick. 4th overall falling into their lap. You know, I mean, they didn't win the lottery that year, and I know there were some who were like, damn it. But it's working out pretty well to this point. It's working out. I mean, sometimes, and this is one of the things that I always say when it comes to the people that overanalyze sports drafts. You can't predict something before the guy has a chance to prove himself. And, I think that if we, as people that watch sports and talk about sports, I think if we paid less attention to where guys were drafted and attached less expectations to where guys were drafted, and instead just focused on the scouting of the organizations that are making these selections at these specific points, which put massive pressure on all of these guys, I don't know. I think we'd be less a-holes to the players. It is totally fair to be an a-hole to a sports team's front office. No one's in disagreement with that. But I do think sometimes we're really hard on players who just happen to be drafted in a place where they probably never should have been drafted. As long as you put in the effort, I'm not going to crush you for not being good because you were drafted like 3rd, 4th, 5th overall, Like if you're a absolute POS, lazy loser like Johnny Manziel was at the NFL level, and I feel totally comfortable saying that, F you. Like you didn't deserve to play in the NFL. Like truly, F you. He took it for granted. I mean, how many people would kill to play football or basketball or any sport for a living? That guy took it so unseriously. F him. F guys like Jamarcus Russell. The guys who don't put in the effort. Royce White. Like the people who don't put in the effort and use excuses, the protocol, I can't get on a plane. Now this guy's grifting on the right. It's really hilarious to see where this guy's gone from like mental health awareness all the way to the left to all the way to the right. Like people like that, F them, truly. Like just a middle finger to the face. But the organizations put more pressure on these guys based off of where they are drafted than is necessary at times. And I feel for guys who get drafted early, who try it, and like it just doesn't work out. These games are tough, and it is a success to simply be drafted early on. So anyway, that's my draft tangent. That's why I pay very little attention to pre-draft conversation, whether it comes to the NFL or the NBA. Like I don't know. I think it's ridiculous to have expectations for a guy before the guy's even had a chance to get out there. Like. How else does pick number 199 become the greatest player in this history of the sport? Talking about Tom Brady, it's weird. I get it. It's a huge TV event, and it's become the most fun part of the NFL offseason. And I understand there's a lot of people out there who are diehard sports fans who look at this from a different perspective. But truly, when it comes to the draft, I don't know. I think we're unfair. So anyway, that's my long tangent that came out of me talking about, hey, Ahmed Thompson, 4th overall. You never know what you're going to get with that spot. All right, time for a little garbage time before we GTFO on an Ask Gallant Anything Friday. I want to give one more shout out to the amateur champion who peed in the creek at the Masters. Jose Luis Balleste, on my birthday, sir, I want to buy you a drink. He's tied for 64th. He's 4 over at this point in the Masters. So it's not going great for him. He didn't expect it to, but very cool that he got to go there. But I think it's hilarious that he admitted to peeing. And also, shout out to him. He is dating a incredibly strong, powerful, and independent woman. Her name is Hayden Riley James. Wow. Paul Bonk, you got a radio show to finish out. Come on, man. Well, listen, I'm just saying, this guy's crushing life. He is absolutely crushing life. He's peeing at the Masters in a creek, which is so funny. I can't believe that happened. This is my favorite Masters story ever. Like I've forgotten who's won most of the Masters I've watched. I will never forget this guy. So pour one out for that man. Happy birthday to him, even though it's probably not his birthday. And on that note, guys, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back at Mission Control, our entire ESPN 97.5 team, our entire St. Arnold's team. Come on out to St. Arnold's. Killer Bees are going to be hanging out here or in the beer garden. For our YouTubers, Twitchers, texters, and callers, we've got some train knowledge today. Totally forgot about that. On the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Peace.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank on Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Friday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Broadcasting from St. Arnold's. St. Arnold's, always a great time, always fantastic, always has a drink for everybody. I'm sure Paul had one. They're made,
Yes, several.
They have a beer for everyone. IPAs, they have 8 or so on tap. How about multi beers? They have 3 or 4 of those. Light beers, Lawnmower, Grand Prize, Summer Pills, Shandy, and more. Cider, they have that. Watermelon, strawberry, kiwi cider. Full wine menu, full food menu. And the beer garden's fantastic. You can see the down. Where's y'all set up?
We are on the back wall of the beer garden facing out towards the big screen TV and the highway and outside, and it is a beautiful day. It's a great spot to be.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm not out there. I got some other duties to tend to a little bit later. Justin Rose continues to lead the Masters after round 2, 8 under. He shot a 71 today, so 1 under today, 7 under yesterday. I was watching some of the coverage or listening to some of the coverage driving in today, and they said he played kind of conservative today because there are some low scores. Like Rory McIlroy shot a 66 after his kind of debacle there at the end of the round. He ended up shooting a 66, so he's within 2 shots of the lead. DeChambeau was 4 under today. He's within a shot of the lead. Scheffler's 200 through 9. Matt McCarty, he shot a 68. Shane Lowry shot a 68. Rasmus Højgaard shot a 67. Hovland a 69. So, like, the course seems gettable today.
It really does, and it was kind of fun to watch early in the fact that, Rory, after the kind of collapse on the final 3 holes where he really had it going yesterday, he found a way to kind of get back into it today. And then you just kind of watched across the course as guys just kind of attacked the par 5s and they knew the spots where they might be able to capitalize. And as you said, there's some low scores. And, as much as we like to see these pros get challenges on some of these courses, it's also kind of cool when you know that that's a tough track and the guys can attack it and score low.
Yeah, so that's going on right now. What's going down at Augusta? That's happening over there. So we'll see how that pans out today. But we'll have our eyes on it, see who can go low. Fun leaderboard, though, man. Like Rose at the top, DeChambeau's there, McIlroy's there, Scheffler's there. Hovland had a pretty good round today, so he's going to be amongst the final groups. Matsuyama. So it's shaping up to be a nice weekend at Augusta. We'll see how it all goes.
I think that's what's really great is the fact that, you've got these big names. It's not just, a tight race at the top, but you've got some names that everybody wants to see. You got the 2 pre-tournament favorites, like as you mentioned, with Rory and with Scotty. And Justin Rose, a hell of a story at 44 to kind of, have the first 2 rounds that he had. So it's going to be fun to watch this weekend. And the weather's supposed to be perfect.
He's also, he's like he's a veteran, so he's not going to like melt down. Now, it's congested now. He probably wishes he would have shot maybe, in the 60s today. He might feel disappointed with the 71 whenever all the other scores are around where they're at. The projected cut line's at 2 over, so we'll watch the cut line. Brooks Koepka screwed up on 18. Looks like he's going to miss the cut. He had an adventure. He quadrupled bogeyed 18.
Ooh.
He bogeyed 17, quadruple bogeyed 18. He was 5 over on the last 2 holes. He was even par for the tournament in teeing off at number 17 when bogey quadruple. So he's at 5 over. He's going to miss the cut. Our guy Nick Dunlop, who dropped that 90 burger yesterday, he's 3 under through 10 today.
See, I think I was going to say the only way you can save face knowing you're not going to make the weekend is to go as low as you possibly can today just to basically show, hey, we all have bad days, but I'm still a pro golfer because that's a rough one to come back from 90, but I'm good for him today to go 3 under. That's fantastic.
Like, what if he goes 90-68? It would be insane. So I'm following Nick Dunlap to see how he does on this back 9 coming in. Probably will still finish in last place, though, because he's at 15 over. The second to last, it's 11 under, or 11 over, rather. Angel Cabrera, the felon, straight out of prison. He shot an 11 over for the first 2 rounds. He shot an 80 today, so.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's going to miss
the duck.
too. They called him the duck?
Yeah, was it El Guapo?
El Guapo means handsome.
Okay, it was something close to that, but they call him the duck. He's been known as the duck forever.
He does kind of look like a duck. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck.
Charlie Epps was his teacher.
Yeah, I think he plays a lot at the Golf Club of Houston. I think he plays out there quite a bit. Jonathan Vegas plays out there quite a bit too. He's going to miss the cut. He's at 6 over through 16 today. Will Zalatoris looks like
John Rahm saved his bacon.
What did he do?
Final, he had about a 10-footer to save par and he was 2 over, and he knocked it down. So he'll at least make the weekend for Brian.
I mean, if the cut line doesn't get to 1 over.
Yeah, that's true.
Like,
I guess with the guy still on the course, and like you said, if they're going low, there's a chance.
Yeah, like it's going to be kind of close. What is the cut of the Masters? Is it top 50?
Is it 50 in ties?
No, I think it's 50 in ties or within 10 shots of the lead, but Rose is 8 under. So, well, okay. Yeah, he will make the cut then because he's within 10. He's within 10 shots of the lead because he's 2 over. So, and Rose is at 8 under, unless somebody else jumps him, which is possible because Scheffler's making the turn at 9 and he's 6 under. Yeah, so Rahm's not a slam dunk yet.
No,
it's trending in that direction. There's also 8 guys that are tied for 50. Like 1 over, there's only 40. I'm at this. It still might get to 1 over.
That would be interesting. And you know,
Ooh,
from a
yeah,
live perspective, at least. I mean, your boy DeChambeau went really low today. So
yeah, he's a good golfer.
He's crazy. Just the stories they were telling about just how just methodical he is about everything that he does, and like he's hitting shots with his driver, and then off a shot track, he's taking a Sharpie and writing on the bottom of the driver all the statistics so he can figure out, like, on a hole-by-hole basis, which is the best driver for him and then which one he should put in the bag.
Yeah, Brian just texted me that the projected cut is +2 currently. Thank you, Brian. I can read a scoreboard here. If it's top 50,
doing the hard work for you
my
early.
goodness, yes. I understand that it's 2 over. I'm saying that the cut could potentially move to 1 over because right now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys tied for 42, tied for 42nd. So if one more guy gets to 1 over, well, your top 50 golfers are at 1 over or worse. And if Scheffler can get to 9 under, now they're not within 10 shots of the lead. I know the projected cut line is currently +2. I'm saying it could move, and
Is that analytics or simple math? Just asking.
Brian, who doesn't know how a cut line works, trying to mansplain to me what a cut line is.
That's fantastic.
Brian, this isn't my first rodeo here. I know a thing or two about golf. My dad teaches golf. Sheesh, mansplaining. I'm waiting for him to interject to see if he has a defense for himself. Brian, do you have a defense for yourself?
Evidently, that's a no.
Yeah, I think I made him mad.
It'll be interesting to see in our little pool too.
Rory made a run. Rory made a run.
Yep.
I don't even know who I drafted, so
you got a good team.
Yeah, I don't know anything behind Scheffler.
Well, you got Scotty and DeChambeau and Oberg, so those are your 3 probably. I got Rory, and then I've got Hovland, JT, Xander, Cantlay.
They got rid of the within 10 shots of the lead. So the cut line, Google AI just told me the top 50 golfers plus ties make the cut. They got rid of that thing in the 2020 tournament.
Okay.
So that makes the possibility of 2 over missing the cut much more likely. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's currently 8 guys that are tied for 42nd. If one more guy gets to 1 over, it's going to move the cut line. And you have Willett at 2 over at 14. Keegan Bradley's 2 over at 10. Tony Finau's 2 over at number 8. And then you have a couple of guys at 3 over that are on the back 9. And you have some guys that are 4 over that would have to finish hot, but they're on the back 9 too.
And if Scheffler goes low on the back 9, then
Scheffler doesn't matter anymore because they got rid of the 10 shots of the rule, 10 shots of the lead.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that used to be something, but they got rid of that in 2020. So,
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, Texter just let us know too. They don't do the 10-shot difference any longer, just top 50 in ties. Another Texter, they got rid of the within 10 strokes a few years ago. I don't like that they got rid of that though. I always liked that because I felt like 10 strokes at Augusta, 2 more rounds, 36 holes. Like you have a shot.
Yeah,
you
because
have a chance.
It's not like some of these, the tricked out courses that these guys played during the regular schedule of the tour where, it's not unheard of that they could be flirting with, 59, 60. They can go low, low, low. There are holes that are gettable every day at the Masters, but you're not going to put together, the 63s and the low rounds like that. So you're probably right. Over a 2-day period to make up 10 strokes, that's quite an accomplishment, if you can get close to it. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But yeah, I mean, I just like all the big names that are kind of hovering near the top.
Coog Blaze says, go Freddie. Freddie holed out for Eagle yesterday on one of those holes. He's at 1 over. He's got a few holes to play. He's through 13. He's currently +1. So he's currently in, but is on that bubble. One of the ones that I'm watching is Bernard Longer. Longer's playing his final Masters, he announced. He's even par for the tournament. He's 2 under today through 14. He could make the cut in his final Masters of his career.
He always plays well there. I always talk about the fact that there are guys that just know the blueprint. You don't have to be excessively long on that course. You just have to know every undulation of where to put the ball in the fairway and on the greens. He always seemingly plays well there. Last year, Couples set the record for oldest to make the cut. And as you mentioned, he's got a chance to do that again this year. But then you got Longer, who's older than him by, I think, 6 or 7 years.
Hold on a
and
second.
he's got it.
You said Couples is the oldest to make the cut?
That's what they said. After he made the cut last year, he was the oldest to make the cut. So if Longer makes it this year,
okay,
then he would reset the record.
They're only 2 years apart.
Okay.
They're only 2 years apart. Couples made it in 23. He missed the cut last year.
Okay.
I'm surprised Longer hasn't made the cut within the last
because he
3 to
always
4 years.
His opening round seems to always be where he's right there near the first page. It's weird.
Oh, dang. I would have never guessed this. Longer hasn't made the cut since 2020.
Huh.
Yeah, I thought he made it more recently. So Fred Couples making it in 2023 is the oldest to make the cut, and he's currently 65. So he was 63 years old when he made the cut. And both of those guys could break that record. Obviously, if they both do it, Longer's 2 years older, so he would have that record. Like, if I made the cut at the Masters, there's no way that I'm not playing next year. Like, my final year of the Masters is going to be when I miss the cut.
Yeah, when the game has passed me by, when the guys are not only blowing it by me on but if I'm not scoring well enough and I'm embarrassing myself by going like 15 over in a 2-day span, then I shouldn't be playing anymore. But when you see the guys doing the honorary first tee and they're barely knocking it 120 yards down the fairway, you're like, yeah, it's probably you're probably well past your prime to compete the tournament. But if you're Longer and Couples and guys like that, and there's a couple other guys that are older that are still hovering around par, that's pretty damn impressive.
One of the 1 over guys moved to 2 over, so making it a little bit more likely for John Rahm. I really wanted to move to 1 over, though, just for the sake of ticking Brian off. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Lots to get to. Astros return to baseball today. They're back home. They're taking on the Angels in a big divisional matchup, 3-game series beginning tonight. We'll talk some about the Rockets a little bit as well. Todd Callis will be joining us at 7. We have to play that stupid game, Who Said It? But let's talk about the Jalen Petrie contract. Jalen Petrie signed to a 3-year extension today. Good deal, bad deal. What do you think? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees at St. Arnold's. Beer for everybody, whether it's IPA, whether it's the light beers, whether it's the malty beers, even if you like cider. That's the way to go, too. You don't even have to drink when you go out there. Now, it would be a lot better if you did, but you don't have to. A full food menu that's fantastic. They have wine if that's more your lane as well. So get on out there. Also, Joe wanted us to mention, don't forget it is our prize pickup party. Prize pickup party. Alliteration for days. But prize pickup party for Bracket Madness. If you received an email, head over to the promo table, give them your information, and they're going to give you your prize as you pick it up at the prize pickup party. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Jalen Petrie, 3 years, $39 million extension. You can do the math, $13 million per year. What did you think of the deal when you heard about it, Blakers?
I was surprised, very surprised. I think that we've had a discussion a couple times on the show about the fact that I personally didn't think that they were going to re-sign him. I thought that they would end up moving on from him because I thought that there are teams and there are guys like Gruden and, teams that are going to be enamored with his ability to play at the line of scrimmage and play physical. And I have questions about his coverage and what his price tag would be. And then to see that they got it done and to see that he got that kind of money, I think I'm even more surprised. The fact that they were willing to give him $13 a year for 3 years seems excessive to me. And I'm not sure that he's worth that. I know that they're hell-bent on trying to say that they take care of their players if they play the right way and all that, but does he play the right way in coverage? Because I don't think he's great in coverage, but, so I would just say I was surprised.
Yeah, I think that they like his mentality. I think they like his leadership. I think they like his swarminess. I think he, plays the way that they want from guys. Like, they play hard, relentless effort, and they're committed to football and they love the game. Like we talk about Swarm a lot. Mm-hmm. Smart. I think Jalen Petrie's smart. Work ethic. I think he has a great work ethic. Relentless mindset. I think he has those things. So I think he checks off the boxes of the acronym, right? Now, whenever I look at the deal, I don't like the contract. Now, it's not crazy long, right? It's only 3 years. So you're not committing to 5 years of Jalen Petrie. I do want to see where the guarantees are. I haven't seen that yet, but $13 million per year, 39 over 3 makes him the highest paid nickel corner in the league. And I don't think that Jalen Petrie is the best nickel corner in the league. It's $29 million guaranteed for Jalen Petrie. I think that's too much money. I don't like extending Jalen Petrie. I wanted at some point, whenever Jalen Petrie was in the final year of his deal and left in free agency, I wanted to bump Kamari Lassiter inside because I think Kamari Lassiter would be an all-pro nickel. I really do believe that. He's good outside. Don't twist my words around here. I like Kamari Lassiter a lot outside, but I think Kamari Lassiter's best position is inside, and I think you can get a better outside corner than Jalen Petrie is at the nickel, especially for cheaper than $13 million per year. So I don't think that Jalen Petrie is the best nickel corner in the league. So I don't think he should be paid like the best nickel corner in the league. And I don't think he has the coverage skills good enough to be the highest paid nickel corner in the league.
I agree. I think I saw somewhere that it was 30 guaranteed.
Yeah, I said 29 just now.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you follow up on that. I heard you say you hadn't seen it. I just was.
No, I haven't seen the way that it's set up in terms of years.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm with you. I don't think he's close to. I think he has his moments. I think, like I said, from a physicality, tackling, getting into the backfield kind of nickel corner, he does all those things, checks all those boxes. He's really good. But in coverage, I think that he is less than really good. And I think that that's why the deal surprised me. I know that they've been focused on trying to outwardly promote how they're going to take care of their young guys, wrap up their young core, do all those kind of things. I think that's too much money for a guy like him.
Yeah, it sounds like we're on the same page here. 713-780-ESPN if you disagree. Ocho in the Twitch says that Petrie can't even cover his mouth when he sneezes. I don't understand the fascination with him. I think he's a poor cover guy. At best, he's average at covering. And I need a guy who can cover. That's the name of the game for a corner. Yes, he's good at tackling in the box. Yes, he's good getting to the quarterback the rare times that they want him to get to the quarterback. But if your coverage skills are average, how in the world are you getting top nickel corner money? Doesn't add up to me. Kugbay is going to be eating that contract in 2 years, and then Tony the Handsome says, Petrie, all-pro, book it. XX Ron wasn't the talk of bringing Lassiter inside, and we all kind of doubted him outside when drafted. Now that we've seen him perform outside, I think he's better than we thought. No, he's good. He's good as an outside corner. I still think his better position is inside. And if the Houston Texans are going to play 95% of their snaps in nickel, in fact, it was more than 95% of their snaps, if they're going to play that level of snaps in nickel, why not bring in a better outside corner than Petrie is inside and bump Lassiter inside, where I think he could be an all-pro? So I didn't like it. I thought they were going to let him walk whenever his rookie contract was up.
The other thing that's interesting about this is now, because of what we talked about previously and what you just said as well, when we start looking at what the Texans are going to be looking for from a draft perspective, do they start looking at a corner somewhere in this draft? Just because they're going to, whether you move Lassiter inside or outside, you know that Lassiter and Sting are your two main guys, but you're going to need another one. And I'm interested to see, from a backup perspective, and also because you might be moving some things around, and obviously Petrie can't play inside. Now Petrie's your inside guy. You got your two corners, but I heard John and Lance this morning, and I kind of like, wait, what? They were trying to prioritize what the Texans would be looking at the draft, and they said offensive line and then corner. And I'm like, I didn't see it, but then I hadn't seen the Petrie news yet. But maybe that's something that they will target in the draft too, to kind of groom someone else. I don't know.
How does extending Petrie make them need corner?
Not that they need them, but I'm just interested to see what, if there's a reason why you're trying to build depth and do that. You're right. When I was thinking about that, it was because I had said it previously, and you had said moving Lassiter inside, then they would need a corner on the outside. But now that they've wrapped up Petrie, they don't need a starting caliber corner. That's like Kuiper yesterday thinking that they were going to draft safety. I didn't see them looking at defensive backs, but yeah, now you don't need to, because now you got your three guys wrapped up. That's
Kuiper had him drafted an offensive lineman. We play the game.
Oh, that's right. The next four.
Yeah. So like Kuiper, I don't want to drag Kuiper. We do enough of that on our own. Now they did sign Ronald Darby to be that backup outside corner, and then look, Jimmy Ward's probably your backup safety, backup nickel right now. So I don't think that there's great demand or need for corner. Now, if you love a dude who's there in the fourth round, okay, cool, draft the best player available. But I would be stunned if they draft a corner with a first, second, or third round pick.
Yeah, I was curious if Lance and John might change their thought process once they heard about Petrie signing. I don't know, but I would think that their priority now more than ever before is going to be, offensive lineman and wide receiver, and then go from there. Maybe interior defensive line.
Texture I like, because if he had a good year, you really got him for cheap, other than him wanting more or testing the market. Okay, that's a valid point. Like if Jalen Petrie next year, now Petrie would have to have a career year. But if Jalen Petrie next year is just like fantastic, best nickel in the league, then you do get him at a discount. But how much are we believing that he's going to play to the level of being the best nickel in the league? I would say that that's pretty far-fetched.
No, I agree with you. I do. And I think that, you're not going to question if they wrap up Will Anderson. You're not going to question, the obvious one. They're going to wrap up CJ. They're trying to wrap up their guys. I just didn't think Petrie was one of those guys. I thought he was a guy that, look, in a lot of ways, you were trying to find a home for him where he could play his best football. You did that by moving him from safety to nickel. Because of his coverage skills, and because of what I thought the open market would command, because people were enamored with his ability to hit and the things that we mentioned. Mm-hmm. I didn't think he was going to be a Texan after his contract was over.
I think they paid for a culture guy more than they paid for a guy who's going to play at an extremely high level. Texture, why also hard on Petrie even last year, and I think he's a really good player and deserves that money. He's being paid the top nickel corner money in the league. Do you think that Jalen Petrie is the best nickel corner in the league? If you do not, then the Texans overpaid today. Texture, why did Petrie go to corner to begin with? Wasn't he drafted as a safety? Because he was getting burned. Because he was getting killed in coverage. Because teams were having explosive play after explosive play against him. He was giving up tons of explosive plays. So they're like, let's play him in a spot that better that like magnifies his skill set better. Let's move him inside where he can't give up those explosives. He can hit the box. He's not bad in like zone and stuff like that, but he still gets picked apart in man, like these quick slots. If you go man coverage, then Jalen Petry's getting burnt a lot.
Yeah, he doesn't take great angles to the ball either. So no, that's exactly why he got moved, and he found a home, but I didn't think he'd find a home and be the highest paid player at that said position, and that the Texans would take care of him. I expected him to be elsewhere.
Yeah. Texture, I thought Jalen was like a hype safety or something like Tyrann Mathieu. They do have similar skill sets, and they do kind of play all over the place. Now, Jalen Petry, not so much last year. Like, they don't want him at safety. They played him at nickel because, again, he was getting burned a lot at safety, giving up huge chunk plays, and they wanted to move him to a spot that better that gave him a better chance for his skill set. Zach, is it time for the award-winning segment? Who said it? We have to play it later. Not time yet, but eventually, yeah. But yeah, so it sounds like we're all in agreement here. No, not a ton of argument. XX Texans are doing something right with their secondary. Maybe Petry will improve in cover game. Last season, that secondary is recognized on the national level. Petry also missed 5 games last year. He missed a couple of games the year before that too. So, like, throw that in there as well, I guess.
Look, I think that they do, between Bullock and the young corners that they have. The biggest thing that you have to say is, because of the defensive line that they had last year, that does take that's an added bonus for your secondary, because the quarterback has less time to throw, because you've got a ton of guys putting pressure on the quarterback and getting back in the backfield, being disruptive. So I think that's as big a factor as anything, other than besides the fact that you have 2 really talented cover corners on the outside.
Are they paying too many players? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live from St. Arnold's on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Michael Luster, and the beautiful River Ranch Dayton community. They're just putting the finishing touches on building this wonderful community out in Dayton, Texas. Dayton, Texas, just far enough away from Houston, but not too far that you can't drive it in the commute every single day. It's a great commute. It's an easy commute. It's only anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes, 45 minutes about to get there. And once you get there, you get that country life while working in the big city. You get to the country lifestyle of being able to enjoy a 3-car garage, a good-sized house, an unbelievably warming and secure, comfortable community. And then on top of it, it's all the amenities that come with it. They have their own massive Angel Lagoon. It's crystal blue waters. It's white sand beaches. It's a swim-up bar. And it's all for just the residents of River Ranch Dayton. And they also have a dog park, a fitness facility, pickleball courts, and so much more. It's all for the residents, and you can get in now, because these houses are going to go up. The values are going to increase. Right now, you can get a house anywhere from the 200s to the 500s, and the values will continue to be a great investment for you. You got to check them out today. All the top builders are also involved and making these wonderful houses. Go to riverranchdayton.com or call my good friend Michael Luster right now, 870-754-9164. 870-754-9164. Michael is really innovative and really, really good at what he does. If you're trying to get out of a lease, or you're renting currently, but you'd like to get into a property there, he has ways to help you get there and make it simple and easy. They're fantastic. It's beautiful. Check out riverranchdayton.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company.
St. Arnold's has a drink for everybody. Hey, if you like wine, they have that. They have great food, IPAs, good malts, good light beers, good ciders. They have it all. 713-780-ESPN. Maybe they move Petrie to a strong safety position and put Gardner Johnson at the nickel. That's not happening. Jalen Petrie's the nickel corner for the Houston Texans. They've already quit him as the safety. They didn't like him there.
And D'Amico really likes him because he likes to move him around and blitz him from different spots too. And yeah, I think those days are long gone in terms of him playing any kind of safety for this team.
I mean, he'll line him up in different spots, but he's always lined up as the nickel corner.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm saying he's not going to play safety again. D'Amico just moves him around from the nickel, and he loves his physicality. And again, I think that they continue to try and send a message of if you play our way, the right way, you swarm, you do all these things, that they're going to take care of you. And then you start questioning at a certain point, like, how many guys can they take care of?
Yeah. So are the Texans paying too many people? They've locked up several. A lot of their young players that they've re-signed. Do you think that they're paying too many?
I think that they're dangerously close, yes. And I think that, you're still at a certain point. I just think about it from a financial perspective because of all the money they spent in free agency a year ago, because of the fact that, you're paying and you've extended Hunter. You're going to have to play CJ. You're going to have to get a deal done with Will. You still have all the guys you've already taken care of, and you look at it, Nico and others, and you say at a certain point, are you going to end up being one of those teams that is going to be in, financial strife when it comes to being able to go out in free agency, and you're going to have to get creative to try and free up funds when you need it because you're going to be really, really tight with all the contracts that you've already signed.
Yeah, I think that I like the way that he's staggering them in terms of years, though. Like, I think he's doing it pretty well with the idea that he's going to pay C.J. Stroud at some point. So I think he's doing a good job of staggering the years to whenever they do pay Stroud, that it kind of lines up. Now, one thing that they're very clearly telling us, like, we didn't know an identity for the offense last year, and like that was kind of like the buzzword, like identity. And people usually that like if you're not winning, you don't have an identity. But even like whenever Bobby Slowick was pressed, he was kind of like, we do what we do. The Texans are being very obvious with what they're going to be. Like they're going to be a defensive-minded team. They're going to be defense first. They're probably going to want to run the ball down your throat and try to be efficient on third downs and things like that. But with the way that they've paid these players, whether it's, Danielle Hunter, whether it's Derek Stingley, whether it's Jalen Petrie, whether it's trading for C.J. Gardner-Johnson, although that was a favor because, the Eagles took Kenyon Green back.
Yeah.
They're telling you that the priority, the most important phase, and it probably should be because D'Amico Ryans is your head coach, they're telling you that their phase that they're most concerned about is on the defensive side.
You're right. And in doing so, I think that they're also kind of indirectly telling you that with that philosophy in mind, that they're probably going to be looking at another running back because Joe Mixon's another year older, because we know that Dameon Pierce, as much as he had a great first year, he's a very, straightforward runner. And if they're going to want to, pound the football and they're going to want to be a running team that controls, the ball and the clock and beats you with defense, I'm curious if instead of me being so hell-bent on them getting a receiver, I'm curious if their focus might not be to, get another running back, continue to stock up the defense, and just continue to, like you said, live by that identity.
It just feels like, because it's a salary cap league, right? It's not baseball. You can't pay everybody. It feels like Jalen Petrie would be below the line you would draw where, okay, we have these core guys that we have to, return. We have to return Stroud. We have to return Stingley and Will Anderson, the superstar players, the difference makers, the guy that are the playmakers. Petrie feels like, because of his limited abilities in coverage, I don't know, it just feels replaceable to me. I know he hits hard. I know he's a swarm guy. They like his mentality. But a nickel corner who can't cover is not somebody that I'm making sure I go out and pay top of the market for his position. I just think you have to draw a line at who's replaceable and who's not. We pay who's not replaceable. And Petrie, because he can't cover at nickel corner of all places, feels highly replaceable.
Yeah,
I would agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just think that, for everything that we've covered on that already, I think all three of us have been in agreement for quite a while. And Jeremy, you and I have talked about it specifically a couple of times, that within the next year to 2 years, they would be looking for a replacement for him, because the more that his hits make SportsCenter and the more people are talking about his physicality, someone was probably going to overpay him. I didn't think the Texans were going to be that team, and I think we all have identified that of all the skills that position requires, his coverage is really what is questionable.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Texture, we better pay these players because Houston has a history of letting players go and then they end up with Super Bowl rings. We basically had given away our whole Super Bowl team, so go ahead and pay them. I wonder who he's talking about. Like who have the Texans let go in their primes that turned out to be really good? Like they traded Hopkins.
Justin Reed, maybe?
Yeah, Reed they let go after his rookie contract, and he was good. Like I don't think that Justin Reed was like elite though. I don't think he was a top tier safety. Like I don't really have any problem with the way that they handled Justin Reed. He was still good. He was still a good player, but like those are the kind of guys you let go after their rookie contracts. Like those are the kinds of guys you draft. You get really good return of a rookie contract, and then whenever they cash in, you let them walk. See, I actually thought that the way that they handled Justin Reed was going to be the exact same way that they handled Jalen Petrie. That's why I was surprised to see this.
No, yeah, I thought they're very similar players too. I thought that, again, much the same as, Reed leaving because he got more money and he got a team that really wanted him. I thought that he was a big hitter. I thought that he was probably a little better in coverage than Petrie, but I expected him to leave when he did, and I wasn't heartbroken when he left because I didn't think he was worth, even the money that he signed for. So I look at this and I go, yeah, I'm trying to think of like D'Amico back in the day. I don't think that, there was anything where he left in his prime. J.J. Watt, they obviously retained. You're right. I think Hopkins is the big one where you can say, yeah, they took a guy that was one of the top 3 receivers in the league at the time and traded him away. But, I mean, who else is there?
Someone texted Jacoby Jones. Like, come on.
Oh, stop it. Come
on.
Just a guy.
I guess you could say Laramie Tunsil. I mean, the situation's different, but he's still in his prime.
Yeah, but they traded him, though. Like, I feel like that's different.
I know, but I mean, they traded away DeAndre Hopkins. We brought him up in conversation, so I thought we were including trades.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I said whenever the Hopkins, but that was trade.
Okay, I might have misheard.
Maybe not. I might have not. Blankers might have cut me off. I'm just kidding. Someone says he's probably referring to whenever Kubiak went to Denver and took some of our players. See, if you can't name a player, then somebody said
Owen
Brandon
Daniels.
Brooks. Brandon Brooks was pretty good.
What's his name? The guy that had all the personal foul penalties.
Cream Jackson.
He was old.
Yeah,
He was
exactly.
super
I don't think
old.
he was in his prime.
He didn't go to Denver when Kubiak was there. Mario Williams said somebody. Yeah,
he was good for Buffalo.
He had some good years after they left. but
Clowney
he was
let
also
walk,
paid
but
a lot.
When was Clowney's prime? I mean, I think he always underachieved. He had a couple of decent years.
Are they thinking about Honey Badger as one of them? Honey Badger's only here for 1 year too.
1 year,
He was kind of a like a rental. Like he wasn't somebody you drafted and then let go. He was somebody that you signed for a 1 year deal. He played pretty well and then left. Like I thought that they handled Honey Badger just fine too. And
I actually thought they were going to bring him back. And he kind of jumped ship rather quickly. It seemed like he had bought in to everything that they had going here. I was surprised it was only 1 year, but
I think he got too much money. I think he got a contract that the Texans were like, okay, well, we're not going to pay that. That's more than you're worth. And I also think it's dangerous to look at previous general manager regimes. Like we shouldn't be comparing what Nick Casario's regime looks like versus Brian Gain or Charlie Casserly. Like to me, you should look at each GM differently because they all have different mantras. Like Nick Casario is super aggressive. Nick Casario is a Will and Dylan son of a gun. Nick Casario likes splashes. Probably the most splashy general manager the Texans have had. Texter says Nick will release or restructure who he needs to when the time is right, and Nick I trust. Okay, that's an interesting question. Do you trust Nick Casario?
I think I do. I think that as much as we've analyzed and I said prior to the draft that got you Will and CJ that I thought that if he had another year like the year he had previous to that draft, that we might be talking about him really firmly on the hot seat. And instead, they took the guys they did. He's had good drafts. And like you said, he's been really aggressive, but he's brought in really good players. I don't think that he's really missed on a lot of players that he brought in from both free agency and he's had really good drafts. So I really have a lot of trust in Nick Caserio.
Yeah, I do too. I trust Caserio. And while I would not have signed Petrie, like, am I mad about this? I wouldn't say I'm mad. Like, I'm probably at a 4, maybe. Like, still pretty tame, even though I don't like it. Texas says Honey Badger left us. D'Amico came up in the Bob McNair culture of signing good guys, and I think he rewards those kind of players. I think he wants to reward swarmy players. I will agree with that. He wants to reward guys who he thinks are smart, that have fantastic work ethic, that have a relentless mindset. Jalen Petrie checks every single one of those boxes, no doubt. So perhaps this is D'Amico like, hey, look, if you do these things, we're going to take care of you. Now, his value on the football field, do I think it's worthy of $13 million a year, which is the most of any nickel corner in the league? I don't. But I do think the reason they signed him is because he is a swarmy player. Texter, who's letting their good nickel corner go? So who could you replace him with? You wouldn't have to replace him this year. Like he was going into the final year of his contract. So he wasn't going anywhere. And then the answer to this would be, well, you're trying to draft a corner in the second or the third, whether it's this year or next year, to be his eventual replacement, whether it's outside or bumping Kamari to inside. So that would be the answer there. But you wouldn't have to do it this offseason.
There's always guys, especially guys that, you transition from when they start losing a half step from the outside to the inside. There's always going to be guys on the free agency market at different levels that you can fill a gap, with and you can have a short-term fix for if that's the case, or guys that are going to be available. But you're right. The number one priority and the way to fix that is what we had talked about previously, which is in this draft, you start looking at guys that might be you might start grooming, you draft them and groom them to be the heir apparent to when Petrie walked, and now that's not going to be an issue.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We'll take your thoughts on this. Also, when we come back, keep watching these matches. Will Fred Couples make the cut, be the oldest ever? Will Bernard Longer make the cut, be the oldest ever? Also, I got a Masters game for you guys. We'll play that on the other side. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. The Masters, a tradition unlike any other. HR&P is a company unlike any other. Mike Hall, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. Hello, friends. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. And if you ask them nicely, maybe a pimento cheese sandwich. Maybe. If you ask them nicely. HR&P will also work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P will create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll always be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company.
St. Arnold's, great spot. They have a beer for everyone, whether it's the Maltese, the IPAs, the light beers, a full wine menu, full food. If you're hungry, then you need a bite. Beautiful scenery at St. Arnold's. Downtown backdrop. Joel Blank, ESPN 97.5, and all of your fellow patrons that like a good drink. Do you know what the holes are named after at Augusta? Every hole at Augusta National has a name for said hole. Do you know the theme behind the names of the holes?
Would it be the greenery and the flowers and such in the area or on the property?
Pretty close. A tradition unlike any other. They name each and every one of their holes after either a tree or a shrub that is on the property. So it's very close. Yeah, it's very close. So I have for you every name of every hole at Augusta National. I have 18 fake ones that are not named after any of the holes at Augusta National. Augusta National or other. Would you like to play a game unlike any other?
Let's do it.
All right. Brian, you getting in on this?
Sure, of course.
The first one, Shrub Rose.
Shrub Rose?
Correct.
I will say that is a fake name.
It sounds too generic. I'm going to say fake name as well.
Nothing gets by you guys. The golf course not too hard for you. 1-0. Both of you in front. The next one on this illustrious list, unlike any other. Tea Olive.
Tea Olive. I'll say hole at the Masters.
I'll say fake.
Tea Olive is hole number 1.
Oh, look at that.
Well
It is
done,
the
Joel.
first hole at Augusta National. When you're teeing off and you tee at number 1, it is the par 4 beauty of a hole. Next up on the list, Blankers leads by 1. Flowering crabapple.
I guess I'll go first here. Joel went first the first 2 times. I'll say flowering crab apple. Real.
I will. I mean, I think it says flowering. I'm going to say that it's a hole at the Masters.
Flowering crabapple is a hole at the Masters. It is number 4. It is the first par 3 on the beautiful track.
Okay.
Blanker still leads by 1. Next up, hole on the Masters or not a hole on the Masters? Sweet Shrub.
Brian, since I went first twice.
Okay, sure.
you go first.
Again, that sounds kind of generic. I'm going to say fake.
Yeah, that to me definitely sounds like a hole somewhere on the north side at a course here. But I don't think that you're going to just call it a shrub. So I'll say fake name.
Did y'all get the crabapple right, both of you?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, Sweet Shrub is fake. Blanker's 4-0, Brian's 3-1. Next up, Non-Dina.
Non-Dina. Me, Brian?
Yes.
Non-Dina. Is it a name or is it a plant? I'll say, I don't know. Hole at the Masters.
I will agree. That doesn't sound made up. It's too weird. I'll say that's real.
It is hole number 17 at Augusta. Nandina, also known as a heavenly bamboo.
There you go.
Ooh,
As you would.
knew?
As you would.
Okay.
At
I'll
the
take you. You
Masters.
could have told me a lot of things. And I go, yeah, wow.
A lot
cool.
of bamboo growing in Augusta.
Next
I
up,
guess so.
honeysuckle.
All right. You want us to switch back to every other here?
Yes.
Okay. Honeysuckle, that feels like someone who's trying to get us to buy in that honeysuckle sounds very Georgia, but is so generic that it's not. I'm going to say fake.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Brian. I'm going to say honeysuckle again. sounds like a course maybe here in Texas somewhere, but I'm not feeling it for
You
Georgia.
guys are good. Yeah, that one's right. 6-0 Blankers, 5-1 Brian. Next up, Boxwood.
Is this me, Brian?
Yes.
I'm going to say Boxwood. I got Boxwoods in my front lawn. Maybe that's the key. I'll say because I have Boxwoods on my property. I'm going to say that it's a fake name.
I'm going to go real here. That sounds real to me.
Boxwood is fake.
Yes.
You got it right, Joel.
I know. I said yes. At first, I thought I got it wrong, but okay.
I thought you said Next up, Sequoia.
Sequoia. I'll say real.
Oh, it's a car I used to drive. That sounds maybe because no, I'll say fake.
Sequoia is a fake one. These are giant trees found in California. Blankers 8-0. Brian's 5-3. Next up on our list, 9 Bark.
Wait, who's first, Brian? Me or you
Joel.
on this one?
You, Joel.
How
You're
come
saying
Oh,
you're having
the
so
number
much
9?
trouble on who's going first here?
I'm not.
9 Bark.
Yes.
I'll say that's fake.
Joel's buying time to Google.
I'm not. I can't look. It's not exactly easy to hear here. 9 Bark, I will say is fake.
I need to catch up, so I'll say it's real.
9 Bark is not real.
Damn it.
9 Bark and Blankers is 9-0. Brian's missed 4 in a row.
Choking.
Drops 3 in a row. Drops to 5-4. Next up, Yellow Jasmine.
Yellow. Oh, that sounds Augusta. I'll say a Yellow Jasmine's real.
For sure. Yeah, that sounds very, very Augusta nationally. I would absolutely say it's a hole at the Masters.
Yellow Jasmine is the par 5, 8th hole at Augusta National. Hole number 9, Carolina Cherry.
Well, we're in Georgia. It's a Carolina. I'm going to say fake name.
I mean, I believe Jeremy just had a hole 9 accidentally before he said it, so I'll say real.
I screwed up.
Okay.
Yeah, Carolina Cherry's a real hole. It is hole 9.
Okay.
Point me because Jeremy gave it away.
I didn't hear it. I told you it's hard to hear here. I didn't hear it.
That's why I sat out. I want to make sure I didn't give that to you in case you didn't hear Jeremy give it to me.
not hear
I
it.
said hole 9, Carolina Cherry. Blankers first one he missed.
My bad.
So I'm down by 3.
All right, next up. Yeah, you're down. You're 10-1. Blankers 7-4. We'll just do a few more. Of these.
Oh,
Won't be able to
reverse
get to all
that,
of them.
but yeah.
Won't
Yeah,
be
I'm
able to get to all of
10-1.
them. Beautiful Berry.
Beautiful Barry. That sounds generic to me. I'll say fake.
Yeah, I worked with him. I'm going to say it's fake.
That is fake. Beautiful Berry's fake. Juniper.
Joel?
I'll say that's a hole at the Masters.
How many are left?
I'm not telling you.
Okay. Well, I agree with Joel. I think that's real. I won't play the game yet.
Juniper is the second par 3 on the front 9 at Augusta. It's hole number 6. White Dogwood.
Okay. Dogwood, it's a tree, right? And I think that's also a term for the setup of a hole. I'll say that's real.
You said white dogwood?
Correct.
I got a train going on in the background too. Sorry, I can't hear everything. I'll say it's a hole at the Masters.
Yeah, white dogwood. Of course, it's a hole at the Masters. It's number 11.
Okay.
It's the 505-yard 11th hole.
What's his name's not? What's his name? Johnson is not the head of the Masters anymore. So we're trying to clear that up.
Firethorn.
Joel.
Firethorn. Sounds like it's too corny to be anything but a hole at the Masters. I'll say hole at the Masters.
You're saying hole? Okay, I'm going to play the game and say fake.
It is hole 15.
Damn it.
At Augusta National. It is the par 5 15th.
Brian's like me on most of the. Brian sounds competitive today.
I just want it to be close or down to the last one, but
we're done. Joel did really good.
Okay.
14-1. He hit 14.
The only one he
15
missed
correct.
when he gave him the answer.
Yeah, I gave it away and he missed it. He
I
could
thought
have
I missed
swept
2.
it. No, you missed 1.
Okay,
you missed 1. Brian did fair. He did 10-5. It's not bad. Not bad.
I'm curious. I wonder why no holes with azaleas and azaleas on 12 are so popular.
Hole 13 is azalea.
Oh, okay.
Hole 13's we just didn't get to that one. We didn't get to many of them. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I didn't get to 10 real holes. I didn't get to hole 14, Chinese fir. Hole 13, azalea. Hole 18, holly. Hole 3, flowering peach. Hole 5, magnolia. Hole 7, pampas. Hole 2, pink dogwood. Hole 12, golden bell. Hole 10, camellia. And hole 16, redbud.
Huh.
Yeah, I didn't get to any of them.
Your boy Freddie's at +3 now.
Oh, no. Come on. One time, Freddie. Give me a birdie down the stretch here.
No?
I thought we retired that thing. Retired that thing.
But he is a Coug. Go Cougs. Come on, Fred.
I was talking about the little drop.
I know.
We got to talk about this guy peeing in Race Creek. We'll do that on the other side. Also, have Astro fans gotten spoiled? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
St. Arnold's the setting today for the Killer Bees. Great drinks for everybody. IPAs, they have 8 or so on tap. at all times. Malty beers, always a few of those as well. Light beers, they get the lawnmower, the grand prize, summer pills, shandy. They have ciders, watermelon, strawberry, kiwi cider. That sounds good. They make their own too. Full wine menu, fantastic food as well. A beer garden for everyone. It is also, thank goodness, the last day of the prize pickup party. You can pick up your prize today for Bracket Madness. If you received an email saying you're a winner, go over to the promo table, pick up your prize. Did you pick up your prize, Blankers?
Yes, I sure did.
Already. And I don't know how I feel about ESPN 97.5 employees winning.
I know.
actual
You've
prizes.
expressed that feeling all week.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how it's viewed. Not sure.
I know how I feel about your feeling it, but that's a different story for a different day.
Someone texted yesterday and said that that one gift card you won, what was it? Like a bunch of different places?
Yeah, I asked them when I picked it up, and Victoria doesn't know where it's to, so that helps me a lot. I'll have to look it up.
Whatever it is. What's it called? Like industry or something? Anyways, whatever it is. Somebody yesterday texted and said that Cultivar is in that umbrella. Highly recommend.
Really? Okay,
Highly
good.
recommend. They're black pepper spaghetti. Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, that sounds pretty good.
Ooh, yeah, it's very good. Todd Cowles will be joining us at 4:30, by the way. Talk to the voice of the Astros. Did you see this Jolene Ballister? His real name's Joselle, but I like calling people Jolene. Joselle Ballister, he peed in Rays Creek. Here's what he had to say yesterday.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13 tee.
Yes, correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And since JD had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much. And then they caught for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like real loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean, obviously they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
Doubling down. Fair or foul peeing in Rays Creek?
Like, it's foul. I think that it's just there's so many different things here that you could. My first inclination was like, wait, you did what? Where? On that property? With how anal retentive they are about everything on that property? And then the fact that you're peeing in Rays Creek and that it's visible and that in today's day and age, although they won't have cell phones, thankfully, that people could see you do it too. Like, I just think this is a bad look, and to double down on it, I don't think. I'm surprised that he had that reaction.
Is it fair or foul to pee on a golf course?
It's not just a golf course. That's one of the premier golf courses in the world. I would say it's foul.
Okay, but just like a regular golf course, like will you pee on a golf course?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I'm not opposed to doing it either. You know, when nature calls.
That's right.
And a lot of agriculturalists, I hear, will also tell you that it's great for the soil, that it really benefits the soil. It's great, it helps plants, that the wildlife loves it. But you can't be going in Rays Creek.
No.
The ghost of John Ray is forever going to haunt Joselle Ballister. Joselle Ballister probably will never win a tournament. He's certainly not ever winning the Masters. Goodbye, green jacket. You are peeing on the ghost of John Ray, who settled in Augusta in 1734. This was an Irish trader, an early settler, and you're peeing in his creek? Goodbye any chances of you ever winning the Masters. This was a bad look, Joselle Ballister. Go in the porter potty. Go in the azaleas. But don't go in Rays Creek. What are we doing here? He also got a lot of criticism because he was wearing he goes to Arizona State, and he was wearing a hat where it says Sun Devils, but it's like one of those new modern hats. Yeah. So it has it upside down and it's backwards. And people were giving him criticism over that. I don't think that's fair. That's just style. That's just what's in right now. But absolutely cannot pee in Rays Creek. That's a no-no.
You can't pee in the azaleas either.
Absolutely, you can. It makes them more colorful.
No, absolutely not, because the acidity, depending on the acidic levels that are in the urine, I would question if that, because you've seen when dogs pee on grass, it can kill the grass and turn it yellow. So I would question that. But
Pee is
overall,
good for grass.
I think I honestly think that, and maybe again, they've loosened up a little bit over the years, but I could see that the people at the Masters holding this against him if it's ever their chance to invite, that they wouldn't invite him back.
I mean, they let Angel Cabrera play golf there this week. I think they're going to let this guy play golf there.
There's been they've held back invitations previous.
Have they, or have they held back membership?
I want to say with the Live Tour that there was a big question the first year.
That was about qualification.
I'd have to go back and look, but I want to, again, when they were like the all-powerful Augusta National Club where they felt like they could do whatever, and they weren't letting women on the property and doing everything the way they had done it, I'll have to go back, but I want to say that there were stories where they could withhold an invitation.
Membership a little different, and yeah, I mean they didn't allow, minorities out there. They didn't allow women out there for a long time. There is a long controversial history of Augusta. I just pulled up P Good for Plants on Google here real quick, Blankers, because this is great conversation. Diluted human urine can be a good fertilizer for plants, particularly those that need a boost of nitrogen. It's a natural source of nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, making it a sustainable and cost-effective alternative to commercial fertilizers. So we're saving them money, too.
No. You said diluted.
Yeah,
I don't think
drink
anybody's
some water.
watering down their pee when they're peeing on the course. If it's a strong, non-diluted form of the urine, I think it could have an adverse effect.
No chance. There's going to be rain that comes in there. There's going to be a spring shower that brings May azaleas that's going to dilute the urine as soon as, within a day or two. There's showers out there today, so it'd be a good day to pee on the azaleas.
It rained overnight, right? I didn't see any showers today.
I heard on the coverage coming in that there was some chance for some scattered storms. But it looks good today.
Okay. The azaleas are pink, and you could pee on them and change the color of them, too. I think, again, specifically because it's there, but also from his perspective, there is a massive gallery at this place, too. And it's not a good look if you're just whipping it out and peeing wherever you feel like it, especially on a course that has that much history.
Yeah. Azaleas can be different colors, right?
I thought they were always pink or fuchsia.
I thought they were different colors. I thought azaleas could be a bunch of different colors. Are azaleas different colors? 713-780-ESPN. And is it okay for the health of the azaleas to withstand a little bit of urine? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Okay. I'm not reading that one. That one's a little too much information. I don't care about that text. It's Angel Cabrera, Branham. Mr. Estock be better. My bad. Angel Cabrera. It's Angel Cabrera because he ain't no angel. Race Creek is diluting it. That's a good point. Race Creek is diluting the urine of Giselle Ballester.
In the creek, but not if you're just straight peeing on the azaleas.
If you pee on the azaleas, it's not going to ruin the azalea.
I'm just telling you, it could discolor them, and if it's highly acidic, I think it would have an adverse effect on the flowers.
Is your urine highly acidic?
Depends on what your intake is. Yes, there are plenty of human beings that drink a lot of soda and tomatoes and things like that, where you can have a highly acidic pee. Tomatoes are highly acidic.
You went from soda to tomato is kind of funny. IP
right,
excellence.
they all have acid in them.
IP excellence. I don't know that golfer, but he's now my favorite golfer.
He's not wearing the hat today, by the way.
Is he not?
No, he's wearing the Sun Devil logo, not with the little devil man, just the kind of crescent thing that they have on there.
How does he look with the cut line here?
Oh, he's not going to make it, I think.
Oh yeah, he's 7 over.
Yeah,
and he's not going to
say
make it.
He's shooting at around 78 today, I think.
The ghost of Rays Creek is haunting him. He's actually played better today than he did yesterday, but there's still time on the golf course. I'm trying to watch Bernard longer here. What is his situation? Needs a par to make the cut? Yeah, he needs a par to make the cut.
I got an umbrella in front of the graphics.
I got it up here.
See him. Okay.
Yeah, he just left his chip about 8 feet short. So he's got an 8-footer to probably make the cut in his final ever Masters tournament. Couples is 3 over.
Freddie
is, he's
same spot. And you're ahead of me, I think, because he just hit his approach on 17.
Wouldn't peeing on them be considered a shower? Yeah, it would. Texture, no golfers are top-level athletes. They're super hydrated. going into this. They pee is super diluted. That's right. Like, they're drinking tons of water out there. Their pee is already diluted the moment that it comes out. What happened to Brooks Koepka today? He went 5 over in his last 2 holes. He quadded number 18.
Thanks, Brooksy. Thanks for helping me out.
Does Rose winning the Masters possibly affect LeBron's legacy? Probably, because it shows that old guys can do good. Yeah. Listening to you two talk about plants as a 10-year-old teaching me algebra. Probably a smart 10-year-old there, Honey Glazed Branham.
No doubt. Kid's probably going to Harvard.
Where do you think the animals pee? They don't allow animals in Augusta National. They shoot everything that comes on the property. You kidding me? What are you talking about?
They close it down like after the tournament, right? They let everybody, there's a certain, like a lottery for the volunteers and certain select people. And then right after the tournament, they close it down for like months.
Do they? The members can't play there?
No, not over I think the hottest points of the summer, they protect the course and they shut it down for a few months.
Why would you want to be a member there? You can't even play it.
Oh my God. I want to, man. I mean, for those 3 months, it's fine. But then the whole fall, winter, and spring, of course. Why would you want to be a member there?
Yeah.
I'd love
You can't
to
even play
that
there.
thing
It sounds like it's overrated. You're paying all that money. You can only pay for 3 months.
Tell you what, of all the things in sports that could be deemed overrated, that course right there ain't one of them.
So you're paying $50,000 a year to play there once.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. As a course, as a piece of property, the beauty of everything about that place.
Okay,
that
here we
is
go.
not overrated. That place is special.
It's open for 3 months for the members. Initiation fees estimated to be between $40,000 and $200,000. Annual dues are estimated to be in the range of $10,000 to $50,000. Let's go the cheapest possible thing. You're going to pay $40,000 for initiation fee and then $10,000 a year, and you can play it 3 times a year. That's not overrated.
It depends on what I do, what I make for a living. If
I know what you make for a living
to do it, I don't think you do, but I think you do. But you know what I do for a living. But I'm saying for the people that are members, I think that it's a no-brainer if you love golf, and it's also a prestige thing for a lot of people to say they're a member at Augusta.
Yeah. Who wants to play with 100 degrees anyways? It's a status thing. I know it's a status thing, but it's kind of overrated. Longer, 8-footer coming up to try to make the cut in his final ever Masters tournament. Does Bryson hitting golf balls over his mansion help him at the Masters? How can it not? He's working on his high arcing 60 degree. Oh, he just missed it. Longer just missed it.
Bernie's not going to make it.
Oh, man. That's sad. That's sad. He's going to remember that for the rest of his life. He choked.
He's another guy that, you talk about golfers in shape. That dude takes care of himself at 70 years old.
Yeah, he's in great shape.
I'm still Gary Player, by the way, did the press conference after he did the inaugural tee shots and all that stuff. And he goes and he just starts preaching to the media about, I'm 90. I got a girlfriend much younger. I feel great. I love life. I want to live a long time. You
Gary
guys
Player?
can do the same thing. And then, yes.
I thought Gary Player's been married forever.
I think she passed away, and he talked about he has a new lady, and she's young, and she's vibrant and really kind of invigorating him. And then they're like, "When's the last time you had fast food?" He goes, "As you know, in order to look like this and feel like this, I don't eat that fast."
Oh, that's sad. Yeah, she passed away in 2021. His new girlfriend's 84 years old though.
That's not much younger. I was expecting her to be like in her 60s.
Oh yeah, I just pulled it up. 84. I mean, she is 5 years younger, but
yeah, okay. It's not exactly what I was expecting when he kind of boastfully said that at the press conference.
Which one of y'all two make more money? I make like $18,000 a year, so I'll go blankers there. I couldn't even cover this.
You got 2 jobs.
I couldn't even cover this initiation fee. Why do you think I said it's overrated? All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Have the Astro fans gotten spoiled? We'll talk to Callis at 4:30 as well. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Something that's not overrated is Two Creeks Crossing Resort. You can do whatever you want with their creeks. If you're looking to escape the rat race for the weekend, Two Creeks Crossing Resort. The hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, or whatever's causing you stress, Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces. Do whatever you want on those open green spaces. A beautiful wildlife that you just don't see in the city. And do you like majestic trees? Of course you do. Also, some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike on their 92-acre property, kayaking, pickleball courts, or how about just hanging out with a drink by the pool? That works too. Two Creeks Crossing Resort, always taking care of their customers, from glamping to the cabins to the tree houses, or just pull up the old RV. They have the perfect stay for everyone. Book your weekend escape now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Is this your Bernard Longer theme song, Brian?
Yeah, he's got a lot of soul, just like me.
Uh-huh. Killer Bees at St. Arnold's. IPAs, malts, light beers, ciders, wine. They got it all. They got great food, too. A beer garden for everyone, St. Arnold's. Get out there at St. Arnold's. Hang out any day of the week. It's a fantastic spot. One of my favorite spots in the city. By my count, 3 over can still make the cut, but they're going to need about 5 guys to go from above the cut line to below the cut line.
That putt that he missed was for par or for bogey? It was
for par.
Did he bogey the hole or did he par 18?
He bogeyed the hole.
Yeah, maybe I would hope so. That was a sad video to watch him do that kind of walk. It's not even a walk of shame, but it's got to be tough for him because he was so close.
There is a chance that 3 over gets in, but you're gonna need, by my count, 5 golfers to go from above the cut to below the cut. But they're also like running out of time. Like there's not a lot of golfers left on the course, but apparently the wind's starting to kick up a bit. So like the scoring conditions were better this morning. So it's still in play. I would say that there's about a 20% chance the projected cut line or the cut line would move to 3 over. But
I hope he makes it, man.
But it would kind of stink to make it that way because he's sitting over that putt saying, "I need to make this putt to make the cut," and then he misses it, and then he like backdoors it. It wouldn't be quite the same. It's still cool, but not quite the same.
Yeah, just getting there to the weekend would be great. He's got a chance to make some good money on his last tournament there, but his numbers, I mean, 2-time winner, and he made 27 cuts in 41 Masters. Good on him.
Yeah, pretty good player. Can we get a shot tracer on that guy's P stream? Not from me. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astros 5-7. They play baseball tonight. Take on the Angels. Lineup is out. Jake Myers hitting 6 for the Astros tonight, by the way. Have Astro fans gotten spoiled to you?
Oh, I think for sure. I think that, again, even last year, where most teams just don't recover from the kind of, horrible start that team got off to. I think that you're looking at this year and, 2 series in, everybody thought that the sky was falling. And the fact that everything, now less than, dominance and running away with things and making the playoffs or setting that tone early, I think Astros fans get very, very spoiled very, very quickly. And I think that it's a product of just the fact that they've had this golden era of Astros baseball. But I think that they're ready to jump off of the ledge after a couple of bad series.
Yeah, it's interesting that you're seeing a lot of reaction this year at 5-7. Last year at 12-24, there was a lot of similar reaction. But I think it's the way that the offseason went too. Trading Tucker, Alex Bregman. I'm not going to say that the Astros let him leave. Like, he signed a pretty big contract, and the Astros, I thought, had a competitive contract. Might not have been anywhere near what he was willing to sign for, but I thought that what the Astros offer was more than I would be willing to give him. But Tucker leaves, Bregman leaves, so it's a different look to the team. Dana Brown's kind of putting his imprints on this team as well, so I think it does feel different than former years. But yeah, I do think that Astro fans have kind of gotten to we've won every year since 2017. We've been in ALCSs every year prior to last year for 7 or 8 straight years, whatever it was. 4 World Series appearances, 2 World Series titles. Where if it's anything that's like not running away with the division, it's like, oh no, the Astros stink. Oh no, the Astros suck. And you see a lot of that. Like, oh, Espada's terrible. Maspada, he was being called yesterday. So I do think that we've seen the fan base get complacent, like be conditioned to always having a winner. And whenever it looks like it could potentially be a struggle, not even to say that we're going to be a losing team, but that the season could be a struggle, it's like, yeah, we're not built for this.
Yeah, I mean, last year everybody was jumping off that bandwagon super quick and had all kinds of crosshairs out and anyone and everyone was in the middle of them to get put down and to get criticized. And they ended up winning the division. And that's the microcosm of what an Astros fan has become. From 15, when it was like, hey, great run, and hopefully they'll have a chance to, get further as we go along. And now looking at it in retrospect going, that's one of the best runs that you're ever going to find for a fan base. And it's just made them more cynical and more critical of everything that they do and don't do.
We're some spoiled Astro fans. They dismantled the whole team. Cheap, bad word. They need to pay somebody. Astros are top 5 in payroll this year? Yeah. Texter, I don't know about spoiled, but I get tired of the Chicken Littles every time things happen or a bad streak. Not just Astro fans being spoiled. I think the loudest fans are the ones who showed up in 2015. Those of us who have been around a long time are steady. I think that's true, Texter. I think you're accurate there. Texter, Astro fans are going to get spoiled. I was a Cowboy fan and still am, but I'll watch them win in the 90s, and they haven't won since I was spoiled, and now I'm disappointed every year. So there's some reaction. If not for a late game blow up against the Mariners, we'd have won 3 out of 4 series this far. That is interesting, yeah, because the only series that they lost prior to the Mariners was the Giants, in which they got swept.
Yep.
But yeah,
that's
what fans, I think.
We were talking about that, like realistic. Yeah, of course, the fans want them to sweep every series. But the fact that if you're winning series, you're playing really good winning baseball at a good percentage clip to where everything should take care of itself. And we talked about how, the Minnesota series now is, hey, they won that series. They probably shouldn't have. I mean, they were getting hammered for the second straight day by more than 5 runs and found a way to come back and win. So you felt good. But on the flip side, when you lost that game to Seattle that you had won, now people think again that catastrophe is in the near, in the near horizons to be dealt with, and that this sucks.
Tony the Handsome, been a Stros fan since '62. Ocho, I just don't like the makeup of the Astros beyond the starting pitching, not well-rounded enough. for me. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the voice of the Astros. Todd Callis joins us next. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, I want to let you know, we know tax day is coming on April the 15th, but right after that, the deadline comes for if you want to challenge your property taxes. And I encourage you do so because the majority of people that challenge their taxes can find a way to save money and win. But you need experts on your side. Doing it yourself is a pain in the rear end, and it doesn't always go the way you planned it because you have to do the presentation. You have to put together all the data. You have to do all the little things and the big things to try and get it done. But if you go to Century Property Tax Consultants, they do it all for you. And the best thing is you don't pay them unless they win for you. What do you have to lose except for money on get reduced off your property taxes, saving you the money that you can pay them and still put money in your bank account? Phenomenal. Over 60 combined years of experience. And they do it all: residential, commercial, industrial, and business properties. And they're going to fight to reduce your taxes and make sure you're happy at the end of the day. No savings, no charge. That's the best thing I can tell you, because that's why I think everybody should do this. Go to cprotax.com. That's cprotax.com today. Get the process started well before the May 15th deadline and get your chance now to start saving money on your property taxes. I know people that challenge them every year with the company. This is the kind of company that you should do them with because they are going to win for you. And if they don't, you don't pay, so you're in a good spot anyway. cprotax.com. They're tax consultants, and they don't want you paying more taxes than you need to. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. TK, what are your thoughts so far? 12 games through the year, 5-7 record for the Astros.
My thoughts are they should have been 6-6. You
Yeah.
know, blow 5-run lead, needing 4 outs against Seattle. That's what happens when you walk a couple of guys in the 7th and a couple of guys in the 8th. You end up lengthening the lineup, and then Julio Rodriguez hits that double against you in the ninth. Julio should have never batted in the ninth inning if you don't walk those guys in the previous inning. So Abreu didn't do his job. Luis Contreras, after a good couple of outs in his inning, did not do his job in the eighth. And then Steven Oakland, who's been brilliant all year, didn't do his job against Randy Arozarena after stranding the bases loaded for the first two batters. So really disappointing loss. But my thoughts overall are this team is pretty much where they deserve to be. And in some regards, you can say they're lucky to be 5-7 just because their offense hasn't been good at all. It's been one of the worst offenses in baseball. On the other hand, you could say it's disappointing at 5-7 based on how good the pitching has been, minus that game in Seattle.
Yeah, TK, I was going to say, unfortunately, it seems like we might have to do this annually where you tell people if you're going to jump off the bandwagon this early and now, don't jump back on later. Because we were talking about how spoiled Astros fans have become, but again, with the long list of success that this team has had in this golden era of Astros baseball, I mean, it makes good fodder for us, but it's tough to hear the fans all of a sudden ready to like almost throw in the towel going, what are they doing? When you look at the lineup and say offensively, they're not even close to reaching their peak with so many guys that you expect are going to figure it out, that people just kind of need to relax. And as we've talked about previously with you, win series, you don't have to string of 10 in a row and you're going to be in a good spot. And they've been in a good spot since the Giants series.
Yeah. They should be 6-6 right now, and we're 12 games in. I always relate it to a football schedule. 12 games out of 162 is basically the first quarter of your favorite college football team's game 2, or the first quarter of the Texans game 2. Like, you're basically just playing the beginning part of your second game. So, yeah, let's not stress. Let's just everybody chill out. 7-19 was a bad start last year. 12-24 was a bad start last year. But 5-7 is nothing to be worried about.
Spencer Arrighetti breaking his thumb in that freak injury during batting practice. The Astros projected rotation this week: Blanco, Gusto, and then Wisniewski, of course. Gusto, the guy taking over for Arrighetti. Blanco moving up a day because of the day off. Do you think Gusto is short-term? How short-term? And then, Lance McCullers, you get 30 days on a rehab assignment. How much does that come into play?
Yeah, both. Both are factors for McCullers factors into Gusto, and Gusto factors into McCullers for sure. I think once Lance's 30 days are up, if he's ready to go, he's going to be a factor on this team in some way. So Ryan Gusto gets to start tomorrow, and I don't know how stretched out he is. He has gone 3 innings out of the bullpen since spring training, but his last outing was 1 inning. So I'm not guessing he's going to be in the 80 to 85 pitch range, maybe closer to 50 or 60. We haven't heard that yet from Joe or Josh Miller, but Blanco needs to get it figured out. And he only went an inning and 2/3 last time. So I think whether Gusto pitched today or Blanco pitched today was based on the fact that, hey, Reynald Blanco can go on 4 days rest with no problem, just based on the fact that he barely pitched in his last outing. So you're hoping for better. It was a rough outing for him, only throwing 62 pitches in that game against the Twins and gave up 4 runs and 5 hits. So you're hoping to see the Reynald Blanco that we saw most of last season. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Certainly, Ryan Gusto is going to get the first opportunity to earn extra starts. Beyond that, Lance McCullers' health, and then Colton Gordon's the guy who's on the 40-man roster as well, who's been pitching well for Sugar Land. So we'll see how it plays out. But right now, Gusto is the guy for Arrighetti.
Speaking of figuring some things out, TK, we know that due to injuries, and you had a hell of a story with Contreras in spring training that allowed him to make the roster. You had mentioned him on the road trip. But overall, I'm curious, like, what they do now with the bullpen, because we know that Ort is close, and at least he got his first rehab appearance, and we know that Forrest Whitley is another guy that they've been looking at. How quickly do you see changes? Because Taylor Scott, after that just blazing hot start and just, what a story he was last season, it seems like there's some concern there as well in that kind of those middle relief spots.
Yeah, Ort's going tomorrow or tonight, I believe, and then Whitley's going back-to-back coming up in the next day or two. So those guys are getting closer. Once they start to go back-to-back, then you're pretty close to coming back. So I'm guessing within a week, like by the time we talk next week, we'll be talking about the possibility of Ort or Whitley being activated soon. So to me, it's kind of the end of spring training all over again for guys like Luis Contreras, or even the new guy, Logan Van Wy, who still hasn't pitched yet since being called up. Bennett Sousa, the same thing. Like, these are the guys that are kind of on the edge of the roster right now when Whitley and Ort come back. Even though Taylor Scott did not pitch well at all in Seattle and the Astros lost that first game, as he gave it up late, and then they pitched him in the second game in a similar situation. He gave us a lead, but the Astros ended up winning an extra inning. He's in no jeopardy of being taken off the roster, but he might be in jeopardy of not having that seventh or late inning and close situation for a time or two until he gets his confidence back. Because it is not, you're right, it does not look like the same Taylor Scott, not just in the regular season, but even going back to spring training of this year, just wasn't quite the same guy. So they need to get him figured out. He's a huge piece of the puzzle. Along with Brian King, Taylor Scott and Brian King are going to be the big time setup guys going in to Abreu and Taylor. So they need to get him figured out as soon as possible.
Our conversation with Todd Callis, presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. Angels tonight for the first of three, and off to a good start, 8-4. Ron Washington doing his thing. What are the Astros getting with this year's version of the Angels?
Yeah, they're getting a red-hot team, like you said. They've won every series, and I think by the end of this series, it's kind of a good litmus test for both sides. Where are the Astros after this? Are the Angels for real? Like, those are the two big questions for me, the two big storylines this weekend. If the Angels win a fifth series in a row, now all of a sudden you're around the league. They're going to get a little bit of eyebrows raised and say, maybe this team's better than we initially thought. You know, they beat the White Sox to start the season. There's going to be a lot of teams that win series against the White Sox. And they won 2 out of 3 against the Cardinals, 2 out of 3 against the Guardians, and then they went into Tampa Bay and won 2 out of 3. If they win 2 out of 3 here against Houston, then they go into Arlington after that. You know, now all of a sudden you're paying attention to Mike Trout and the guys. But they've gotten off to a hot start. Kyron Paris has been one of the surprise stories of the season offensively for the Angels. They added Jorge Soler kind of in the middle of the lineup as protection behind Trout. And it's hard to argue with what Ron Washington's team has done to this point, because 8-4 is 8-4. And I'm curious to see how this weekend plays out. They're not getting Cromwell. They're not getting Hunter Brown. But still, if they come in here to Houston and win this series, now all of a sudden people are saying this team might be for real.
TK, obviously one of the big stories coming out of camp was Cam Smith, and everybody was watching him, and there were some people that, again, were ready to jump off a cliff early, panicking about him. Do you see him settling in now? He's had the multi-hit game. He had the triple. It seems like he's getting a little bit more comfortable. Coming off the road trip, what's your assessment of where he's at?
Yeah, you're right. Small sample sizes are important not to overjudge people when you're a veteran, but especially when you're a rookie, because he's never had any track record before it's engaged. So, of course, people are going to be a little bit worried because of what they saw in Minnesota. I personally thought the at-bats were not anywhere close to what we saw out of Cam Smith in spring training in Minnesota. It looked like he just sort of lost a little bit of confidence. The swing wasn't there. The swing decisions weren't good all of a sudden. So, yes, to see what he did in Seattle kind of flipped the script. Had he had another series in Seattle like he had in Minnesota, then all of a sudden you're like, all right, we're a couple of weeks in. Is this going to turn around? And if it doesn't turn around, what's this going to do to the psyche of the young man? But I believe even though he just turned 22 this spring, he's got a great head on his shoulders, a great work ethic. He's going to be fine, but I think he can build on what he did in Seattle. Joe's got him batting ninth. Actually, he's batting eighth today, but he's got him batting in the bottom part of the order, taking that pressure off him, and hopefully he finds his comfort zone and he becomes the Cam Smith that we saw. But I really like what I saw in Seattle, especially after what happened in Minnesota in the first part of that trip.
Todd, great stuff as always. Have a great call tonight.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you next week.
It's Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. Our conversation presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. I got to dip at 5. So, Brian, do we have to play Who Said It today?
Yeah, it's mandated by corporate.
All right, Who Said It next? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you need a new car, maybe to ditch the final segment that you're on for a day, I'm not mad at you. And the place to get that car is Monument Chevrolet. If you've been in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Why? Well, they're transparent with you. No hassle pricing, and you get your car shopping done fast. No one likes to deal with the cars people. We know that. Well, Monument Chevrolet, it is different. They've been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel, friendly atmosphere. They have great culture there, and the reason they have great culture there, it starts at the top, but then they hire good people like Sammy, the salesperson of the week. He's dedicated, he's friendly, he's knowledgeable, he sounds a lot like me. Sammy is a fan favorite with the customers. You asked in Monument Chevrolet Listen, Truck Month has been extended through April. That means employee pricing 2.9% APR on the Silverado 1500s through April 30th. Unbeatable deal, but there is a catch. And the catch is the stock is limited. Monument Chevrolet selling record numbers of these trucks. So if you're looking for a special truck, you need to act fast. Maybe it's the Trail Boss Off-Road with blackout trim, or the sporty Z71 Off-Road, or the Premium Texas Edition. Come fast before they sell out, though. Maybe you're getting a tax return. What better place to put your tax return than a new vehicle? Get a great deal on a great truck right now. Get a fair deal, fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, visit them in person at 225 at Bellway 8. That's Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I would just like to go on the record and say this is not everybody's favorite segment, but I'm a company man, I guess. We are at St. Arnold's.
That didn't sound very convincing.
I should have dipped out at 4:45, not 5. But let's get to it. Who said it? Brian's going to read us 5 quotes said by ESPN 97.5 personalities, and Blankers and I will guess who said it.
All right, quote number 1. Baseball traditionalists, and they certainly exist. I don't know if they're giant fans of how that place is built, in particular when the Crawford boxes are a part of the equation. Get over it. 2 World Series titles, get over it. The 17 and 22 rings, both. Put one on each hand, kiss them both.
What?
It's about. I mean, is it what they were selling all the stuff off to, or the fact that from a traditional standpoint they don't like the way Daikin Park is constructed? I mean, all the gimmicky stuff with it. Sounded Lancey to me.
It was either John or Lance for me.
Okay. The get over it and the kiss the ring. Kiss the ring is more Granado. Yeah, I heard the kind of voice pattern of Lance a little bit, but I'm with you. I could see either guy. Are you leaning a specific way?
No, let's see if you have the hot hand first.
All right, I'll go Lance.
Let's do it.
Baseball traditionalists,
wow.
and they
Wow.
certainly exist. I don't know if they're giant
Dale's
fans of
positive
how
about the
that place
Astros?
is built, and particularly when
That's
the Crawford
shocking.
boxes are part of the equation. Get over it. 2 World Series titles.
Yeah.
Get over
Kiss
it.
the ring.
The 17 to 22
Oh,
rings.
asterisk.
Put one on each
Yes,
hand.
asterisk is correct, Jeremy Brandon.
Asterisk.
Totally with
That
you.
one's going to be
Quote I
thrown
read
out.
did not include Sean. That
That
part,
one has been yes, it absolutely did.
no, it did not. I promise
That's
you, 'cause
dirty.
I went back and checked.
That needed to be in parentheses. We needed to
Yep.
have known that. That is thrown out.
Dirty.
That would not hold up in the court of
Nothing
law.
I read was said.
Nothing. Let's get to question
Nothing
2.
I read was read by
Dirty.
or said by Mace.
Filthy.
Very dirty. There should have
Nothing
been.
I read was said by Mace.
It should have been in parentheses.
Why? It wasn't said.
It was said. I heard it.
Sean said it.
But and what I read to you was not part of it, so it wouldn't have mattered.
It totally interfered and changed what Dale was saying.
I thought Joel was the source sport.
No, I'm not.
Jeremy's
I'm not a
leading the
sore
charge here.
sport. I'm not a sore
I'm not a
sport.
sore sport. I'm
I
a
am-
competitive person.
I am an advocate and a maverick for justice.
Maverick. Okay. All right. Quote 2. 01.
Mav.
01.
It's 0-0, yeah.
01. Okay. You know they say if you wiped out the bees, basically the earth would collapse because the chain effect it would have. But mosquitoes, like, they don't do anything good for us, do they? Everything else, there's an ecological benefit. Mosquitoes are punk ass bitches. I hate mosquitoes. I really do. And there's no good thing that a mosquito does. What does a mosquito help something decay? No. Carries malaria.
See, now I hear
Sounds
Lance
Lancey.
again.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah.
Lance.
I hear Lance again.
It's either Lance or Paul, but I feel stronger about Lance.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You know, they say if you wiped
Yeah.
out the bees, basically the earth would collapse.
We're up
because of
1-0.
The chain
Listen
effect
to
it would
Lance
have.
give compliments to
But
the killer
mosquitoes,
bees.
like, they don't do anything good for us, do they? Everything else, there's an ecological benefit.
Look at that.
Mosquitoes are punk ass bitches.
Can you play the
I
beginning
hate
of that again,
mosquitoes.
Brian? I want to
I
hear
would-
Lance talk about the killer bees and the great things that we do.
You know, they say if you wiped out the bees, basically the earth would collapse.
There you go. We need that as a drop. If you wiped out the bees, you know the
That's
earth
a
would
good call.
collapse. Thank you,
Good
Lance
call.
Zerline. Lance Zerline, you're admitting
loves
defeat
me.
to Branham, and you are conceding that the killer bees are great, not only for Houston, but the entire universe. Thank you for the kind words.
That's a good call. That'll definitely become a drop. All right. Quote number 3. Nothing wrong with being number 2. Gold's neat. You know what's also neat? Silver. You don't see any advertisements that are generally geared towards older people who are afraid of apocalypses and recessions and such. You don't see many ads for silver. You see lots of ads for gold. Why not? Silver's fun. Silver's just as good. There's no shame in being number 2.
Sounds Pauly to me.
Yeah, but Paulie's all about number 1.
Yeah, but he gets silly at times, and he's promoting silver, so it's like, hey, silver. Like he'll stray away from his fundamental belief if he's trying to prove a point.
I know we're up against it, Brian. Can I hear it one more time real quick?
Nothing wrong with being number 2. Gold's neat. You know what's also neat? Silver. You don't see any advertisements that are generally geared towards older people who are afraid of apocalypses and recessions and such. You don't see many ads for silver. You see lots for gold. Why not? Silver's fun. Silver's just as good. There's no shame in being number 2.
Could be John.
Yeah.
I think it's Paul or John.
We can go with yours. You call it.
Which one do you think it is?
I hear the thing I don't like is I hear Paul.
Let's do Paul then.
All right,
Paulie.
Nothing wrong with being number 2.
Yes.
Gold's neat. You know what's also neat? Silver. You don't see any
Silver.
advertising.
Silver.
All right.
2-0.
And that's not how math works. All right, quote number 4.
What?
You're up 2-1.
We're not arguing math. We're arguing the validity of question number 1.
Where I read a quote that didn't include Sean because we don't include Sean.
But Sean was in the soundbite.
So?
What do you mean so? It would never hold up in court.
Okay.
OJ got off. We're not. Come on.
All right, quote number 4. You're winning 2-1, so this is still for the win. Whiny. And you fire your head coach and GM with the Nuggets. This is a guy, by the way, who has won a title with you 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and he's getting fired. Like, we are truly becoming the Premier League where you just, new manager, this guy sucks. Give me a new one.
Oh, a Premier League
Soccer references are Dell or Lance.
Yeah.
Yep. Unless he's leading us.
No, it's
Who
Lance
knows?
and
This
Dell.
could be Sean Mapes. You never know.
It is not Sean
Can you
Mapes.
read it again? That guy's. Ooh, we almost got eared hold. All right, what's the next one? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
read
it
one more
again?
time? Okay.
Yeah.
And you fire your head coach and GM with the Nuggets. This is a guy, by the way, who has won a title with you 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and he's getting fired. Like, we are truly becoming the Premier League where you just, new manager, this guy sucks. Get me a new one.
I think it's Dell.
Kind of do too. Let's do it.
And you fire your head
man.
coach and GM with the Nuggets. This is a guy, by the way, who has won a title with you.
That's a hard one to swallow.
Just
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
All right,
All
last
right.
one.
2-2 for the win. Quote number 5. I still remember games that, at the end of the game where I missed the play, and I wasn't even a fraction of the importance of that game. And I still remember them to this day, and have a little bit of it gnaws at you that those last 2 possessions for Sharp are going to live with him forever, and that sucks because he played a huge role for this team.
Bush League for you to include that.
I think here's the only thing, Jeremy. He may be setting us up for this one, but the obvious one is who always talks about their athletic accomplishments and what they've done. It sounds like Paul.
I think it's
who
John.
always. You do?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it.
I still remember
Boom.
games
Nice one, Jeremy.
that, at the end of the game where I missed a
John was
play.
tweeting things
that
similar
wasn't
to that.
even a fraction of the importance of that game, and I still remember.
God, we almost
to
went
this-
undefeated.
Yeah. Bush League, you
I mean,
included that one,
3-2
though.
is not almost undefeated.
I'm not very happy with you.
3-1.
In fact, I'm going to take the rest of the show off because of that, because I find that to be very Bush League.
You're
of you,
walking
Brian.
out in protest?
Yeah, because I am a maverick of justice, again, after all. And I'm going to prove that I'm a maverick of justice. Few texts on who said it today. I don't know if I believe BMAC. I heard him read what Sean said. So there you go. There's one.
I did not.
One member of the jury doesn't agree with you. Texture says, you're right, Jeremy. This is crazy eye emoji. We all know Paul has certain rents. And dang you, Killer Bees, you got me liking who said it now. How could you possibly like that game?
I want Brian to go back and listen to the tape because he did say it.
You know what, Joel? We can play it back to back in our next segment if
How
you want.
do you like this game, Texter?
Or later in the hour. I'll have
You know
to
what,
pull it.
Texter? You just made the list for liking this game. And you're banned the rest of the show.
You just made the list.
You can't text in the rest of the show. Actually, I'm leaving, so you can do whatever you want. All right, that does it for me. The boys will take you the rest of the way. You'll have a great weekend. Jalen Petrie gets paid. The boys want to kick it around. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. But because I love all of you, I do have one more thought to get off of my chest. I don't want you paying too much for property taxes. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility. It also comes with great cost. Onwell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate or maybe a lot off your plate, saving you some money. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and I do not want it to be you because I love you. Head to ownwell.com and sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology. You can start saving money with no upfront cost. That's right. No risk, all reward. No upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, delivers top results. Here's some numbers for you. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction. Why aren't you signing up already? The average customer saves over $1,100. Why aren't you signing up already at ownwell.com? Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Reinvest it. Do whatever you want with it. I don't care. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish and delivers those top results. Deadline to protest is May 15th. So that's a date you have to remember. May 15th. Don't run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Jeremy Branham has got his picket sign as he's pacing outside of wherever he is on the University of Houston campus because he is protesting the shadiness of one Tremac Brian McDonald, even though we did win.
You did
and
3-2.
And the fact that he implemented a producer.
I did not.
Into the contest, which is illegal.
So we
against the rules.
We have gone to the tape. You guys are accusing me of reading a part in a quote in which I included something Sean said, but no, I guess I'm messing up the phrasing. What exactly am I being?
This is not going to go well with the jury. They're already questioning your delivery and the fact that you are guilty as charged, sir.
No, I mean, I have the tape, so I spoiler alert, I am not guilty.
You said we went to the tape. You went to the tape. You could alter the tape if you had to.
Well, I mean, you can verify it next time you're up here. I can't alter. I can't alter what comes from the what we pull the podcast on. But basically, you're accusing me of not including something Sean said in the quote.
No, we're saying that you read audio that Sean actually provided in the clip.
Sorry, I don't know why I struggled. I don't know why I struggled phrasing
Next
that.
time you'll have to approach the bench, sir, because I'm telling you.
All right, so are you ready to hear now? In the interest of time, I started this halfway through, so we don't have to play both clips.
Time, schmime, whatever.
But I'm starting it from where Dale says, "Get over it." So first, you will hear what I said, and then you will hear the clip that we played afterwards. First clip. Get over it. 2 World Series titles, get over it. The 17 and 22 rings, both. Put one on each hand, kiss them both.
Get over it. 2 World Series titles.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Kiss the ring.
The 17 and 22 rings, both. Put one on each hand, kiss them both.
There we go. Vindication.
I don't think so. The
What do you
confusion
mean?
is there.
You have
Look,
ears?
From a juror perspective, we also heard
I did not
Sean
say
utter
the
the
ring.
same exact script that you read from.
No, I question your listening ability. I didn't say kiss the
You
ring.
want to try
in
and
the
listen
middle
at
of that.
St. Arnold's with a full house? I'm just in a train.
Well, that's why
I mean, I don't care what Daikin's got up on their tracks, but the bad boy that runs through here is loud.
Okay. Well, do you need to hear it again? Because it's not going to change.
No, because I think that what else isn't going to change is the fact that we hung that dub. And as long as
You
we
did
hung
win.
the dub,
You did win.
Yeah, since we won, I don't have to file a protest and have the game replayed.
See, now I feel like that's you admitting it that I was right without having
No, I'm
to
not.
admit that
Not
I
even
was
close. No, I just don't want to bore the listener with more of our courtroom diatribe.
Again, that is admitting I am right without admitting that I am
It's
right.
not true. Okay, Mr. Rapstar, do you want to try and explain your case again, so that you can do the wiki stop and go and figure out what you said?
I don't have
and then
to
I
explain it.
actually
I
had to
just
help you.
played the audio.
In a court of law, I wouldn't have helped you and corrected you to get the point across you were trying to make.
I don't even need to make the case. The audio makes the case for me. In the clip that I read, I don't say kiss the rings in the middle.
This ought to be
Where
fun.
Sean says kiss the rings. Is
The
in the
Hive
middle.
becomes the jury. Hive, who's right, who's wrong? Let him have it. 713-780-3776. You know how to reach us on Twitch and on Twitter and all different outlets. We'd love to hear what you
In
think.
his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
Look out for reading these.
Yeah, no, my botched delivery at the beginning is probably not going to play in my favor.
Philip, who was just here a while ago, just already on Twitch. I'm on Joel and Jeremy's side on this one. Well, Joel's side, because Jeremy snuck out. No, he didn't sneak out. He walked out in protest.
I'm really saddened to hear that our listeners don't have ears. That we are an audio medium.
Huh. Well, we'll see how that's how you perceive it. Let's see how the jury perceives it, because this one's up for interpretation, and there's plenty to interpret here. And if we want to go to the tape, your presentation sucked.
Well, you want to hear them again? They're not
No,
that
I
long.
don't want to hear it again. I would like to. No, I'm talking about the fact that when you tried to explain what actually happened, you weren't even close.
Okay, I flubbed a few words, but it doesn't change what the audio says.
The verdict is in. Guilty as charged.
No,
Troy.
it's not.
That's what Troy says. I'm just reading it right from the text line. I'm trying to do you a favor and stay off the Twitch line.
Oh, yeah, Twitch hates me. I don't care.
Oh, there's a couple here that are spam. It says Brian's right. That's definitely not something that's accurate. I don't know where that came from.
Should we move on to Jalen Petrie?
Yes, let's revisit the top story in Houston today because no one played last night. By the way, Jeremy did step out. Brian and I will take you till 6:00 here on the Killer Bees, live from St. Arnold Brewery. Phenomenal night with a home game right down the street. Great place to hang out. Big screen TV outside. Lots of beer specials. All the different kinds of beers that you love. There's got to be a flavor here that's right. Come out and see us till 6:00. The prize wheel is here. And oh, by the way, if you want a prize in our bracket challenge, you can pick it up here tonight with Victoria up until 6:00, so you can come see her as well. Big news of the day, Jalen Petrie, 3-year, $39 million extension. We opened the show with some of this. Curious to get more of your thoughts, Brian, because the first time around, obviously, we had a lot to say about the fact that, look, Jalen Petrie's a guy that hometown kid, Baylor product, had a great rookie year that everybody was very excited about. Since then, it's been hot and cold, good and bad, roller coaster, if you will. But now suddenly, a year before his contract expires, here comes this big deal for your nickel corner.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of discourse for the people that are like defending the deal because you, Jeremy, and I were all pretty universal. I mean, not that the deal kills the Texans. It's not obviously like $100 million deal. It's $33 million added on to his contract. But I've seen people in defense of paying him the top nickel corner money in the league when he can't cover, make the defense of, well, he can also play safety. Well, I mean, I guess technically true. He can line up at safety and be listed on paper as safety. But the reason he's playing nickel corner is because his second year, you mentioned the up and down nature of his career so far. His second year was terrible, and the Texans thought and showed so with their actions that he can't play safety. Like, he was a disaster in year 2 as a safety, so they moved him to nickel corner so he could be close to the line, basically kind of play a linebacker position in their sub packages. And it works, but I mean, we still see the same problems with his coverage ability. Second half of the Lions game really stands out where he couldn't cover anybody on a crossing route when he's in man coverage. Same thing against the Colts; they abused him a few times on that. So I just have a fundamental problem of paying guy literally the highest amount of money at the position when he can't do something that's vital to the position, which is cover.
And Brian, you bring up a great point in the fact that it's one thing to analyze this when I first heard it and say, wow, that's a lot of money that I never thought that they were going to be willing, nor do I think that he was worth paying. But then when you start looking at that he becomes the highest paid nickel corner in the game, now I'm really scratching my temple questioning, going, what the hell are you doing? Like, again, it's a tale of the multiple facets of the position. There's no question that most everybody that analyzes talent says when he goes and gets up into the box, when he gets into the backfield, he is disruptive. He is a big hitter. He is capable of doing a lot of things that are really, really good for a defense. But when you watch him in coverage, the routes he takes, the fact that everybody can blow his doors off, the fact that even when he was a safety, he was getting beat deep, his coverage is less than. That doesn't translate to me in any way, shape, or form and says he should be the top paid nickel corner in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be a question of what traits do you value most at that position? And clearly the Texans value his tackling and his ability to hit hard and be a thumper there at that position. But, I mean, he's a nickel corner. I mean, half the time, if not more, his job is going to be covering slot receivers, cutting across the field, trying to shake them and get open. And he's proven to be, best case, a below average guy in man coverage. And we saw that constantly in that position, that when teams kind of identified, well, there's our weak spot. We know we can't test Stingley. We know we can't test Lassiter, especially, middle part of the season when Lassiter had proven himself. Where they tested the Texans secondary was testing, Jalen Petrie in the slot, trying to cover guys crossing the field. And he proved time and time again that he couldn't do it. So I value his spot on the roster. I thought him being basically a sub-package linebacker disguised as a defensive back was playing to his best strength. But just because you play to his best strength doesn't mean you should pay the guy top of the market.
See, that again, when you look at it too, whether it's a tight end or and there's a lot of obviously premier tight ends and tight ends on teams that you're trying to, get better than in the AFC. But even slot receivers are a massive problem for Jalen Petrie. And you're right, it's the middle of the field. But then as they expand the routes and they run the outs and they run some different kinds of posts off of that, he gets cooked and he gets beat. And again, I understand that he's a swarm guy He's a culture guy. He's a local guy. He's a very, very easy to like guy that does all the right things. But that doesn't translate from a financial perspective, making him the highest paid nickel in the league. And it certainly doesn't translate spending 13 a year when we don't even know on the open market if that's something that he would command, let alone be offered, because general managers are smart enough to know as good as he is hitting, there's those question marks are very evident on tape.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Caserio thought he'd be worth more, even more on the open market, because otherwise, why would you do this deal now? He still had a year of team control before you're forcing a decision. I don't know. I mean, to me, he's a guy, and this goes back to part of our conversation in the first hour, but in a salary cap league like the NFL, unlike, Major League Baseball, you have to make decisions. A guy like, we're not going to pay guys above, below this level of talent. We got to make sure we have money for Stroud, for Stingley, for Will Anderson Jr., for Nico Collins. Like, you have to save the money for your most premier talent. Everyone else you got to look to replace with younger, cheaper guys through the draft. And Jalen Petrie as a nickel corner who's deficient in man coverage, to me, doesn't meet the threshold of somebody that we must take care of to the tune of top of the market value. So I just thought I think it's poor roster construction from Nick Caserio, and he's had so many hits. I mean, obviously this is not a knock on his overall GM tenure. He still has way more hits than misses. But I thought that, to me, this is kind of paying a guy more for his off the field, his leadership attributes, his off the field mentality than it is production on the field. It's a fundamental disagreement that I have with Caserio's move here.
And I think when you look at it, Brian, it doesn't mean necessarily that you close the door on a guy that obviously likes it here, wants to be here, he's from here, and that they like. But before you go and make this bodacious offer to give him what they gave him, you kind of let it play out, and you realize, hey, let him. It's like in the NBA, we've seen this with multiple guys with the Rockets over the years too, where let them test the market, see what they're worth, and have the conversation with them. Hey, we're really interested in bringing you back. We have a fundamental disagreement on kind of what that number is right now. Go out and see what you can get on the open market, and we'll come back and talk about it. And then at the end of the day, you have a decision to make with a lot more data in terms of what the other, rest of the league feels like he's worth, and then what you feel like you're willing to pay, and you go from there. But before he even tests the market, to just, I guess, assume that he has a high value and say he's going to make that much money, I think that, again, I'm with you. We're very supportive of Nick Caserio, but in this scenario, I'm like, I think that you jump too quick.
Yeah, first off, before I get into my response, I want to commend you for using the word bodacious. That was amazing.
You're welcome.
But I think it makes sense to jump the market when it's for guys like Stingley, guys like eventually Will Anderson Jr., obviously Stroud, like they did for Nico Collins, because if you jump the market, then you might be able to get them at a lower price than if you play it out. And then obviously the salary cap goes up each year. You got new contracts to set the market higher and higher. So I think it makes sense to jump the market for those guys, those elite guys, the Nikos, the Stingleys, the Will Andersons, all those guys. But Petrie's just not in that class. So I look, if you let him get to market, maybe it means he gets overpaid, and that move cost you having him on the roster. But for guys below a certain threshold on your team, guys that are in that middle tier to below, I'm willing to live with that result. And if he walks because, let's say the Saints overpay him, okay, all right, well, I got extra picks in the Tunsil trade. We drafted Jalen Petrie in the third round before. Go out and spend a second or third round pick on someone you can play nickel corner, even outside corner, because I still think Kamari Lassiter would make a lot of sense as your nickel corner, at least in some packages. So I don't like it because I think they overpaid relative to his level of production, and it also costs you some flexibility because, you're pretty much locking in that Lassiter now has to play on the outside. Petrie has to play at nickel corner. He can't play safety. Where if you let him walk to market, maybe you get a better deal if he does stay here, or at least you open up some flexibility with the option of maybe moving Lassiter inside.
Yeah, and Mustang Boy says Petrie's like A.J. Bouye back in the day. He's a run stuffer in the secondary. Again, that's all true, but that's not worthy of the highest paid at his position in the NFL. It's just not. And I think that there was a million different ways you could try to work this out, and you're right. You can move on because we know the CJ deal is coming. We know at a certain point you're going to be in a very tight predicament in terms of trying to make sure that all the money makes sense for everybody, maintaining everybody you need to keep on this roster and have the best team possible. and it's going to get challenging. And whether you are complete misfits at handling, financials like the Saints have been for years, or you just realize it's a good thing to have all the good players they have, but you can't pay them all, to your point, that you've got to, I just think that there was a better deal to be done with Jalen Petrie than the one that got done. Not that he's not an asset that's fun to have around and he's a good player. He's just not a great player to be worthy of $13 million a year for the next 3 years.
Yeah, and that's important to mention once you said it there at the end. I'm like, I still like him as a player. I still think he's a good player. He's a benefit to the team. I just think they overpaid, relative to his production. And yeah, I mean, like you mentioned with CJ Stroud, like, I mean, it's a salary cap league. I mean, it's worth repeating because they're kind of feels like they're headed into kind of a stars and scrubs, a philosophy, kind of to borrow something from DFS, where they're paying so many guys. They've already paid Nico. They've already paid Stingley. You mentioned Stroud. Will Anderson's coming up soon. Like, if you're going to afford all those guys and still be able to fit guys around them each year when the roster turns over, I mean, you're going to have to pick your battles with guys that you view as key guys, cornerstone guys, core guys, and guys that are a little bit more replaceable. And I mean, obviously Casario disagrees, but to me, Petrie falls into the replaceable side of things.
Let us know where you are on this. Let us know what you feel. Look, we know he's a hometown kid. We know he's a good guy, but how do you feel about the deal? Was it worth it? Did it make sense to you? What are your thoughts? 713-780-3776. You can call, text, hit us up on social media. Nick Casario had a lot to say about this today. We can review some of those quotes from Nick after the signing was announced. Before we get to the break, though, I do want to talk about my good friend Doc Linville. He is a game changer. Whether you believe Petrie is or not, I really know that Doc Linville is, because he has changed the game for so many people in the Houston area. He does Botox, he does plastic surgery, and he does so much more like spot treatments. But the one thing that I have personal experience on that he's so good at is the neograft procedure and getting your hair back. Whether you're looking to just fertilize and kind of replenish the hair that you already still have on your head that's maybe gotten a little thinner, that's PRP treatments. Those can be done right there in his office, and so can the neograft. I've had experience with both. The neograft is literally getting your hair back, as he's almost like replanting the sod in your yard to kind of get you more coverage area. You're never going to lose the hair on the sides in the back of your head. That's a pro tip that comes in the consultation that I had. So he takes some of that and repurposes it to where you need it most. Maybe it's that baboon's butt that's showing up and shining on the top of your head. Maybe it's the fact that your forehead has become an 8-head and you need a better hairline. Either way, and in all the places where you're losing your hair, he's going to take care of you. And it's a simple process. He'll explain it all to you for free. That's right, I said for free. Consultations for people that aren't listening to me right now are $150. You get one for free if you go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. They'll explain to you the neograft and PRP treatments, show you pictures of people like me, the befores and the afters, and let you understand all the things that go into it and what you get out of it, which is your hair back, and then let you make the decision. No signing on the dotted line, no commitment to be made. Just you in a Q&A with the good people at Doc's office. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at St. Arnold Brewing Company.
Boy, lots of feedback. Funny, the ones I'm reading all seem to be directly correlated to crushing Brian and saying that we were right.
I'm sensing some bias here.
That's like saying the lyrics from the song Stan are the same from Eminem and Dido. So I guess Brian, because of that technicality, is right on this one. No. Let's see what else we got here. Plagiarism is real. Are you wearing that one? It sounds like.
I don't know how plagiarism would be involved in the conversation.
I don't either, but I'm looking for the correlation, and I consider it a definite loss for you. It says blank hates nickel corners, kids, and puppies. Okay, sir, that's not.
You do hate kids.
No, that's not true.
That's well established.
That's a bad stereotype that's been created between 3 to 6 here on this station. Could Caserio be anticipating more cap increases? That makes Petrie's money less of a cap hit in the future? How does that? Even if the cap goes up, you still have to pay CJ.
Well, the cap will go up, but it doesn't change that you paid him top of the market for his position. It doesn't change that. And again, like you said, you're still going to have other. I don't think it plays that big because it goes up the same for every team. It's not like it's an extra advantage for the Texans.
Is it possible? 8755 says, is it possible Will and Stroud are talking to Nick and they're going to let him know they're going to take team-friendly deals? Regardless, I feel like Nick overpaid in this deal. I don't think that CJ and Will are doing team-friendly deals. I could be wrong, but I think everybody's out to get theirs at the end of the day.
Yeah, I could see CJ more so than Will taking the team-friendly deal. Just because he's seen guys like Brady and Mahomes do it. But even a team-friendly deal for CJ is still, what, 57, 58 million per year? That's the team-friendly side because we've seen guys, I think Dak got up to 60. So we'll see, what happens between now and what CJ signs. So even a team-friendly deal would be like not surpassing Dak, and that's still going to be, 57, 58 million minimum.
Yeah, but let's also keep in mind that when Brady was given team-friendly deals, it was after he had already signed a big deal,
right?
That he had made a lot of money, and that as he wanted to continue the success of winning, that he was willing to do those kind of things. So I don't think, on your first opportunity to make as much money as you possibly can and get a big deal, I don't think this is the deal where he says, I'll take less.
I don't either, but I could see it happening. But again, I don't like, even if he takes the team-friendly deal, I just don't see as being that much of a savings to where it then makes this room for Jalen Petrie. It makes this kind of a non-talking point because even a team-friendly deal for CJ Stroud is going to be 58, 59 million per year. So even a team-friendly deal is still going to take up so much cap room that any deal like this is still going to play in because I think that's part of it. Like we're talking about kind of small percentages, but they all add up. Like, okay, maybe you only paid Jalen Petrie a little bit over what you should have paid him, whatever that number would have been. But that all adds up, and that room could all go to other guys like Will and to CJ Stroud. So to me, it doesn't make sense to pay Jalen Petrie top of the market value before you know where you're going to have to pay CJ and Will.
Richard says Jalen signing was not worth it. He could easily have been replaced in the draft. You never know until you know in terms of what you can get out of the draft, but you could definitely, look, we're talking about last year as a guy that was drafted as a corner that, on the outside that could be moved inside. He was drafted as a safety. He could be moved inside. Yeah, I think that you had the opportunity and a year to play with and a draft coming up where you could take one or two defensive backs somewhere throughout the draft to see if you can't find a guy. And there's always a guy in free agency, especially I mentioned it earlier in the show, whether it's a corner that could be transitioned later in his career to a guy that, that's, looking to get on in a better situation or a winning team that where you could find a veteran as well. So I don't understand the timing, and I certainly don't understand the amount of money that it took to get that. And I don't think that's what it took that Nick decided to pay him.
Yeah. And getting to that point you and the texters made, I think it's a good one because what have we given Nick Caserio the most credit for? It's been his ability to find defensive backs and wide receivers in the draft, right? Like Jalen Petrie was a 3rd round pick. Kamari Lassiter was a 2nd round pick. Obviously everyone killed taking Stingley over Sauce originally, but he's been right on virtually all of his picks.
They got Bullock right, it seems.
Yeah, they got Bullock, and again, 3rd round. So that kind of paints the picture of what the texter was talking about. Like because I think people will, refute us with like, well, if you let Petrie walk, now you have a hole there. But I mean, with Petrie, with Bullock, with Kamari Lassiter, I mean, Nick Caserio has shown 3 examples right there of his ability to find, key players, starters, plus players in the second and third round. So the answer would be, okay, you don't pay a guy top of the market because you have a GM who's shown he can replace, that guy and find quality defensive back starters in the second and third round. Like if Caserio had the weak spot for defensive back that he seems to have for offensive lineman in the draft, then I guess I could come to that side of it. Like, well, we know he doesn't draft well, so let's take the hit that he's already made. But he's shown he can replace this guy, so why pay someone who can't do half his job, that being man coverage, top of the market value, when you can replace him?
Yeah, look, and Caserio was asked a little while back on Pain and Pendergrass on the Highway to Hell about re-signing Jalen Petrie. And Nick's quote is interesting, especially now knowing what we know. He said, and I quote, always open-minded to having a dialogue with a player and their representatives and trying to figure out an agreement that everybody feels comfortable with, because the goal is for both entities and both parties to be happy on how it went. You don't want to we're not trying to win a negotiation. We don't believe in that. It's not how we operate. You want something where the organization wins and the player feels valued and they feel like you made them a priority. When you make them the highest paid player at their position, I think, yeah, all those boxes checked, but that's why we have reason to question why you did what you did and when you did what you did.
Yeah, doesn't that kind of fit with what we've seen recently? I mean, Jalen Petrie gets the most money for a nickel corner. I mean, we all support the Stingley deal, but that was the most money for a corner. We've seen him pay. Nico, I supported it, but that was also kind of a stretch, after he'd only had 1 year of production. We've seen Caserio be willing to pay guys at the top of the market. Now, for the elite of the elite, which I think Nico Collins falls into, which Stingley falls into, that's one thing. But it does kind of paint the picture to me as something that's a little bit worrisome, that he seems to be a GM, and the quote that you just read kind of backs it up, that he's willing to, I guess, in a way, be kind of a soft negotiator to let a player win. And I get the mindset of like, we need the guys happy. We want to reward the guys that, fit our culture, who are doing everything we ask them to do, or, putting their bodies in line. We want to reward that. And I get that. Keep the locker room happy, keep guys happy. But you're also in charge of managing the cap. And sometimes you got to make some tough decisions. And it seems like he's letting these guys maybe have some wins they shouldn't have.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Brian. And I think that at a certain point, like, you're going to have to pay the guys that you have to pay that are worth it. You mentioned some of them. They've tried to do this, but D'Amico's out there saying the same things Nick's saying. This is not just Nick. This is both of these guys saying, we're going to reward swarmers. We're going to reward guys that play our way, that go about the business the way they do it. But at a certain point, you can't reward everybody. And probably your 2 biggest coming down the pike are the 2 guys that you drafted and traded to draft side by side. CJ and Will are going to cost you a boatload of money, and you have got to be very well prepared to be able to handle that. And no matter how you stack and tier these things, I just don't know how they're going to be able to pull that off without having to let some good players go.
Yeah, I don't either. And we have caller Vera on the line who wants to talk about Jalen Petrie. Vera, how you doing, sir?
Hey, guys. Appreciate it, as always, for letting me chime in. I just wanted to one thing I was curious is, what is the guaranteed money? And since you brought up the conversation of paying CJ and Will Anderson Jr., I think they will obviously get paid. But where I think that money is going to shift from is, we got, what's his name, for only 2 more years, right? Daniel Hunter for 2 more years, this year and the next year. So I suspect basically Daniel Hunter money in 2 years is going to go to Will Anderson Jr. I also see this is as a big churn of the offensive line. I mean, Tunsil was already gone because they figured they had to pay other guys. That went to Stingley. But I also suspect after this year, Titus would be gone, and so that's going to be a complete churn in the offensive line. So I think that's where the money comes. I think it was very clear that Stingley was going to get paid. I think what I had heard from somebody who used to work at the show said, they want to pay, but they're not 100% sure if they'll be able to get a deal with Petrie. They were unable to get it. But I think it's all a question of just moving the money around, right? I mean, you make some guaranteed money and upfront and make the guy a little happy, so the cap hit would be, easier in the later half of the year contract or whatever. But I suspect the Daniel Hunter money in 2 years will go to Will Anderson, and then they'll of course have to, between the churn on the offensive line and then cutting with some other key players. I mean, Aziz Al-Shai and all those guys will be gone in a couple of years. So I suspect that's why they're going to create the cap space for CJ Stroud. Kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it. I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
Go ahead, Brian. It was hard for me to hear all of that, so I'll let you take the first crack at it.
So Vera's main point, I think I agree with that. You're going to have a lot of guys, because Caserio signs a lot of 2-year deals, 3-year deals. So there's going to be some roster turnover that creates room for, guys coming up on new deals like we talked about with Stroud and with Will Anderson Jr. But kind of the main player he was referring to was Danielle Hunter, in that the money that you would pay Will Anderson will be made available because Danielle Hunter will come off the contract, off the books, which, I mean, it could be possible. I guess it depends on when
he signed an extension in the last couple weeks.
Right. So I pulled up Danielle Hunter's Spotrac page, and he's under contract for this current season and the next season. And look, this will be year 3 for Will Anderson. I think he's going to want a deal after the season's over. Maybe the Texans can hold him off and convince him to wait after his 4th season. I mean, it's possible. But if he wants a deal after year 3, which I see is pretty reasonable considering how well he's played, then that would still line up with the last year in Danielle Hunter's contract. So I don't think it's a guarantee, like Vera was talking about, that Danielle Hunter dropping off the books would then make room for Will Anderson.
Yeah, it's a situation that's going to get dicey simply because of the fact that your capologists are going to have to work overtime, because that you can be creative for so long, but at a certain point, and we see all these teams, that's why they say it's so hard to make a Super Bowl and it's so hard to compete when you have a quarterback that's making the money that CJ Stroud is about to, start embarking on making. And then you have to try and retain. We just got done saying that their identity is defense, and you're paying heavily right now on the defensive side of the football for the defense that you have while you're on an affordable contract with your quarterback. At a certain point, when you got to pay the piper, and CJ gets his, Will's going to get his, yeah, you might be able to get out from Hunter and Autry, but you got other guys that you're going to have to replace them with. You've got other guys that their contracts are going to come up too, and that's where it becomes extremely and excessively challenging.
Yeah, and that kind of brings up another point for me. We talked about it a minute ago in another way, that we feel comfortable with Caserio had they let Petrie walk, being able to replace him, because he's shown such an ability to find defensive backs in the 2nd and 3rd round with Cam Bullock, with Jalen Petrie himself, with Kamari Lassiter. But the other part of it is, I mean, let's factor in D'Amico Ryans as well. Like, not only has Caserio shown an ability to draft these guys, if you're willing, I know that the identity of this team is defense, swarm, hit hard, and all that. But I think we've seen D'Amico, alongside with Caserio, have an ability to coach up guys that weren't necessarily the 5-star, top 10 in the draft type of players. We've seen him take veteran defensive linemen on 1-year contracts, like Mario Edwards, like Derek Barnett, all these guys, Jerry Hughes in the last year of his career, and it make them productive. So I don't see the necessity to necessarily pay a nickel corner who can't cover top of the market, when I feel that not only Caserio has the ability to find guys like that in the 2nd and 3rd round, but D'Amico's shown the ability to coach them up as well.
Well, to your point, I mean, D'Amico made Fred Warner in San Francisco too, right? He saw something in Fred Warner and said, I don't care how low he got drafted. I think it was like a 4th or 5th round pick at best, and he turned him into an All-Pro. I mean, he did the same thing with the free safety that now just left in free agency.
Huafonga?
Yeah, Huafonga, who was playing his tail off and was drafted again in the 5th or 6th round. And so D'Amico does have an eye for talent. I think Caserio does too, but it's still going to be extremely challenging because of the fact that you don't have the money you had to play with like last offseason when you were dabbling in free agency, and you even the extensions that you signed for Mixon and for Diggs and all the things you were able to do. The creativity is going to come now with Capology and the talent evaluation to be able to say, I can't let this guy go, or I need to restructure this guy and this guy to make sure that guy doesn't get away while I'm still paying all my premier players. So this is the price you pay for success and being able to find the guys they've already found. Now, how many of these guys are you going to be able to retain when right around the corner you're facing probably your two biggest contracts?
Yeah, you just hope that this isn't a situation where, the three of us are a year from now, 2 years from now, are talking about like, well, we'd like the Texans to be able to re-sign this guy, but, they're out of money because, they overpaid for Jalen Petrie, especially since, what was it, about a month and a half ago when they traded Tunsil. And we were all wondering, like, okay, they've now got like $20 million in cap room, where a couple weeks before that they were over the cap. What are they creating cap for? I don't know. It feels disappointing that they traded Tunsil in part. Like, maybe this is painting an incomplete picture, but in part they traded Tunsil to create cap room to sign a nickel corner who can't cover.
To your point, Brian, we got a text message that said if you don't get Stroud some protection, maybe he won't resign with the Texans. I don't think it's going to be that drastic,
no, he'll get his
but
money.
I do think the point is made that exactly what you were making. Like, if you're going to get rid of 3/5 of your offensive line, and everybody's thought that the number one priority was to redo and improve your offensive line, there's no doubt that they're going to have to. They're redoing it, but have they improved it?
I mean, not as of yet. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what guys like Trent Brown. I mean, I'm not high on Ed Ingram. I'm not high on Lincoln Tomlinson. Trent Brown, I heard Lance say today that people he's talked to think Trent Brown might not even make it through training camp. He might be a cut. So, I mean, we'll see. I think it's going to take a lot of work in the draft for us to say the offensive line got better. And if all we get out of the savings from Laramie Tunsil is extension for Jalen Petrie, I'm going to be pretty disappointed.
I mean, and this is something I just want to let you know that this is why you should always appreciate me more and enjoy working with you, because this is something Jeremy Branham would never do. But we got a text message from 8755 that says Mahomes has taken team-friendly deals, restructured. You're right, Brian. I'm thinking 52 to 58 in a deal. I could be wrong, but I think CJ will do that. Maybe. I just don't see that on his first deal.
No, like I wish. See if I could try to find the contracts of the top guys in the league, because I mean, Dak Prescott just got $60 million. So I mean, I think team friendly would mean he takes less than Dak. But even if you go down to guys below that, like Jordan Love and Trevor Lawrence, as I'm trying to get these numbers pulled up.
Well, look.
Okay, so here we go. So yeah, Jordan Love's at $55 million. So is Trevor Lawrence. And then Tua.
Both are overpaid.
Yeah. Well, I know your feelings of Jordan Love.
Yes,
but
you do.
Is there let's just operate in the hypothetical that yes, CJ Stroud takes a team-friendly deal. You telling me he's going to take less than Trevor Lawrence and Jordan Love and Tua?
No,
I don't think so. So that means he's over 55. Like so I think, to the texter's point, I could see him taking a team-friendly deal. I could see him pulling the Mahomes, but that team-friendly deal is going to be 56 plus minimum, in my opinion.
So 409 Josh says, I think Stroud gets extended next offseason because it's going to be cheaper than pushing it off until after year 4. Whereas I agree with Vera, you wait on Anderson until after year 4. I mean, look, from the standpoint of being the anti-Dallas Cowboys and being actually very, very responsible financially, if you know that CJ is eventually going to be that guy that gets that much money, you can save yourself some money by signing him sooner rather than later, knowing that that's coming down the road, as opposed to waiting with every guy that gets the next best contract on the market. You end up overpaying at the end of the day. It's interesting. I mean, I could see the Texans aren't going to do anything but sign CJ Stroud.
No, he
so I think that's
100%
actually
will
pretty
be a
good.
Texan. Yeah, I really don't have any fear of Will Anderson not being a Texan either. We might disagree on when his contract gets done or how much it gets. I think both of them will be Houston Texans. That's not really the point. The point is, when you have such high-end talent like Stroud, Anderson, Nico, Stingley, those are the guys you allot the top of the market, top of their position level contracts. You don't do it for a nickel corner who can't cover in man coverage.
1642 says contract extensions to me are like draft picks. The future is the only way to determine their value. If they live up to the extension price, they'll wind up being a good value because of the market and the rise. Sure, I get that, but then why not wait until you get to a point where they can test the market instead of extending him before you even know what that true value might be at the time he becomes a free agent?
Yeah. I don't know. I hear the argument that, well, if you let him test the market, then he could leave. But I mean, again, not to beat a dead horse. Like if Jalen Petrie leaves, okay, I mean,
big deal, right?
He's a good thumper. I like having him as a quasi linebacker in nickel coverage. I think he's valuable in run support around the line. I think he does a lot of good things for the team, but I'm not gonna lose sleep and wring my hands over losing a nickel corner who can't cover if he gets a better contract on the open market. Just go find someone else. I say this as if it's so easy, but I have confidence in Nick Caserio in his ability to find defensive backs in the second and third rounds, like he did with Petrie, with Bullock, and with Lassiter. So if Petrie walks, okay, I trust Caserio to go get the next one.
There you go. All right. Well, we've got one segment to go on the show, and that is the car wreck of the day. We're going to get to that, so hang with us. We'll wrap it up, take you up until 6 o'clock. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM. Hey, our thanks to St. Arnold Brewing. What a great spot to hang out anytime and all the time in the Houston area. The Beer Garden, which is where we're at, is absolutely fantastic. You want to watch the Masters, they've got a monster TV at the end of the Beer Garden where you can watch everything. But the beer is phenomenal. They've got something for everybody. They've got IPAs and all the different beers where there's got to be a flavor that you like and something that'll tickle your taste buds. Pro tip, by the way, the root beer, which they also make here, very, very, very good. And that was recommended by a guy that I know that works at the station. But anyway,
that's what I am.
Oh, that's right. BMAC told me. BMAC, car wreck of the day. What do you got?
So a 2-pack on the same thing, same topic at least. But first car wreck of the day nominee was my flubbing of setting up the case of our Who Said It and who was on the right side. And the second car wreck day nominee would be for the people who still apparently don't have ears. They can't hear what you're about to hear in this clip, the clear and obvious of me not messing up the quote that I read. Get over it. 2 World Series titles, get over it. The 17 and 22 rings, both.
Get over it. 2 World Series titles.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Kiss the ring.
The 17 to 22 rings.
The
both.
Kiss the ring.
Again, it's in a different spot. I say kiss the rings at the end. I don't say it in
Both
the middle.
said it. It's a technicality, but
No,
again, in a
not.
court of law, it doesn't hold up.
The only one I read was the one that Dale said at the end. I did not read the one Sean said in the middle.
By the way, Scotty Scheffler right now is sitting on his butt on the pine straw in a bush, and I don't know what the hell's going on right now at the Masters.
I see a golf ball to his right. I guess that's where he hit it.
He was thinking about punching out, but now all of a sudden looks like he's thinking about relieving his constipation. I don't know what the hell he's doing in there.
Don't you just take a drop? Or is that not allowed in the Masters?
Yeah, you should. Yeah, absolutely. It's a safe play.
Yeah.
But, you know the Masters better than me. Look at your picks. My car wreck of the day comes from the Masters. Jose Luis Ballester, amateur from the Arizona State University. Nice job. You make the Masters. You get a lot of people to have eyes on you. You're not supposed to have people having eyes on you when instead of using a porta potty or a bathroom on the course, you decide to take a leak in Rays Creek, the historic Rays Creek at the Masters. Come on, man.
It's a little less historic now that it has this P in it. But we have the clip from said Rays Creek Pier. Would you like to hear it again?
Yeah, here's what Jose had to say.
Well, I completely forgot that we had those restrooms on the left of the tee box.
Oh, okay. 13 tee.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct. And then I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And since JT had an issue around the green, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to sneak here in the river. Probably the people would not see me that much. And then they caught for me. Probably one of the clubs that I really got today, like really loud. So that was kind of funny.
Are you concerned that there might be any blowback from that at all? Or, I mean, obviously, they did see you, right?
Yeah, they saw me. I mean, it was not embarrassing at all for me. So if I had to do it again, I would do it again.
He would do
I
it
don't
again,
care
Joel. He would do it
I don't
again.
care if you're a porn star and you've got all the confidence in the world. One, yeah, they did see me. And, oh, well,
Maybe-
not that
maybe-
many. And
Maybe that's what he's saying. It's like, man, hey, look, brother, I'm packing heat. I don't care if they
I was
see
going
me.
to say, they did see me. So what? You want to see?
And guess
And oh,
what?
by the way,
Your ladies
I'd
did
do it
too.
again.
Yeah. She'll
Come on,
And
man.
she'll like it too, like in the Frank Thomas Nugenics commercials. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, they saw
Well-
me, and she'll like it too.
I mean, seriously, the way that their governing body with the Masters and Augusta, that's not. I believe that's going to be frowned upon. I'll just leave it there. But I'm sure there was a discussion had in Butler Cabin last night or wherever they got him staying.
Yeah, I'm sure they would. Like, this guy better make sure he plays his way onto the tour. They can't. You can't have it to where, or this Masters. He can't leave it up to where it's like, well, maybe he's in, maybe he's not. He's certainly not going to have any favorites inside Butler's cabin.
He's 10 over right now, so he ain't.
So not playing
he
his
ain't
way
playing
into
the weekend.
next year.
And if he wants to come back, he has some butt to be kissing and send us some creeks to be. Never mind. It rhymes, but I'm not using it. Yeah. Hey, our thanks to St. Arnold Brewery once again for having us out. We always love being here. My thanks to Anthony Medina, Funky Cold, as he said his coaches called him in high school, for doing all the on-site engineering. My thanks to BMAC for double duty, Jeremy Branham, and myself. Jeremy will be back Monday. We'll have a show for you then. Have a great weekend, everybody. And hey, by the way, Brian is on the bullpen tomorrow, 12 to 2. Check him out on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 FM.